You step from the shadowed gallery into a courtyard bathed in midday light where a mosaic of pale stone and sun-baked earth meets your bare feet. The air shimmers with heat, carrying scents of jasmine and drying clay. Before you lie, the royal kiln's rows of earthen ovens puffing thin smoke against the blue sky. Inside these kilns, potters transform river clay into vessels of every shape: amphorae for storing oil, small bowls for spiced stews, and jars sealed with woven palm fronds to hold prized local wine. A well-documented fact, medieval Nubian royalty commissioned pottery not only for daily use but also as diplomatic gifts. Some vessels bore painted scenes of the Nile's fertile banks. Others featured hieroglyphic inscriptions praising peaceful alliances. Archaeologists have uncovered shards inscribed with dedications to foreign princes, evidence of a thriving exchange network that stretched from Nubia's southern borders to Mediterranean courts. You imagine a polished amphora, its surface still gleaming after millennia, sent as a gesture of friendship and shared prosperity. Tipping the kiln's arch with a gentle push, you peer inside to glimpse glowing ceramics. A young apprentice, wrapped in a simple linen tunic, slides out a bulbous jar using long iron tongs. Orange radiance suffuses her face as she carries the vessel toward a cooling rack. Her name, you learn, is Meret Beloved, and beloved indeed by the queen, who often invited her to design commemorative wares for royal festivals. Here's a quirky aside. Meret crafted miniature pots shaped like scarab beetles, complete with tiny legs and elytra etched in fine lines. These scarab jars held sacred oils and served as charms believed to bring good fortune. Local myths credit Meret with inventing the first squeeze bottle using a hollow beetle form that released perfume in a gentle mist when squeezed. Conservative scholars dismiss the tale as fanciful, but some researchers point to unearthed glass fragments shaped like beetles. Could they be prototypes of Meret's whimsical vessels? Carrying the jar to the shade, Meret sets it on a reed mat. You crouch beside her, feeling the heat radiate through the mat's fibers. The jar's sides pulse with residual warmth, and when you press a fingertip to its cool, painted design, you sense the kiln's memory lingering beneath the surface. Jade green and ochre patterns swirl around the scarab shell, each brush stroke applied before the fire's alchemy locked colors into permanence. From the pottery courtyard, your path winds toward the bustling bazaar beyond the palace walls. Traders from desert oases and river hamlets converge their stalls heavy with goods, lengths of dyed linen, piles of grain, intricately carved ivory combs, and baskets brimming with fresh figs and olives. The calls of sellers rise in harmony with the screech of hawks overhead. You weave among the crowd, inhaling rich aromas of spiced incense roasting meats and sweet wine offered by traveling vintners. A notable fact, Nubia's strategic position along the Nile made it a crossroads for exotic imports. Arab traders brought frankincense and silk, while caravans from Central Africa delivered ivory tusks and kola nuts. You can almost hear clinking coins as merchants haggle bits of electrum, bronze rings, even refined gold dust passed palm to palm. Every transaction echoes the kingdom's cosmopolitan reach. Amid this kaleidoscope of commerce, a strange detail catches your eye: a stall draped with vibrant textiles, stamped with motifs of winged serpents and lotus blooms. Its keeper, an elderly woman with silver-threaded braids, explains these are dream cloths, fabrics dyed to influence sleep visions. Woven into the linen are traces of blue lotus petals and crushed mandrake root. Patrons purchase them to drape over pillows, hoping for pleasant dreams. Modern toxicologists debate whether the residual compounds can truly induce slumber or if the effect is purely psychological. Yet merchants swear by their cloth's calming powers. You pause before another merchant selling papyrus scrolls sealed with crocodile skin ties. Unfurling one, you see musical notations for courtly songs alongside recipes for spiced wine. The scribe, a soft-spoken man named Anouk, recites a few bars in a low hum. His voice blends with the bazaar's murmur, creating a lullaby for your wandering mind. You copy a few notes onto scrap papyrus and tuck it into your robe pocket for later reflection. As the sun reaches its zenith, you retreat to a shaded alcove beside a reflecting pool fed by a hidden aqueduct. You settle onto cool marble, dipping your fingers into the water's mirror-like surface. The fountain's gentle burble harmonizes with distant hawk cries and the slap of sandals on packed earth. You sip from a leather flask filled with chilled date wine, its flavor a balance of sweet maturity and subtle acidity. Each swallow cools your throat, a reminder that even in arid realms, nectar thrives through human care. Tonight's thoughtful query arises as you rest. How do everyday crafts, pottery, textiles, papyrus not only reflect a civilization's ingenuity, but also shape its identity? Does the scarab jar's playful design carry as much weight as political treaties? Or do we underestimate such small marvels when writing grand narratives? Let that question settle like dust motes in lamplight as you drift toward evening's quiet. You step out of the barn's warm glow and follow a path strewn with dry straw toward rows of thatched cottages under a pale evening sky. The wind's chill nips at your cheeks, but the thick earthen walls radiate residual warmth. Narrow windows set high block drafts, while 12 16-inch thick straw roofs form insulating caps over timber frames. Each home is a thermal marvel, holding interior temperatures 10-15 degrees warmer than the freezing air beyond. Here's a common historical fact. In the Middle Ages, rural builders used a wattle and daub technique, interlaced wooden poles plastered with a mixture of clay, straw, and dung to create sturdy walls. The clay and straw absorbed daytime moisture and released stored heat at night, keeping interiors comfortable long after the sun dipped below the horizon. You press your palm against the cool, slightly damp wall, feeling it gradually warm beneath your fingers. The scent of fresh earth mingles with a faint trace of mushroom, a comforting aroma linked to centuries of building wisdom. You recall planting wheat and barley and saving stray straw for next season's daub, each stalk a humble ingredient in your home's thermal engine. Inside the heart of the house is a wall-incorporated hearth, a recessed clay oven set into a corner, its flue buried beneath the floor before exiting through a hidden chimney. Flames dance in the niche, glowing orange against rough ceramic tiles edging the opening. Heat soaks into the surrounding earthen mass later, radiating steadily throughout the night, warding off both cold and hunger. An intriguing regional tradition survives in Burgundy. Some villages dug an underground fire pit, lighting logs beneath the floor and covering the pit with wooden planks. When frigid temperatures set in, villagers removed the planks, releasing a wave of warmth through the floorboards. Called the Chamber of Warmth, it occasionally led to mischievous mishaps like children crawling under the boards in fancy dress, then scrambling out once the heat faded. You step onto gently bowed floorboards, each plank snug against its neighbor, minimizing any draft. Shepherds' sheepskin rugs lie beneath your bare feet, the wool's soft nap cradling your toes. The thick pelts trap your body heat, creating a microclimate that feels 10 degrees cozier. You run a hand over the fleece, hearing a faint rustle as if the rug itself sighs with warmth. Windows here lack glass. Instead, small frames are covered with oiled linen, a mix of linseed oil and chalk, smooth, thin to let in muted light while blocking wind. You press a fingertip to the pane and feel a slight give the material's elasticity, protecting you from the outdoors. Occasionally, you catch the soft scent of linseed, comforting like a sip of herbal tea. A little-known detail, in medieval England, some villagers soaked linen in mixtures of wood ash and stale urine, then dried it to create a crude but effective weather vest for windows and, on occasion, for garments. Chronicles recount one snowy winter in 1392 when the Miller family's linen panels kept the storm at bay, allowing them to survive a blizzard that buried nearby homesteads. Your eyes drift upward to low ceiling beams, rough-hewn timbers of local oak and ash. Between them, rope lines stretch across the room, drying lines for clothes in winter and supports for hanging beeswax candles and fish oil lamps. During the cold months, the sweet, smoky aroma of beeswax drifted down, counteracting any lingering chill as you lay on your simple bed. Night deepens, and you glimpse a neighbor's lantern glow through your oiled linen pane. Villagers gather around hearths, sharing news of upcoming sewing, swapping, kindling bundles, and trading tales, like the time old Giles built his own chamber of warmth under his bed and woke covered in hay. Their laughter ripples through the clay walls, reminding you that warmth is as much about community as it is about construction. An academic question lingers: was the wattle and daub method an indigenous European innovation or introduced by Mediterranean traders and Roman engineers? Some scholars point to early examples in Gibraltar that predate Roman expansion, while others highlight unique northern variations suggesting local ingenuity. You let that question float in the hushed room, as comforting as the air warmed by the hearth. Now, as you nestle into your straw mattress on the floor with sheepskins beneath and an oiled linen cover above you, feel the day's chill give way to gentle warmth. The mattress's texture presses softly against your shoulders, the sheepskin contours to your body, and the linen drapes like a protective envelope. Breathe in the earth-scented air tinged with wood smoke, beeswax, and faint linen oil. Let the crackle of embers, the hush of wool-clad footsteps, and the distant laughter carry you towards sleep. Imagine the craft and care woven into each daub-filled wall and every sheepskin rug, and let that knowledge soothe you like a slow song. You step into the crisp morning air, brushing a light layer of frost from your woolen cloak. Beneath your fingers, the fabric's coarse texture feels both familiar and resilient, woven from flax grown in your village fields. The sun peeks over the horizon, its weak light diffused by low-hanging mist. You pull your linen undergarment tighter against your skin, a fine, cool layer that wicks moisture and shields you from chafing. Each garment you add becomes part of a carefully crafted system, trapping pockets of warmth between layers. Here's a basic fact. Medieval peasants relied on layered clothing, starting with linen undergarments closest to the skin topped by woolen smocks and cloaks, to survive biting cold. Linen made from flax fibers breathes and dries quickly, while wool shorn from sheep each spring insulates even when damp. Layering allowed peasants to adjust to changing temperatures, removing a cloak by the hearth and donning it again before venturing back into the chill. You slide your feet into leather-lined boots, the supple hide softened by repeated wear and treated with animal fat to repel moisture. Inside, you tuck in thick woolen stockings dyed a muted brown. The shafts climb halfway up your calves, held in place by braided wool cords. Each step presses the layers together, creating a snug seal that keeps wind and frost at bay. You notice how your ankles, where linen meets wool, feel especially cozy, a testament to centuries of trial and error tailoring. A charming aside survives in local lore. Villagers speak of blooded cloaks, capes, dyed deep red, using iron-rich earth and livestock blood. Reserved for winter rites, these cloaks were believed to ward off evil spirits. Fragments of red-dyed wool found at archaeological digs hint that these ceremonial garments were more than superstition. They connected clothing to communal rituals of protection. You adjust a simple hood, its shape designed to funnel wind away from your face and trap warmth around your neck. Beneath it, you fasten a brooch, an iron pin shaped like a stylized leaf, holding your outer cloak securely across your chest. The brooch's sharp point and metal weight seal the gap between cloak and tunic, keeping drafts out. You admire the craftsmanship. A local blacksmith forged it in a charcoal forge, hammering the iron into shape and engraving subtle notches for grip. Another quirky detail: some peasants line their cloaks with discarded feathers from geese and ducks. Stitched into quilted pockets, these downy bits created an early form of padded garment, long before the gambeson became common. Textile fragments from rural sites include traces of feather quills, showing that resourceful villagers repurposed every material to keep warm. As you walk toward the fields, you feel the crunch of frost-hardened ground underfoot. You pause at the tailor's workshop, where the village seamstress tends a small fire, heating waxed thread over embers to strengthen needlework. Stepping inside, you trade half a loaf of bread for a handful of horn buttons and a pair of feather-lined cuffs. The shop smells of melted wax lanolin and spent tobacco, an odd but comforting combination in the early light. Here's a common historical note: buttons made of bone or horn were luxury items among peasants, often salvaged from old garments or donated by wealthier patrons. Buttonholes were reinforced with tiny leather patches to prevent fraying, a testament to careful mending that extended each layer's lifespan. Clothes were prized possessions, repaired repeatedly until the fabric finally gave out. You kneel before a chest filled with scraps of dyed cloth blues from woad yellows, from chamomile flowers, and ochres from clay-rich soils. The tailor measures a length of wool for a new scarf, cutting it precisely and folding it against your throat. Warm against your skin, the wool carries a faint whiff of fulled oils left over from the cloth softening process, adding a subtle musk that reminds you of sheep penned nearby. A scholarly debate simmers in your mind. Did rural peasants learn spinning and weaving from traveling artisans, or perfect techniques within their families? Some historians point to guild records documenting itinerant weavers teaching villages. Others cite oral traditions of homegrown expertise passed down through generations. Perhaps both stories intertwine, reflecting a blend of formal instruction and domestic ingenuity. You fasten the scarf around your neck, tucking its ends into your outer cloak. The extra layer forms a warm barrier, protecting your chest and throat. from icy gusts. Beneath the cloak, your woolen tunic, a gift from last spring's shearing locks. Warmth close to your body. Every seam and stitch has been tested by a season's wear, mended at least twice, and patched with contrasting fabric where shoulders rub. Venturing outside again, you follow a narrow path toward the communal hall, where neighbors gather before sunrise to share porridge and stoke the central hearth. You pass a small child, barely 3 winters old, bundled in miniature layers of wool and linen on a parent's back. The child's eyes sparkle beneath a padded hood, and cheeks glow pink reminders that these layering strategies serve every member of the community. Inside the hall, the hearth crackles, sending waves of heat across flagstone floors. You remove your boots, setting them by the door to soak up warmth. Villagers sit on benches, their layered garments, tunics, cloaks, scarves, forming a patchwork of earth tones. The air is thick with the scent of oat-sweetened porridge and the smoky tang of pine boughs strewn over rafters to ward off pests and lingering spirits. Another unusual practice, some villages soaked woolen garments in a mild brew of heather and fern, then hung them to dry overnight, believing the herbal infusion deterred lice and repelled chill. Fern spores found in wool samples from rural sites support this custom, showing that medieval peasants discovered practical benefits in herbal treatments. You stand and sip, steaming porridge tasting nutty oats and a hint of honey, a rare luxury. You wrap your arms around the bowl, feeling warmth seep through your layers. Each breath feels less sharp now. Food, clothing, and communal warmth steady your shivering shoulders. Suggestion: consider varying sentence length to enhance rhythm. Mix a few shorter, punchy sentences with longer, descriptive ones for greater impact. You leave the communal hall as dusk settles the sky, a deep indigo laced with pale stars. Each breath sends a small cloud of vapor into the cool air. Your path winds past hedgerows stripped bare by foragers, their skeletal branches creaking in a rising breeze. You pause at the threshold of the livestock shelter, an essential outbuilding tucked close to the home, its thick walls constructed from the same wattle and daub that keep your family warm. Here's a well-known fact. Medieval peasants often built animal pens directly adjacent to their homes, so the body heat from livestock, pig, sheep, and a few hardy goats helped raise the overall temperature of the nearby living spaces. In harsh winters, the animals' warmth could make the difference between a bearable night and frozen misery. You step inside the dimly lit pen, lantern in hand. The sweet scent of hay and animal breath mingles with the chilly odor of damp earth. A woolly sheep lifts its head from a leafy mash, ears perking at your approach, while piglets huddle under their mother's bulk. You feel the gentle heat radiating through the rough wooden slats. Your chilled fingers warm instantly when pressed to a beam where a sow has curled up against it. A quirky aside survives in oral tradition. Some villages decorated the stalls with bundles of aromatic herbs, mugwort, rosemary, and mint, believing the scents would strengthen animal health and, by extension, provide richer meat and wool. Archaeologists have uncovered herb residues in pen flooring at several sites, suggesting this was more than superstition. It was an early form of veterinary aromatherapy. You stroke the coarse wool of the nearest sheep, marveling at how its fibers trap pockets of air like tiny insulators. The fleece feels surprisingly warm even under that dull lantern glow. You imagine a peasant family dividing the shearing's bounty wool for heavy cloaks, worsted yarn for socks, and coarser bits mixed into thatch to further insulate roofs. Exiting the pen, you notice a small trough of warm water, an improvised heater, where leftover bath water from the house was poured each evening. The water's surface releases soft steam, and a faint tang of soap lingers on your fingertips when you run them through. This recycled bath water not only saved fuel, but offered a warm spot for animals to nuzzle, boosting their comfort and health. You continue across the yard to a lean-to, sheltering stacks of chopped wood. The logs are sorted by species: ash for quick ignitions, oak for long, steady burns, and beech for high heat, cooking fires. A sharpened pole rests nearby, used to split each log while still slightly green, making the wood burn more evenly in the hearth. An interesting practical detail: before splitting, peasants sometimes soaked logs in a shallow pond for a day, then dried them in the sun to leach out excessive sap and reduce smoke. Evidence of submerged wood found in medieval village water troughs indicates this technique was fairly widespread, a testament to their careful attention to both warmth and indoor air quality. Above you, the lean-to's rafters support a patchwork tarp of animal hides left over after butchering season. The hides are treated with oils and stretched taut, providing extra roofing protection when thatch thins under wind or snow. When rain or snow fell, the hide's oily surfaces shed moisture, keeping the wood dry and the firewood ready to use. Turning toward the main dwelling, you pass a cluster of barrels. One holds steeping oats for animal feed. Another contains a vinegar brew, meant both for preserving meat and for cleaning pots, without needing fresh water every time. You tap the ridged side of the vinegar barrel and hear a hollow thud, reminding you of the ever-present balance between scarcity and invention. Inside your home again, the hearth fire still glows low. You ruffle a handful of straw from the mattress and ease yourself down, bringing your feet close to the embers. A kettle of spiced cider simmers beside the hearth, sending cinnamon and clove steam into the room. You wrap a woolen blanket tighter around your shoulders, the coarse weave pressing lightly against your neck. A lesser-known custom in some regions, families placed a bowl of cider near the hearth overnight, so its gentle fumes could neutralize any lingering household odors and provide a comforting scent by morning. Traces of fermented apple residue found in pottery shards support this practice, hinting at a medieval form of ambient air freshening. Despite the day's labors, you feel a calm contentment as you sip the warm cider. The gentle clink of clay mugs and the crackle of logs blend with the distant hoot of an owl. You gaze at the low ceiling beams where a few smoked fish hang, to dry each one slowly, curing in the house's gentle heat, ready to be eaten or bartered when supply wagons delay. Tonight's reflective question drifts into your mind. We often think of warmth as something we generate, but here you've seen how it's shared between people, animals, even herbs and hides. Did these subtle exchanges of heat shape not just survival, but a deeper sense of interdependence in medieval villages? Or is it simply practical necessity shining through? With your cider finished, you extinguish the lantern and settle into the straw bed. The last flicker of the fire whispers its farewell as darkness wraps around you. Feel the steady warmth from the animals just beyond the wall, the faint hiss of drying wood, and the soft echo of cider's spice in your senses. As you drift toward sleep, carry these images with you: the gentle heat from huddled livestock, the herbal bundles in the pen, the steaming bath water trough, and the patched hides above you. Let the intertwined warmth of home hearth and herd guide you into dreams of soft light and shared comfort. You step into the heart of the farmhouse kitchen, where the evening chill meets its match in the warm glow of the built-in oven hearth. The air is rich with the scent of burning hardwood and simmering broth, soft plumes of steam rising from a low iron cauldron. Your fingers linger on the rim of the oven's clay mouth, its curved arch framed by rough-hewn stones darkened by countless fires. This extraordinary feature, the muffled oven, is tucked into the wall, its flue winding invisibly through the thick daub and timber before exiting high above the roof. Here's a solid historical fact. Medieval peasants in colder regions employed this wall-embedded oven, sometimes called a muffled or beehive oven, to radiate heat evenly throughout the kitchen. They would stoke the fire until the interior bricks glowed, then seal the oven's door with a clay plug. The residual heat baked bread, dried herbs, and warmed the room long after the flames had died. You light a small candle and trace its flame along the kitchen walls, watching shadows ripple against pots hanging from iron hooks. You wedge a poker into the oven door and ease out the clay plug with a soft crack. A wave of gentle warmth washes over you, scented with caramelized grain and wood smoke. Inside, loaves of coarse rye bread and flat oatcakes rest on the hot brick floor, their crusts crackling softly as you slide them onto a wooden peel. A quirky aside comes to mind. In some villages, bakers would press wildflower petals, pansies, violets, and daisies onto the tops of bread before baking. The faint floral imprint remained a delicate reminder of spring, even in the depth of winter. Archaeologists have found charred bread fragments bearing tiny petal impressions, suggesting that this simple practice brightened both bread and spirits during long, dark months. You turn your attention back to the kitchen's broader warmth. Beside the oven, a long cushioned bench is built into the wall, its stone seat heated by the oven's core. Villagers gathered here to knead dough-mend clothes or cradle infants, sharing the bench's gentle radiance like a communal hearth. You press your palm against its smooth surface, feeling the slow pulse of stored heat, a comforting counterpoint to the kitchen's drafty doorway. Steam rises from a pot of cabbage stew bubbling on the hearth's open fire. The broth simmers with salted pork, smoked onions, and a handful of barley. You lift the lid and inhale the tang of fermented cabbage softened by slow cooking. Each spoonful will be both meal and medicine, sustaining bones chilled by work in frozen fields and wards against winter's ailments. Another intriguing detail: peasants often line their stew pots with strips of birch bark before the fire touched the metal, believing the bark infused the broth with subtle tannins that prevented spoilage when reheated the next day. Though botanists question whether the tannins had significant preservative power, microscopic fragments of bark found in medieval pottery ovens suggest the practice was widespread. Your gaze drifts to the kitchen's far corner, where a narrow corridor leads to the root cellar. A simple wooden door insulated with straw stands ajar, revealing rows of wooden racks laden with turnips, carrots, and pale parsnips, all stored without spoilage through the oven's lingering warmth. The cellar's earthen floor stays just above freezing, preventing root vegetables from softening, but protecting them from the kitchen's cozy heat. In the middle of the kitchen, children gambol around a low table set with wooden bowls of porridge and cheese. Their laughter rings clear as they chase one another, coats swirling and boots thumping on the stone slabs. You pick up a bowl of warm porridge, sweetened with a drizzle of honey, the last gift from a neighbor's hives. The oatmeal's gentle thickness and honey's soft sweetness settle in your stomach, dovetailing perfectly with the oven's residual warmth. A common medieval note, honey was one of the few sweeteners available to peasants, and it served not just culinary, but medicinal purposes. People mixed it with ground herbs mugwort for digestion, thyme for coughs, creating simple remedies they stored in the oven's gentle heat to thicken and keep. From your vantage, you see smoke curling up the kitchen's central chimney, the oven's hidden flue silent beside it. Two elderly villagers sit on the heated bench, the oven's warmth softening their stooped shoulders. They exchange quiet news predictions of a harsher frost, plans to trade oats for cheese, and memories of winter festivals long past. You notice how their voices hushed and slow blend with the kitchen's ambient heat, creating a lullaby of community care. A thoughtful academic question drifts in. Did the muffled oven's design travel from castle kitchens down to peasant cottages, or did rural craftsmen innovate it independently? Some historians point to large stone ovens in monastic granges, influencing village techniques, while others highlight small-scale versions discovered in isolated hamlets, predating any documented monastic influence. The debate shimmers like heat over frozen ground, uncertain but vital to our understanding of medieval ingenuity. A soft breeze stirs at the open doorway, carrying the clatter of night animals in the courtyard, the low murmur of pigs, settling the soft coo of a barn owl perched on a beam, and the distant chime of iron wheels on a wagon delivered moments ago. You watch a lantern's flicker as a farmer returns with more firewood, placing it carefully in a rack beside the hearth, so the oven's warmth will boost kindling's readiness for tomorrow's baking. You settle on the bench yourself, pulling your cloak tighter around your shoulders. The oven's warmth seeps through your back, pooling in your lower ribs and easing the day's tension. A steaming bowl of stew is handed to you. Its heat travels through your hands and into your core, merging with the bench's heat to form a gentle cocoon. Tonight's reflective question whispers through your mind. We often revere grand castles and market towns as centers of innovation. But how many humble hamlets developed refined and transmitted essential technologies like the muffled oven? Did these household inventions shape societies as much as any edict, or have they slipped too quietly into the background of history, warmed only by the hearth's glow? As the kettle sings a soft whistle, you rise and stir the coals in the hearth, ensuring tomorrow's baking fire will catch quickly. You close the root cellar door, let the oven's plug settle back into place, and stand for a moment in the kitchen's warm heart, surrounded by simmering pots, glowing stone, and the soft chorus of shared tasks. Finally, you extinguish your candle, leaving only the hearth fire and oven's residual glow to light the kitchen. You gather your bowl and return to the heated bench, tucking your legs beneath you and letting gratitude fill your senses. Gratitude for wood and stone, bread and honey, and the quiet brilliance of a hearth that holds heat long after the flames have died. Let the image of that muffled oven, its tucked-away flue, and the gentle drum of stored warmth guide you into sleep. Feel the stone's residual heat against your back, the steam's soft hiss, and the hush of a village's heartbeat beneath your feet. Drift with the knowledge that even the simplest ingenuity can banish the coldest night. As the last embers in the hearth settle into a gentle glow, you rise and step toward the kitchen spice rack, an unassuming wooden shelf scarred by countless spoon scoops and ragged finger smudges. The shelves hold small earthenware jars labeled in rough script, ginger, cinnamon, clove, and mint. A chipped pottery mug waits beside a warming pan over the dying fire, its curved handle worn smooth from years of use. You gather your ingredients with deliberate care, the cool air carrying whispers of smoke and wood ash. Here's a familiar fact. Medieval peasants turned to hot drinks not just for flavor, but as essential medicine against the biting cold. They brewed spiced ales and herbal infusions that warmed the body from the inside out, leveraging spices once considered luxuries. Ginger from distant lands, cinnamon traded along caravan routes, and mint for its soothing aroma. You scoop a generous pinch of crushed ginger root into the pan, its pale fibers releasing a sharp peppery scent as they meet the heat. A soft hiss arises when you pour in cool well water steam, coiling upward like lazy dancers. You add a sprinkle of cinnamon bark and a pinch of cloves, the mixture blooming into a tapestry of spicy perfume. The pan's warmth radiates through the mug beneath, making its clay sides glow softly in your hands. A charming aside drifts to your mind. In some villages, residents believed that adding a twist of lemon rind, imported only when merchants passed through, could ward off the winter sweatbouts of chills followed by fever, blamed on malevolent spirits. While the acidity of citrus likely had little real effect on medieval frostbite, fragments of sour orange peel have been found in cooking vessels, suggesting that peasants embraced such remedies with hopeful zeal. As the liquid simmers, you stir with a carved wooden spoon, its bowl darkened by years of steeping tannic brews. You measure out a handful of fresh mint leaves from a clay jar nearby, those crisp green sprigs still carrying a faint sweet dew. You press them between your palms, releasing mint's cool menthol flash, then toss them into the pot. The steam shifts, now layered with ginger's bite, cinnamon's warmth, and mint's clean finish, a soft chorus of fragrances that draws you in. Meanwhile, you dip another mug into a barrel of ale kept near the hearth. The amber liquid sloshes as you lift it, tiny bubbles hugging the rim. A known practice, medieval households often reserved a separate small ale for the elderly and infirm, lower in alcohol, and brewed with extra honey and herbs to quicken the blood and ease the bones. You pour a measure into your warming pan, watching the golden foam meld with the mulling spices. A lesser-known detail emerges. Some families swore by adding a pinch of crushed caraway seed to their hot ale, believing its licorice-like flavor soothed coughs and aided digestion. Archaeobotanists have discovered caraway remnants in medieval hearth sites, indicating that peasants experimented freely with household herbs to customize their winter brews. You lift the pan from the fire, setting it on a trivet of interlocked stones. The room fills with a gentle fog of steam, each swirl inviting a deeper breath. You cradle the first mug in both hands, feeling its warmth seep into your palms. The pottery's inner glaze is slightly rough coppers. Mined from local bogs gave it a matte finish that holds heat longer. You draw the mug to your lips and sip slowly, letting the spicy brew slide down your throat like liquid comfort. The ginger's tingle wakes your senses, cinnamon's sweetness follows, and mint's cool afterglow lingers, smoothing away the harsh edges of cold. From the corner of your eye, you spot the honey pot, a tapered jar sealed with a strip of linen cloth. You dip a wooden honey stick into the thick amber, watching drips elongate before falling into the steaming mug. The addition deepens the hue and softens the spice, turning the brew into a golden elixir that promises both warmth and solace. Here's an open question for historians. To what extent did peasants share these recipes through formal exchange market stalls, traveling tinkers, or itinerant healers, versus passing them down solely within family lines? Some records hint at drink makers licensed by local lords to supply villages, while others describe secret recipes guarded by matriarchs and whispered only at hearthside. Did knowledge of mulled ale spread like wildfire across regions, or did each hamlet cultivate its own distinctive blend? As the spiced ale cools in your mug, you fetch a handful of dried chamomile flowers and a stick of licorice root from another shelf. You transfer the remaining liquid to a small teapot, then add the chamomile and licorice plants prized for their gentle sedative properties. Chamomile's soft apple-like aroma mingles with licorice's faint sweetness, offering a calmer counterpoint to the fiery ginger blend. A delightful anecdote surfaces in some winter markets. Children traded small tokens, woven straw charms, or carved bone figurines in exchange for a taste of these soothing herbal tisanes. While adults favored the stronger mulling ales, children sipped chamomile licorice brews around a low table, their giggles dancing above the hiss of steam. Tiny cups excavated at market sites often bear scorch marks around the rims, evidence of eager tongues testing each new flavor. You pour the herbal infusion into a separate mug, its pale amber surface reflecting candlelight. Balancing both mugs, you return to the heated bench by the hearth, setting one on a wooden coaster carved from an old wine barrel. The contrast is striking. One mug brims with the warm fire of ginger ale, the other a soothing lull of flowers and root. You sit lifting the herbal brew first, letting its mild sweetness and gentle warmth unravel any tension still lingering in your shoulders. A soft crackle from the embers underscores your thoughts. How did these hot drinks shape social rituals? Did peasants gather nightly around communal benches to sip mulled ales in unison, sharing tales of the day and forging bonds over steam and spice? Or were these beverages reserved for private solace, their recipes tucked into the hush of domestic life, a secret comfort against winter's solitude? You close your eyes, inhaling chamomile's mellow haze, then take a slow swallow. The tea flows over your tongue, its floral notes weaving a lightweight blanket across your mind. You follow with a sip of spiced ale, tasting the robust spike of ginger and the honey's mellow embrace. The dual sensations, one invigorating, one calming riff in harmony, coaxing both alertness and gentle relaxation. As the night deepens, you set aside the ginger ale mug and cradle the chamomile mug in both hands. You let its warmth pool in your palms, noticing how the heat seeps into your fingers' creases and travels toward your heart. A final pinch of powdered nutmeg sprinkled atop the tea adds a soft spice that seems to whisper, "Rest now." Tonight's reflective question drifts on the fragrant steam. Do the simplest comforts, a warm cup in your hands, the aroma of spices, carry as much power over our well-being as any grand remedy? In a world without modern heating or medicine, did these humble hot drinks become the foundation of both physical resilience and emotional solace? You finish the chamomile infusion, feeling the drowsy calm settle into your limbs. The hearth's glow dims as you lift the mug away, leaving only its lingering warmth in your palms. You push yourself up, placing both mugs gently on a small side table, and stand to stretch, enjoying the slow ease of well-heated muscles. Turning toward the sleeping quarters, you cast one last glance at the empty mugs, steamless, now their promise fulfilled. The kitchen's spice-scented air trails behind you like a warm shawl as you step through the doorway, ready to drift into dreams, warmed by memory and spice. You tread carefully through knee-deep snow toward the village green, where a ring of torches ushers you into the heart of the winter festival. The crisp air crackles with anticipation, carrying scents of pine boughs, roasting chestnuts, and spiced mead warmed by portable braziers. In the center, a tall fir stands strung with simple decorations, woven straw stars, clusters of red berries, and hand-carved wooden figurines depicting farm animals in joyful dance. A well-known historical fact. Medieval peasants celebrated midwinter with communal gatherings that blended Christian and pre-Christian customs. On Christmas Eve, villagers lit torches around an evergreen Yule tree, echoing ancient tree worship traditions while also honoring the Nativity with an improvised altar of driftwood and evergreen sprigs. This fusion of beliefs created a festival that both warmed cold nights and reinforced shared faith. As you step into the circle of torchlight, you see elders handing out long wooden platters heaped with roasted chestnuts, sweetened turnips, and honey-drizzled apples. You accept a warm chestnut, its shell cracked by a deft thumb, and cradle it in your mittened hands. The nut's sweet warmth explodes on your tongue, offering a sharp contrast to the icy wind whipping around your cheeks. Nearby, a group of children pound drumheads made from stretched goat hide, their rhythmic beat matching the steady crunch of boots on packed snow. You join in, lightly tapping the edge of a drum with a knotted stick, feeling the resonance through your fingertips. Music and movement invite everyone to dance around the tree, stamping feet and swinging arms to chase away winter's gloom. A quirky aside from folklore, some villages believed that if you danced around the Yule tree without stopping until the fires burned low, you'd ensure a bountiful harvest the following year. Records describe villagers tripping in the snow, hooting with laughter as they wrapped their arms around each other to keep going. You almost stumble yourself, swept by the collective energy and the drum's insistent pulse. At one side of the green, a makeshift long table groans under clay mugs of spiced mead, a drink concocted from fermented honey water, and a pinch of crushed juniper berries. You lift a mug to your lips and draw in the warm, honeyed vapors before sipping. The mead's smooth sweetness coats your throat, followed by a faint, piney tang. A common practice, families brewed their own mead reserves during summer's flower-rich days, then shared the barrels at winter feasts to strengthen bonds and warm bellies. You wander to another corner, where villagers clad in furs and woolen cloaks reenact the ancient harrowing of the deep midwinter. One masked figure, representing the wild man of winter, stalks the perimeter, carrying a spray of holly and ivy. When he approaches, players, dressed as farmers, offer small gifts, bunches of greenery, or woven corn dollies to appease his cold-hearted spirit. If the wild man nods, he sprinkles a handful of evergreen needles over them for good luck. If he frowns, he swats gently with his holly branch, a playful reminder that winter's hardships are never far away. A lesser-known detail: some chronicles mention that the holly used in these pageants was plucked before sunrise on the winter solstice, believed to hold extra protective power against misfortune. Traces of holly leaves have been found mixed in with hearth ashes at village sites, suggesting that after the festival, people burned the used branches as a final ritual to seal the year's blessings. Your breath rises in clouds as you move back to the central fire pit, where elder women ladle bowls of leek and barley soup. Each steaming bowl carries the earthy aroma of root vegetables and smoky bacon fat. You accept one and press its rim between gloved fingers before sipping. The broth's gentle warmth spreads from your lips down to your chest, comforting you like a familiar lullaby. Meanwhile, storytellers step forward to recite legends of St. Nicholas, visiting poor households, leaving small coins and shoes hung by the hearth. Children crowd around, eyes wide, as the speaker describes how the saint's generosity inspired each family to share what little they had, be it extra loaves of bread or woolen mittens. You notice parents slip small gifts of nuts and dried fruit into boots lined along a barn wall, continuing the tradition in practical, heartfelt fashion. An academic debate warms the sidelines. Did the figure of St. Nicholas evolve directly from the Bishop of Myra? Or was he syncretized with regional gift-bringing spirits such as the Germanic Odin or Norse Yule lads? Folklorists point to 12th century hagiographies and earlier sagas, but consensus remains elusive. You listen to both sides with a mug cradled in your hands, letting the question float in the festival air. As night deepens, torches burn lower, and the crowd's chatter softens into murmurs. You notice couples strolling hand in hand toward the small chapel at the edge of the green, its doorway lit by torchlight and garlanded with evergreen swags. Through the open door, you hear a choir of villagers singing gentle carols in Latin and Old English voices weaving above the hush of snowfall. The music's ethereal quality envelopes you, a serene counterpoint to the festival's earthy revelry. You pause at the doorway, the icy wind pressing against the chapel's threshold. Inside, candlelight flickers off wooden pews and the simple altar decorated with holly ivy, and a small manger scene carved from local oak. The combination of scent, burning beeswax, pine, and cold stone creates a sensory tapestry that calms your heartbeat and quiets restless thoughts. A common tidbit among liturgical scholars, the selection of carols often included Wexford Carol and In Dulci Jubilo, blending older folk tunes with emerging ecclesiastical settings. Manuscripts discovered in rural monasteries contain marginal notes, indicating that peasants contributed verses in their own dialects, embedding local flavor into sacred music. When the caroling ends, the congregation steps back into the open air, welcomed by a final offering of honey cakes dusted with cinnamon and cloves. You take one, its crisp edge giving way to a dense, sweet interior that melts on your tongue. With each bite, the warmth of the fire pit flares anew, and you wrap your cloak tighter around your shoulders, savoring the festival's last comforts. Tonight's reflective question drifts like snowflakes on the torchlit air. Do festivals that balance celebration and ritual feeding, both body and spirit, nurture community more deeply than everyday routines? In these moments of shared laughter, song, and simple gifts, does ordinary life transform into something richer, or does the magic lie in the continuity of tradition itself? With the final embers flickering low, you turn away from the Yule tree, its straw stars glowing softly in your memory. Your boots crunch over snowdrifts as you make your way home, carrying a bowl of soup and a handful of holly sprigs. Let the echo of drums, the hush of carols, and the warmth of shared feast guide you into dreams where community and comfort intertwine. You awake before dawn, the air inside your cottage still thick with the warmth retained by the muffled oven. A faint orange glow seeps from the clay plug in its door, reminding you that last night's fire still hums with residual heat. You wrap a woolen shawl around your shoulders, its soft fibers pressing comfortingly against your skin, and step outside into a world hushed by frost. The ground crunches beneath your boots as you cross the yard toward the smokehouse, where thick plumes spiral into the pale sky. Here's a common medieval truth. Peasants used smokehouses not only to flavor meat, but to preserve it through frigid months. Walls of green oak boards held in place by wooden pegs enclosed racks of salted pork and jerky. A low fire of smoldering beechwood sent cool smoke drifting around the meat, infusing it with preservative phenols while keeping it from freezing solid. You open the smokehouse door gently. The scent of wood smoke and cured flesh greets you, a deep, savory aroma that promises sustenance on the coldest days. You slide aside a rack to retrieve a slab of salted bacon still taut and glistening. Its weight surprises you. You'd forgotten how dense the smoky cure made it. You tuck the bacon under your arm, its heft a reminder of careful winter planning. A little-known detail in some regions, villagers added sprigs of juniper and bay leaves to their smoke fires, believing the aromatic resins deterred pests and lent the meat subtle herbal notes. Archaeological digs at rural sites have uncovered charred juniper cones inside smokehouses, evidence that this practice wasn't just lore, but an intentional flavoring technique. As you close the door, you notice the village well's bucket handle frosted over. You grasp it and lower the bucket into the icy water, feeling the cold seep through your leather gloves. Old wells sometimes froze at the surface, but deeper down, the water remained liquid. You haul the bucket up, beads of water cracking off in tiny shards, and carry it back to the hearth's kettle to begin today's cooking. Inside the kitchen, you seize a cleaver and slice a few strips of smoked bacon into an iron skillet. The fat renders quickly, hissing as it meets the cold metal. You toss in a handful of pearl barley and broken beans from last season's harvest, stirring until each glossy grain is coated in smoky fat. You add measured scoops of well water enough to cover the ingredients, then a sprig of rosemary for its citrus pine warmth. A common practice, peasants grew hardy herbs like rosemary and sage in sunlit windowsills, their strong scents masking any faint gaminess in preserved meats. You set the skillet over the oven's low flame, where residual heat warms it gently without burning. While the porridge simmers, you fetch eggs from the hen house. The straw-lined nests glow amber in the morning light, filtering through the slats. Only a few hens are laying in winter, but each egg is cherished. You carry one back to the kitchen, cracking its shell against the skillet's edge and sliding the yolk into the bubbling grains. The egg poaches softly in the fragrant broth, its golden center a sumptuous contrast to the hearty barley. A quirky aside, a 14th century household inventory lists 24 eggs preserved in clay and ash, suggesting that peasants sometimes stored extra eggs by burying them in ash pits. A rudimentary but effective preservation method in times of surplus. As the porridge thickens, you stir in a spoonful of crushed chestnuts from last night's feast and a drizzle of honey. The honey liquefies into threads of sweetness, looping through the mixture. You taste a small spoonful. The blend is smoky, nutty, and sweet, a layered symphony of winter flavors that warms your chest and brightens your spirits. With breakfast ready, you step outside again, bowl in hand, to feed the barn cats huddled near the stable door. Their fur bristles against the wind as they purr gratefully, lapping the porridge's savory sweet liquid. Nearby, you scatter handfuls of grain for the chickens pecking through sparse snow patches. The simple ritual feeding animals before yourself feels like an unspoken pact, care for others, and you too will find care when needed. After breakfast, you gather tools for the day's work: an iron axe for splitting wood, a leather satchel for foraged herbs, and a small waxed notebook where you record your harvests and observations. By noon, you trudge toward the frozen forest fringe, the sun now low but bright. Branches overhead crackle under a dusting of snow, and each step releases the scent of pine resin. A known fact: medieval foragers braved winter woods to collect firewood, wild herbs, nuts, and mushrooms hidden under snow. They carried woven baskets lined with straw, cushioning delicate finds and insulating them against frostbite. You empty your satchel of fresh rosemary and mint and tuck in handfuls of juniper berries spotted along the path, both flavor enhancers and medicinal agents against winter coughs. Your path brings you to a shallow, frozen stream. You break through the ice with a stout branch and dip a water flask inside. The cold water splashes against your palms, shocking yet invigorating. You sip a mouthful, its crisp clarity, a reminder of wilderness purity. A scholar's question surfaces: did medieval foragers follow specific rituals, songs, prayers, or talismans to ensure safe passage and abundant gathering? Some manuscripts hint at protective charms inscribed on willow wands carried through woods, though evidence remains scant. You pause by the stream's edge, tracing patterns in the ice, listening to the half-muted flow beneath your feet, and let the mystery linger. By mid-afternoon, you return home with your forage bounty. You stoke the oven fire anew, adding oak splits reserved for cooking and letting the hearth's warmth seep back into the kitchen. You hang rosemary bundles above the hearth to dry, knowing their scent will perfume stews and teas for days to come. Standing by the hearth, you take a moment's reflection. Survival in winter is a tapestry woven from preservation, layering, ritual, and ingenuity. From smokehouses perfumed with juniper to foraging forests for hidden herbs, each small act sustains both body and soul. You inhale the combined scents of smoke herb and wood ash, the essence of a medieval winter's day. As dusk approaches, you prepare for evening chores. You fill lanterns with animal fat for stable lamps and lay fresh straw in animal stalls for nighttime warmth. You pause by the smokehouse once more, offering thanks for its bounty, and trace your fingers over its weathered boards, acknowledging the quiet contrasts of cold outside and care within. Gently, you close the cottage door behind you, stepping into the amber glow of the hearth. Let the taste of smoky porridge, the peace of foraged herbs, and the comfort of home's warmth carry you into tonight's dreams. You wake to a pale pink dawn filtering through your oiled linen window, the cottage warmed by last night's hearth embers. A hush hangs in the air as you step outside the ground, still frosted silver. Your destination this morning is the communal granary, a stout stone building tucked beside the village green, its thick walls promising safety for the season's scant grain stores. Here's a common medieval fact. Peasants pooled grain reserves in shared granaries to hedge against a failed harvest. Each household contributed a portion of its yield, wheat, barley, oats, and in return could draw from the store when their own fields ran low or when winter's demands grew harshest. You cross the yard, boots crunching on frost-hardened earth, and push open the granary's heavy oak door. Inside, golden sacks line the smooth stone floor marked in charcoal with tally symbols indicating each family's share. The sweet, weedy scent is inviting, yet you know that even this carefully guarded bounty must be rationed. A curious aside, some villages stored grain in burlap sacks, treated with crushed bay leaves or dried tansy to repel weevils and moths. Excavations of medieval granaries have uncovered traces of these botanicals, proof that peasants experimented with natural pest control long before modern chemistry existed. You select a single sack labeled with your household's mark and heft it onto your shoulder. The weight shifts the fleece cloak on your back, reminding you of the layers you've chosen for today's work: linen undergarment, woolen tunic, padded jerkin, and a thick wool cloak tied at the waist. Each layer traps warmth and allows you to adjust to the granary's cool interior and the cold outside. Outside, you kneel by a small fire pit where villagers mill grain on hand-powered querns. Two strong arms turn the upper millstone, grinding wheat into coarse flour. You add a handful of barley to the process, watching pale dust swirl like early snowfall before settling into a wooden trough. The rhythmic clack of stone on stone echoes through the granary's archways. A little-known detail: some quern stones were carved with subtle ridges and concentric circles to channel freshly ground flour into collection grooves. This innovation reduced wastage and made sieving easier, an elegant solution discovered by resourceful milling families. With your share ground, you scoop flour into a leather satchel lined with canvas. The satchel's drawstrings cinch tight, keeping dust from escaping. You wipe your hands on your jerkin's cuff, then pass by the courtyard's communal oven to warm your feet on its residual heat before continuing on errands. Your next stop is the village apothecary, a simple wood and plaster hut where the wise woman tends tinctures, oils, and remedies. You enter through a low doorway, bowing your head to avoid brushing dusty rafters. Shelves groan under glass vials and dried herb bundles hung from ceiling beams, lavender, yarrow, rose hips, and marshmallow root. A well-documented practice: medieval healers sourced local herbs for common ailments: lavender for headaches, yarrow for bleeding, and rose hips rich in vitamin C to stave off scurvy during long winters. Today, you seek a small vial of comfrey oil to soothe your stiff shoulders after grain milling. The apothecary, known to villagers as Old Marin, fills the vial, sealing it with a ribbon of beeswax. She presses it into your hands with a knowing smile, reminding you to apply it before sleep for best benefit. An academic debate simmers in the background. Did medieval apothecaries rely strictly on Galenic texts imported from monasteries? Or did they blend classical knowledge with local folk remedies passed down orally? Some manuscripts suggest formal training, while other records praise wild wisdom secret to village women. Leaving the apothecary, you pause to pet the tabby cat curled on a sunlit doorstep. Its fur bristles as it stretches, then purrs when you scratch behind its ears. Village cats served a vital role keeping granaries and kitchens free of mice and rats, another layer of protection for villagers' precious stores. Your final task before midday is delivering flour and medicinal oil to your neighbors who cannot venture out. You knock gently on half-timbered doors, the aroma of wood smoke greeting you. Children peek from behind coats excited by the promise of fresh bread this evening, while elders welcome the warmth of oil massage. A thoughtful question for reflection: how did the interdependence of grain milling, pest control, and domestic remedies shape the social fabric of medieval villages? Were these routines merely tasks for survival, or did they foster a deeper network of mutual care and shared knowledge? With your errands complete, you return home, carrying an empty satchel and a heart warmed by community. You stoke the oven's dying embers and prepare to knead dough for evening bread, mindful that today's toil ensures tomorrow's nourishment. You slip through the low doorway of old Bram's cottage. The air inside is rich with the smoky tang of herbal bundles hanging from ceiling beams. Birch brooms lean against rough plastered walls, and clay pots squat in corners, their lids sealed with beeswax. Bram, once the village miller's stout son, now serves as the community's reluctant healer, patching wounds, brewing herbal balms, and offering whispered comfort to the ailing. His hands, calloused from grain milling, now measure out delicate doses of tinctures and poultices. A common medieval truth in villages far from monasteries or royal courts, untrained wise men or wise women often became de facto healers. They relied on local herbs, chamomile for inflammation, plantain leaves for wounds, and willow bark brewed into tea for pain relief, blending practical observation with scraps of Galenic theory passed along in hushed tones. Tonight, Bram's task is to treat young Rosamond's fevered brow. You follow him to a narrow alcove where a clay bowl of steaming water waits laced with sprigs of lavender and thyme. Steam coils upward, carrying floral sweetness and herbal warmth that instantly softens the chill clinging to your bones. Bram tears a few strips of coarse linen and dips them into the fragrant water, then gently presses a damp cloth to the girl's forehead. Her eyelids flutter as she breathes in the soothing aroma. Here's an unexpected tidbit. Some folk healers believed that adding a thread of silver shaped into a thin wire to poultice mixtures enhanced their healing power based on the metal's presumed purity. Archaeologists have unearthed small snippets of silver wire at rural infirmary sites, suggesting that peasants may have followed this practice despite its uncertain efficacy. As Bram murmurs a low chant, part prayer, part memory, of whispered local recitations, you notice how his voice, gravelly yet calm, weaves through the room like a lullaby. The queasy tension in your shoulders eases, replaced by the reassurance of ritual. Bram's sharp eyes watch for any sign of relief, a slower pulse, eased breathing, or the soft pressing of Rosamond's lips as the fever dulls. Behind Bram's back, small glass vials glint on a shelf, each labeled in his uneven script, St. John's Wort Comfrey Salve Meadow Sweet Decoction. You recognize the names St. John's Wort for burns and bruises, comfrey for bone-mending, meadow sweet for aches and fever. A well-documented practice, medieval herbalists categorized plants by signatures, a doctrine suggesting that a plant's appearance or scent indicated its use. So plantain's tear-shaped leaves healed cuts, and meadow sweet's aspirin-like effect eased pain, Turning to a mortar and pestle, Bram grinds dried plantain leaves into a fine powder, then stirs in warmed animal fat, rendered from last season's pork. The scent is earthy and rich, promising moisture retention and germ protection when applied to scraped knees, a simple emollient born of necessity and ingenuity. A quirky anecdote floats to your mind. Bram once tried to treat a villager's chronic cough by teaching him to howl like a wolf under the full moon, believing the vibrations would shake loose phlegm. Although the practice offered scant medicinal value, the man reported better sleep likely due to distraction, demonstrating how folk remedies often blended folklore with practical benefit. You move to assist Bram by fanning a lamp's flame higher, revealing the cottage's motley array of implements: glass retorts for distillation, ceramic alembics, dark with years of use, and wooden spatulas carved from elderwood. Each tool bears its own patina of soot or herb residue, testament to Bram's tireless efforts and the cottage's role as a sanctuary for every suffering soul in the parish. A pressing scholarly question emerges: did rural healers like Bram rely more on written herbals, often crudely copied by local literate villagers, or on oral traditions passed down through generations? Surviving manuscripts from monastic scriptorius reserved elaborate illustrations and Latin descriptions, while village copies contained only abbreviated vernacular notes. The debate rages: was written knowledge as influential at ground level as word-of-mouth genius born of watching fields and firesides? Night deepens as Bram applies a fresh layer of plantain salve to Rosamond's wrist, wrapping it with a strip of clean linen. He then dips a quill into a small vial of lavender oil and paints under her nostrils a scent meant to calm nightmares and steady breathing. You inhale the herb's floral depth, feeling muscles unclench and thoughts quiet. Nearby, a pot simmers with meadowsweet tea, its bittersweet aroma rising like a gentle hymn. Bram ladles a small portion into a wooden bowl and offers it to you, encouraging a sip by murmuring, "Ease your own tension first." You taste the tea's mellow sourness. Meadowsweet contains salicylic acid, the precursor to modern aspirin, showing that medieval folk remedies sometimes foreshadowed later pharmacology. With house rules forbidding bloodletting after dusk, Bram sets aside a sharpened lancet and iron bowl for the morning when he'll drain Rosamond's fever if her pulse remains stubborn. Bloodletting, once a cornerstone of humoral medicine, hung between empiricism and ritual, often dictated by planetary alignments, and the brass astrolabe hanging above Bram's workbench. You notice Bram consulting a small brass astrolabe, its dials tracing the moon's phase. A belief persisted that fevers peaked in certain lunar quarters. Thus, timing treatments to celestial rhythms seemed both scientific and superstitious. Some argue this practice derived from Arabic physicians whose texts filtered into Europe via trade routes, while others see it as a universal impulse to find order in earthly maladies. Your eyes drift to dried bundles of yarrow, mullein, and marshmallow root hanging in sunlit strands. Bram explains that yarrow stops bleeding, mullein eases respiratory woes, and marshmallow's mucilage soothes internal irritations. The cottage smells like an overgrown meadow, a mingled promise of relief for every ache and fever that might wander through the door. As Bram tucks Rosamond under a layered wool blanket, he instructs her mother to keep the lavender cloth moist and the cottage's single window cracked for fresh air. He warns against hearty soups or heavy ale, recommending plain barley broth and plenty of rest. Then, with a gentle bow, He retrieves his walking staff and hobbles toward the moonlit lane, pausing only to pluck a sprig of hyssop for the next night's tincture. You step out into a crisp afternoon light, the sun hanging low like a glowing ember in pale winter sky. Your destination is the frozen riverbank, where the community's fishermen have set up a temporary ice fishing station. Beneath thick wooden planks laid across snow holes have been bored through the ice, each a portal into the river's secret world. You follow the narrow track created by sledges, your boots crunching on packed snow that spills into soft drifts at the edges. Here's a solid historical fact. Medieval peasants who lived near rivers often relied on ice fishing to supplement their winter diet. By cutting holes in the ice and lowering simple hooks, baited with bits of grain or dough, they pulled up perch, pike, and trout, even when the river surface lay frozen solid. You kneel beside one of the holes, tucking your cloak's hem to block the wind. A fisherman's sturdy pole rests in your gloved hand, just a sharpened branch tipped with bone and tied to hemp cord. You bait the hook with a small lump of barley dough, its bland scent soon masked by the river's faint mineral chill rising through the dark opening. A surprising aside drifts to your mind. In some regions, fishermen sang hushed melodies while ice fishing, believing the vibrations coaxed fish closer to the hole. Archaeologists have discovered scratched notations on nearby barn walls, lines of a folk song written in runic-style letters that match melodies still sung by children at winter festivals. As you wait, your breath fogs the air, and each exhale feels like a soft promise to the river's depths. When the line twitches, you pull gently, your fingers tightening around the pole's makeshift grip. A flash of silver appears, and you lift a shimmering trout onto the plank. Its scales shimmer like frost dust in the weak daylight. You cradle the fish's cool, slippery body, noting the delicate pink gills fluttering as it gasps for air. Nearby, a woman holds a small linen bag of salt harvested from nearby salt pans, another medieval practice to preserve fresh catch. You lay the trout on a rough wooden board and sprinkle it with coarse salt, readying it for smokehouse curing later today. You pause, inhaling the briny tang mixed with river mist, a dual scent that somehow tastes of both survival and ceremony. A practical detail emerges. Some communities used split reeds as drying racks, weaving them into racks suspended over hearth flames. The reeds' natural oils lent a subtle sweetness to smoked fish, while their hollow cores ensured even smoke circulation. Remnants of charred reed fragments have been found in aristocratic kitchens as well as peasant smokehouses, proof that good ideas traveled up and down social tiers. Behind you, children huddle around a small brazier where a simple stew simmers bits of fish, foraged wild onions, and a handful of dried peas. You scoop a spoonful into a wooden bowl and taste its earthy warmth. The stew's flavor is modest, but hearty, a testament to how little was wasted when winter's cold threatened to starve both body and spirit. Your gaze drifts across the river to a pair of men hauling a sled piled with driftwood harvested from the frozen banks. Upturned trees and branches ripped free by high tides offered both firewood and a reminder that nature provided when nurtured. A well-documented practice, villages often organized collective driftwood gathers, trading the day's haul evenly among participants to ensure every hearth could burn. A scholarly question surfaces: did communities develop formal rules around driftwood rights? Who could gather when and where, or did neighbors simply rely on informal agreements, enforced by local customs? Surviving court rolls mention river customs, but details remain patchy, leaving us to wonder how medieval villagers negotiated these valuable resources without formal laws. You shift your focus back to the ice hole, the line twitches again. Pulling up another fish, you notice its flesh still quivers, a sign of peak freshness. You lay it alongside the first trout, imagining the silver duo roasting over glowing coals tonight, their skin crisping and flesh flaking into smoky sweetness. Cold seeps through the wooden plank beneath your knees, but you barely notice. The work feels timeless part, ritual part, livelihood. Each fish you retrieve carries a reminder that even locked-in ice cannot thwart resourcefulness. Holes drilled precisely at dawn, bait fashioned from storehouse grains and smokehouse skills, ready to transform fresh catch into winter staple. As the sun dips lower, you lift your gaze to the sky's pale glow, imagining how the river's current flows hidden beneath thick ice. The thought lingers. Medieval anglers believed the water's secret life mirrored the unseen currents in their own communities, strength found beneath still surfaces. You rise, brushing snow from your knees, and gather your catch into a linen sack. The fishermen around you nod. Greetings steam, swirling from their breath with each word. You hand your fish to a helper who will carry them to the smokehouse, and you accept a small wrapped bundle, in return dried cod scraps to use as bait for tomorrow. Before leaving, you pause at the riverbank to reflect today's labor's ice holes, board smokehouse racks, readied communal driftwood gathered reveal how winter survival depended on blending individual skill with collective effort. Each hole in the ice is a lifeline, but each haul relies on shared tools, shared smokehouses, and shared traditions. Tonight's gentle question drifts with the fading light. In a world where ice-covered rivers and snow-blanketed fields, did communities find deeper unity in overcoming shared hardship? Or did isolation heighten the value of each neighbor's contribution, forging bonds that survived long beyond frozen winters? You turn from the river, following the trail of sled tracks back to the village. The evening lanterns glow like fireflies in the gathering dusk. Let the image of trout glinting in your hands, smokehouse reeds swaying above fires, and children's laughter by the brazier guide you into dreams where cooperation and ingenuity melt even the coldest obstacles. You rise before dawn, the pale sky just beginning to lighten, and make your way toward the village's communal kiln. Today's task, firing the clay pots and tiles that will keep hearth fires contained and root cellars insulated. The kiln stands at the edge of the settlement, a dome of rough stones and dried mud, its mouth sealed by a heavy clay plug last seasoned. Smoke still curls faintly from cracks, a reminder of its last use, and you feel the warmth radiating through its thick walls even now. Here's a basic medieval fact. Rural communities built communal kilns to fire pottery and tiles, sharing the labor and resources needed to reach the high temperatures up to 900 degrees required to harden earthenware. Each household contributed wood and clay, and in exchange received its share of fired goods for cooking, storage, and building. You kneel beside the kiln's mouth and with a sturdy wooden lever ease out the clay plug. A rush of warm air greets you, scented with baked earth. Inside shelves of stacked pots, bowls, and roof tiles glow a dull red. You brace your leather-gloved hands and carefully haul out one shelf at a time, laying each piece on a woven straw mat to cool. The air ripples with heat, and each pot you touch hums with residual warmth, a tangible echo of the fire's fierce embrace. A surprising aside in some villages, potters added crushed oyster shells to clay mixtures, believing the calcium carbonate produced a smoother glaze when fired. Fragments of shell-infused pots have been excavated from rural sites, suggesting that even modest communities experimented with additives to improve their ceramics. As the cooled pots clink softly under your fingers, you carry them to a nearby wooden rack, each destined for a family's hearth or larder. The largest ones will serve as cooking vessels, their thick walls distributing heat evenly over open flames. Others, smaller and narrower, will store grain or pickled vegetables in root cellars, their glazed interiors repelling moisture and pests. Once the kiln is empty, you inspect its interior, tapping the walls with a small mallet to check for cracks. Any fissures risk structural failure when next fired. You spot a hairline fracture near the dome's apex and mark it with a smear of red ochre, a quick sealant, until masons can reinforce it in spring. Maintaining the kiln is as vital as its use. One breach could collapse the entire structure and leave the community without essential pottery. Outside, the sky has brightened to a milky gray, and you gather kindling to relight the forge hearth nearby. The smithy's anvil waits in its lean-to, and today's blacksmithing tasks will shape iron hinges, nails, and cooking hooks. You feed birch splits into the forge, coaxing bright orange flames to lick at a lump of raw iron. Sparks flicker as the metal begins to glow, and the rhythmic hammering soon rises in steady clacks, a companion to the kiln's fading rumble. A practical detail, medieval ironsmiths often preheated their iron in the kiln's residual heat before final forging, softening the metal and reducing fuel consumption. Evidence of smith's tools found near kilns supports this economy of heat, a clever reuse of resources in resource-scarce winters. By mid-morning, you return to the pottery rack to sort pieces for distribution. A young apprentice approaches carrying a bundle of straw-wrapped bowls destined for the bakehouse ovens. He thanks you with a shy nod, eager to learn the next steps: how to season a pot before first use, how to identify flaws that might shatter flame side, and how to recognize the right moment to draw from the kiln. You pause to demonstrate dipping a thumb into cool water and pressing it gently on a pot surface. If the water beads and skitters off the glaze is sound. If it soaks in that piece, requires a second firing, or faces relegation to garden use. Your apprentice mimics the test, then grins with pride when his pot passes. You share a soft laugh, the hush of winter, projects warming with each shared skill. Midday sun streams weakly through bare trees as you gather clay scraps for next firing. Broken pot rims, misshapen jugs, and unfired fragments all go into a pit where they'll be crushed and mixed into fresh clay, a medieval recycling practice that minimized waste and maintained the clay's plasticity. You break each shard by hand, noting how even imperfect pieces play their part in sustaining the community's craft. A scholarly curiosity surfaces: how many communal kilns existed beyond village centers? Did Hamlet share one, or did each village claim a private kiln? Historical records show disputes over kiln access and scheduling, with households bargaining for priority dates before planting and harvest seasons. The debates echo modern scheduling conflicts, revealing that even centuries ago, shared resources demanded negotiation and goodwill. As afternoon wanes, you collect cooled tiles and line them along the bakery roof, replacing any broken pieces that might admit water or wind. Each tile fits snugly, overlapping its neighbor like protective scales, the roof's gentle slope channels melting snow into gutters, safeguarding the bakery's hot ovens and the precious loaves they produce. With the kilns emptied, the forge stoked, and pottery distributed, you pause at the village green, where neighbors gather to exchange news. A few carry pots of steaming pottage, inviting you to join. You gratefully accept a wooden bowl, its warm sides sealing the cold from your fingers. The stew's rich aroma, root vegetables, beans, and small pieces of smoked ham melds perfectly with the camaraderie shared over midwinter tasks. Tonight's reflective question drifts through your mind. In an age before individual ownership of tools and workshops, did communal kilns and forges foster a deeper sense of solidarity than our modern private conveniences? Or did the necessity of cooperation simply mirror the resource constraints of the times? You sip your pottage, tasting not just its hearty flavors, but the unity forged through shared heat and labor. As dusk settles, you return to the kiln site and cover its mouth with a fresh clay plug, securing winter's last warmth for spring repairs. You pat the hardened seal with satisfaction, knowing that come next season, it will cradle fresh fire and clay once more. Then, with the familiar hum of embers in your ears, you make your way home, carrying the glow of community hearths and kilns into the long night ahead. You awake to a morning frost that glitters like crushed gemstones across the fields. Pulling your wool cloak tighter, you make your way toward the edge of the village, where a low stone bridge arches over a narrow, swift stream. Today's task, tending to the bridge's foundation before spring thaws threaten its stability. The bridge's timbers and stones bear the weight of carts, cattle, and peasants alike, its upkeep essential for crossings that link your hamlet to neighboring valleys. Here's a well-established fact. Medieval villages often relied on locally maintained bridges to ensure safe passage over waterways, pooling labor and materials in communal work sessions called bridge beating. Entire families, from weavers to blacksmiths, joined forces to repair stone masonry and replace rotted wooden planks before winter's rigors cracked mortar and splintered beams. You kneel at the water's edge, examining moss-covered stones where water laps in gentle waves. Using a pointed iron bar sharpened by the smith, you pry out loose chunks of mortar, letting the stream carry them away. You dip a hand into a trough of lime mortar mixed in the village yard and apply a fresh bead between stones, smoothing it with a piece of damp cloth to ensure a snug fit. Each stroke seals cracks that would otherwise widen when ice formed in colder nights. A quirky aside echoes in your mind. Some bridge maintenance crews carried small pouches of crushed chalk and clay to mark stones they deemed keepers versus replaceables. These marks, tiny crosses or circles etched in white, guided future repairs, creating a medieval GPS of sorts. Archaeological studies of surviving bridge work reveal faint chalk lines still visible under layers of moss, silent annotations of centuries-old care. Once the mortar sets, you step onto the bridge's wooden planks to inspect each board's integrity. A common practice, villagers treated bridge timbers with animal fats and crushed tar pitch to repel water and insects, extending the wood's life through wet seasons. You wedge a curved blade under a suspicious plank. It lifts with a crack. You swap it for a new oak board, its grain tight and smooth fastening it with hand-forged nails shaped by the blacksmith that morning. Beyond the bridge, frost-whitened fields stretch toward distant hills. You pause to admire the bridge's graceful curve reflected in the water's glassy surface, an image of human craft mirroring nature's calm. Yet you know hidden beneath the icy veneer currents swirl with enough force to undercut foundations. Your repairs are a race against unseen erosion. Across the stream, a group of villagers wield shovels and wheelbarrows, reinforcing the riverbank with cobbles and packed earth. Together, you tamp down soil around the bridge's base, creating a protective berm that diverts water flow. The air smells of damp stone mixed with faint wafts of pine smoke from nearby chimneys, a reminder that homes' hearths fuel both warmth and communal projects. A well-documented detail: some medieval engineers built simple wooden cofferdams, temporary enclosures of planks and sand to divert water during repairs. While grand cathedrals employed elaborate stone dams, rural communities improvised with brushwood and mud channeling streams around work areas in a testament to make-do ingenuity. Your shoulders warm from exertion, you pause at a modest wooden shrine affixed to the bridge railing, a carved relief of St. Nicholas, patron saint of travelers and boatmen. Villagers often place tiny offerings, coins, ribbons, or sprigs of herb to seek safe crossings and ward off misfortune. You tie a sprig of rosemary to the shrine, a fragrant pledge for safe passage and enduring structure. An academic question surfaces: to what extent did these folk-engineered cofferdams and shrines influence later formal bridge-building practices codified in royal charters and guild regulations? Some historians argue that monastic engineers documented local techniques in their manuscripts, while others believe urban masons considered rural methods too crude for city bridges. The truth likely lies in a hybrid history of written theory and grassroots trial and error. With the bridge sturdy once more, you step back to survey your handiwork. Carts will roll smoothly, and villagers will cross on their way to markets, fields, and distant parishes. Yet the work extends beyond stone and wood. It binds you to neighbors in shared labor faith and the unspoken promise that we cross together. We stand together. Turning away, you follow a side path toward the communal herb garden, where last season's frost-hardened rosemary, sage, and nettle stand as skeletal reminders of summer's bounty. Here you plan tomorrow's task, clearing dead stalks and replenishing garden beds in preparation for March sowing. But for now, midday calls you back to the fields, where a simple pot of barley stew simmers over an open fire, a reward for hands grounded in mortar and earth. Tonight's gentle reflection emerges as you leave the bridge behind in a world without blueprints or formal engineers. Communities forge their own safety and connectivity through hands-on repair, prayerful offerings, and shared ingenuity. Each stone reset, each plank swapped, and each herb-tied shrine speaks of a partnership between people and place, reminding you that structures endure only as long as the bonds that maintain them. As the sun dips low, you step onto the newly mended bridge once more, watching your shadow stretch across the stones. Let this image of firm footfalls on shared labor guide you into dreams of sturdy crossings, gentle waters, and the enduring strength of communal care. You step into the earthen entrance of the village root cellar, and the air instantly shifts from biting cold to a soft, humid calm. A single lantern dangles from a rough-hewn beam overhead, its flame trembling against packed clay and stone walls. Each footstep echoes in the cool, dim passage as you navigate toward the storage chamber's vaulted nooks designed to cradle the season's bounty until the spring thaw. A familiar medieval fact: peasants relied on root cellars, underground rooms, dug into north-facing slopes to preserve vegetables, fruits, and even dairy. Through freezing winters, the Earth's natural insulation maintained temperatures just above freezing and high humidity levels, preventing stored turnips, carrots, parsnips, and apples from shriveling or rotting. You pause at the first niche where rows of wooden racks hold woven baskets filled with leftover summer squash and hardy potatoes. Their rough skins are tight and intact, the vegetables feeling firm rather than brittle under your fingertips. You brush away a stray clump of straw and inhale the subtle scent of soil and sweet starch, a muted perfume evoking gardens under frost-kissed mornings. Beyond, clay jars of pickled beets and red cabbage line a low shelf. Each jar's brine glitters in the lantern light, promising both flavor and nutrition during lean days. You lift one, a flared lip glazed to repel moisture, and twist off the lid. A hiss of sour, sweet air escapes, bracing yet inviting. You dip a fingertip into the ruby liquid, tasting its tangy warmth before swallowing. The flavor blooms like a memory of late summer fields. A quirky aside in some hamlets, families tucked a small twig of wild thyme into each basket of root vegetables, believing its resinous aroma deterred maggots and lent the produce a gentle herbal note. Archaeologists have uncovered thyme fragments embedded in cello straw, suggesting this practice was an early form of integrated pest management. At the cellar's far wall, you notice a small wooden door set into an alcove. Beyond lies the dairy vault, a cooler, darker chamber where milk churns and cheese wheels rest on stone slabs. You approach, inhaling a whisper of lactic tang and musty cloth. Inside, a wooden tub of whey stands beside a half-formed cheese wheel wrapped in linen. The damp cloth cradles the curd, slowly draining moisture into the tub below. You lift a corner of linen and press the cheese's pale surface, its springy resistance hinting at the nutty flavors to come. A lesser-known detail: some peasants pressed curds using weights fashioned from river stones tied in linen, believing the stone's smooth surfaces imparted mineral notes to the cheese. Remnants of smooth pebbles have been found beneath old cheese presses at rural sites, suggesting these natural weights were preferred over crude wooden blocks. You step back into the main corridor, the lantern's glow revealing jars of honey tucked into crevices, thick ambers promising sweetness for spice breads. You reach for one, its glassy surface warm from years in storage. Honey's low moisture and acidity make it virtually impervious to freezing, a treasure that outlasts all other perishables. Your lantern illuminates a shallow barrel-vaulted ceiling, draped with creeping roots. A medieval practice, cellar builders sometimes encouraged ivy or moss growth above the roof to signal water leaks. Roots entering through cracks revealed structural weaknesses before stored goods spoiled. You glance upward, spotting a tendril slipping through a fissure, a living alert you'll need to address before damper seasons. In the cellar's center, a trench channel seepage toward a floor drain. You kneel by its grate, clearing debris so water can flow into a sump pit. The soft trickle underscores the cellar's stillness, Without this drainage, walls would absorb moisture rising damp, would invite decay, and precious stores could spoil, reminding you how simple engineering safeguarded survival. A scholarly question drifts in the damp air. Did medieval peasants design their root cellars from inherited folk wisdom, or were they influenced by monastic models? Cloister cellars known for aging wine and cheese. Some historians point to detailed cellar plans in monastic cartularies, while others argue peasants adapted techniques independently guided by the observation of natural caves and animal burrows. You rise and step toward a stack of hollow gourds hanging from a beam. These dried vessels, drilled with small holes, act as natural dehumidifiers, absorbing excess moisture, then releasing it when air dries. You tap one. Its wooden walls feel cool and whisper a hollow echo. The gourd's presence balances cellar humidity, ensuring that condensation doesn't rot produce. Another intriguing aside, in colder regions, families sometimes placed unlit charcoal braziers in corners, believed to absorb ethylene gas and prevent over-ripening of fruits like apples and pears. Charcoal fragments found in medieval cellar layers support this practice, merging early chemistry with practical storage wisdom. You fill your lantern with fresh tallow before it dims entirely. The cellar's hush envelops you a cocoon of earthstone and human foresight, sheltering the harvest until fields green once more. You consider how each element insulating walls, herb pockets, drainage trenches, and hanging gourds works in concert to sustain life through long winters. Tonight's reflective question lingers as you climb the cellar steps into moonlit air. In a world where food hung between abundance and scarcity, did the architecture of preservation shape community resilience as profoundly as courage or faith? Or did the silent labor of building and maintaining these underground vaults simply weave itself into daily life, unnoticed yet indispensable? As you emerge into the crisp night, let the image of robust turnips, jars of pickled bounty, and softly whispering drainage flow guide you into sleep. Feel how the earth's protective embrace carries you through frost and shadow, cradling both body and spirit until morning's thaw. You trudge through swirling snowdrifts toward the timber-framed lean-to at the edge of the village, a makeshift refuge known simply as the winter shed. Its slanted roof, thatched with spare straw bales, slopes low to resist the wind. Tonight, a fierce blizzard rages, and the shed stands ready to shelter anyone stranded in the fields or returning too late from distant errands. Inside, the air feels muted and sheltered, as if the howling wind outside is held at bay by a thin barrier of wood and thatch. A well-documented medieval practice when severe storms threatened to strand peasants far from home. Communities erected temporary winter sheds, simple structures of wood, clay, and thatch along key footpaths and field edges. These shelters offered warmth, safety, and emergency supplies until travelers could resume their journeys. You duck beneath the low doorway and find benches of rough-hewn planks lining each wall, their surfaces carved with initials and simple symbols, namings of the smith's hammer, the miller's wheel, the healer's mortar, to mark each household's contribution to the shed's construction. You run a hand along one bench, feeling the grooves worn by years of shared refuge. Flickering tallow candles fixed to wooden pegs cast dancing shadows. You spot a barrel of boiled greens topped with a slab of sweat, an emergency ration prepared last autumn. You dip a wooden ladle into the barrel, tasting the vegetable broth, thickened with barley flour and seasoned sparingly with salt. Its warmth spreads from your belly outward, offering both sustenance and reassurance. A curious aside, some winter sheds contain small chests of loner woolen cloaks and blanket spare garments left by generous villagers or travelers for future use. Fragments of faded textiles discovered in abandoned shelters suggest these communal caches often grew over seasons, knitting a network of mutual aid that extended beyond a single storm. In the center of the shed, a shallow pit lined with river cobbles holds smoldering embers from a communal fire. The flame, fed by driftwood bundles and spare kindling, crackles softly. Peasants gathered here share tales of near-frozen wells livestock trapped in drifts and neighbors who brave storms to deliver extra rations. The embers' glow flickers against clay walls, painted with charcoal sketches, carts, plows, and footprints melting into snowy fields, stories etched in soot. To conserve fuel and maximize warmth, caretakers often piled straw bales around the embers, removing outer layers as the fire died down, creating insulation bricks that could be repositioned closer to the embers later. This practice left distinct patterns of charred straw in archaeological hearth layers, indicating a sophisticated understanding of heat retention long before formal science. You settle onto a straw-stuffed bench and wrap a borrowed blanket around your shoulders. Its coarse weave traps warmth, and you notice the subtle scent of lanolin from sheep's wool. Near your feet, a pair of rustic snowshoes waits a reminder of villagers who trekked across frozen marshes to check fence lines. The snowshoes' soles are lined with leather straps dyed a deep ochre from local clay-rich soils, their length ensuring weight is distributed evenly over fresh snow. From a corner of the shed, you hear soft murmurs as a father tucks his child beneath overlapping straw mattresses laid on the floor. The child's small face is illuminated by candlelight eyes, heavy but curious. Such layered bedding straw beneath blankets above was a hallmark of emergency shelter design, offering insulation and dry repose amid damp blizzards. A pressing question arises: did the tradition of loner garments and communal straw bedding originate in peasant custom, or was it influenced by monastic hospitality rules where travelers were offered robes and beds in infirmaries? Some charters mention villagers emulating monastic largesse, but the precise channels of influence remain debated. As the winds howl crescendos outside, you refill your bowl with barley porridge from a sealed jar. You stir in a pinch of dried autumn berries, a tart sweetness that brightens the thick blandness. Each spoonful carries you further from the storm's edge, grounding you in the shared warmth of this temporary sanctuary. Tonight's gentle reflection, when the fiercest reaches of winter descend, human kindness builds the coziest hearth. Temporary shelters transform strangers into allies beneath a thatched roof, and the improvised comfort of straw and loaned garments becomes more precious than any private hearth. As candlelight gutters low, you lean back against your bench. Let the memory of this winter shed its borrowed blankets, shared embers, and sturdy beams carry you into dreams of safe crossings and the quiet courage that blazes within communal care. You slip out before sunrise, the village still cloaked in the hush of winter's deep rest. Your breath puffs in steady clouds as you head toward the communal Fletcher's shop, a small lean-to near the edge of the woodlot. Today, your task is to inspect and repair the stock of hunting arrows that sustain both families and the village's occasional tax in venison. The Fletcher's workshop smells of resin, ash, and freshly shaved feather barbs even before you step inside. A fundamental medieval fact, peasants supplemented their diets by hunting small game hare fox, and woodland birds and arrow production was a vital skill. Each household contributed fletched shafts to a communal quiver, ensuring that hunters had enough ammunition when winter's meadows lay barren. You find the Fletcher, a lean man named Talon, crouched over a rough oak workbench strewn with unfinished shafts, pegged in a simple vise. He hands you a dozen ash shafts, each wrapped loosely in straw to protect fragile fletchings of goose feathers bound with sinew. You inspect each one, running your thumb along the helical twist of the fletching. One arrow's feathers are frayed from use, another's nock is cracked. You set aside two for full replacement and press a fresh bed of pitch into each shaft's groove, seating the new feathers so they align in a precise spiral to stabilize flight. Here's a curious aside: some Fletchers dipped feather tips in a mixture of boiled fish scales and oak gall extract, an ancient glazing technique to strengthen the barbs and make arrows more water-resistant. Excavations of lost shafts near frozen rivers have revealed traces of iridescent scale protein, suggesting that medieval archers took slippery moors and river crossings into account. With repaired arrows laid aside, you pick up a bow stave crafted last autumn. Its yew wood still yields a subtle, resinous scent. You test its draw by flexing it gently against your forearm, verifying the smooth bend essential for consistent tension. Talon watches as you notch an arrow, draw the string back, and release it toward a target of tightly packed hay bales set at 20 paces. The arrow thuds into the center, its veins unruffled. A satisfied nod passes between you. This bow will serve hunters well through the lean months ahead. Outside the workshop, a hawk's cry echoes across the woodlot. You and Talon retrieve a pair of spare harnesses meant for the village's hawking parties, another winter pursuit that brought fresh game and diversion. Iron fittings gleam on straps of oiled leather, and hoods lined with fur wait beside a crate of lures, raw meat, bits of rabbit fur, and scented cloth that mimicked small rodent scents. A lesser-known detail, some medieval falconers tied tiny bells to a hawk's jesses to scare off crows and magpies, birds that might mob the raptor or steal its catch. Bell fragments discovered at county manorial sites confirm this practice, illustrating how even small sounds shaped the dynamics of medieval birdcraft. You strap a harness around your own wrist and test its weight, feeling the unfamiliar bulk. The technique of transferring a hawk from hand to fist without startling it, known as footing, takes deft precision. Talon demonstrates slipping the hood from a hawk named Elf Win and guiding her leather jesses onto his gloved hand. The bird shifts her weight, talons clicking on steel, before lifting off to perch on a nearby post. You glimpse her sharp golden eye through a slit in the hood, a reminder that trained raptors served both sport and sustenance when other game ran scarce. A scholarly question drifts through your thoughts. Did peasant falconers adapt techniques from noble households, or did they cultivate independent hawking traditions suited to local birds and terrain references? To rustic falconry appear in late 14th century manorial accounts, but it remains unclear how much rural practice borrowed from aristocratic manuals versus evolving organically among woodland folk. Back in the Fletcher's shack, you gather repaired arrows, spare harness bits, and a small coil of bowstring fiber spun from hemp and animal sinew. Talon wraps your bundle in oiled linen. Each item is a promise of winter's sustenance. You breathe in the mingled scents of feather pitch and resin, an olfactory tapestry woven from keen eyesight, steady hands, and woodland lore. Before departing, you kneel to inspect the workshop's wood storage racks. Freshly cut strips of yew, ash, and hazel await seasoning for next year's implements. You select a straight-grained hazel rod and split it into wand thin lengths, placing them atop the warming hearthstones to begin drying. The gentle heat will stave off warping and encourage even curing, a step sometimes overlooked in hurried seasons, leading to bowed shafts and misfires. A practical medieval trick, some Fletchers hung newly cured shafts above the hearth smoke to subtly stain them, darkening the wood for less visible bows and arrows, an early form of camouflage. Blackened wood fragments found in workshop hearth layers hint at this subtle art of concealment, reminding you that medieval hunts and conflicts alike valued stealth. The sky above has turned pale steel, and your boots crunch on the frosted ground as you make your way back toward the village hearth. Talon calls after you, announcing a communal training at midday when families will practice volleys. In the old barley field, an exercise ensuring every household could defend its borders or supplement tax quotas when muster time came. Tonight's reflective question hovers in your mind. How did shared workshops, Fletchers' shops, smithies, communal kilns shape medieval identity and solidarity? Were these spaces simply convenient gathering points for necessary trades, or did the communal exchange of tools and techniques forge bonds stronger than bloodlines? You reach the village green, where smoke curls from distant chimneys. In your pack lie arrows, harness strips, and possibilities, the promise of fresh game, the echo of a hawk's cry, and the tang of resin and feather in cold air. Let the memory of bent arrow shafts, preened feathers, and whispered hawking lore guide you into dreams of flight focus and the intricate craft that fed both body and spirit through winter's long nights. You slip out just after dawn, the air crisp and tinged with frost as you head for the river's bend where the community's dam and irrigation sluice stand. The sluice's timbers peak above the snow line while the dam's stonework lies beneath a thin glaze of ice, its face reflecting pale dawn light. A well-documented medieval practice villages built simple stone and timber dams to divert river water into irrigation channels, nourishing fields and orchards even in the driest months. Regular inspections in winter prevented blockages caused by ice and debris, protecting both crops and homesteads downstream. You kneel on the riverbank and push aside a fractured piece of ice, listening to the sluice's gentle trickle. You lift the plank gate, its iron hinges groaning softly to peer at the water's flow. A steady stream courses through the channel, clear and cold, carrying tiny crystal flakes that glint like confetti in the low sun. You nudge a submerged stick loose, watching it float away without snagging the water wheel's paddles. Each small clearance ensures the mill can run tomorrow, and the fields remain fed when spring arrives. A curious aside, some dam caretakers tied lengths of sheep's wool to submerged beams, believing the wool would catch silt and small debris before it gathered around critical parts. Archaeological surveys of old irrigation sites have found wool fibers embedded in silt layers, proof that even simple fleece served as an early filter in medieval waterways. After ensuring the gate swings freely, you turn to inspect the dam's upstream face. Using a pointed iron pick, you chip away at icy runoff, hiding mortar joints. The sharp cracks echo in the hush as trapped water escapes water that might otherwise freeze and expand, cracking stones. You feel the river's soft current below your fingers, a reminder of nature's slow but unstoppable force. Beyond the dam, you notice footprints leading to a stone-lined trough where villagers fill buckets for livestock. Slush and broken ice litter the trough's edge, signs that animals have come nightly to drink. You clear the remaining shards, revealing dark water that reflects the pale sky. Each scoop ensures sheep and goats stay hydrated, sustaining wool and milk through the cold. A practical detail: some medieval waterkeepers wove rush mats beneath trough edges to prevent livestock from chipping at the stone lip, preserving its smooth rim. Traces of decayed rush fragments found in preserved troughs support this clever, low-tech anti-slip measure. Satisfied that the sluice is clear and the dam is sound, you trudge back along a narrow footpath toward the south orchard, where young apple trees stand pruned against winter storms. Your next task is to apply protective coverings to their graft unions, weak spots prone to frost heave and rodent nibbling. Climbing between rows, you gather bundles of straw and wrap each tree's base in soft coils, tying them with hemp cord. A lesser-known orchard practice, some gardeners smeared graft joints with a mixture of animal fat and soot to waterproof and camouflage them, deterring hungry mice and insulating tender bark. Laboratory analysis of residual lipids in ancient orchard sites confirms that this greasy sealant was a widespread form of vegetative armor in colder regions. As you work, you breathe in the orchard's muted perfumes, dormant buds, dry grass, and the metallic hint of cold air. Overhead, a flurry of sparrows bursts from a nearby hedge, their tiny bodies drumming the air in a sudden sky dance. You pause to watch them twist and dive, a fleeting reminder that life stirs even under winter's still surface. Your final chore leads you to the communal granary's roof, where flat clay tiles lie in neat rows. Snow's weight can fracture these tiles, so villagers inspect and shift them to shed powdery loads. You climb a sturdy ladder, each rung echoing on frosted wood, until you stand beneath the pale sky. Gingerly, you push snow from the tiles, sending gentle arcs of white cascading downward, the noise a soft cascade rather than a roar. A scholarly question drifts through your mind. Did medieval roofing traditions evolve locally in each region? Or did skilled itinerant roofers spread best practices across villages? While some records cite master roofers traveling among manors, oral accounts speak of village elders passing knowledge down within families, creating clusters of distinct regional styles. With the roof cleared, you descend and brush fresh snow from your cloak. A sense of completion warms you. Dams that will hold sluices that will flow, trees that will thrive, and roofs that will stand. Your breath, now steady and calm, blends with the orchard's hush as you walk back to the hearth-lit village. Tonight's reflective question: in a time when every dam, channel, and graft union demanded personal care, did these tasks bind villagers more deeply to their landscape than any other bond? Or did the constant vigilance against nature's elements create a cycle of toil that defined medieval life more than festivals or feasts? As dusk gathers, lanterns flicker along the path, guiding your steps. Let the memory of flowing sluices, straw-wrapped trees, and sparrows' winter dance carry you into dreams where care and connection flow as freely as water beneath ice. You wake to a gentle hush, the world still cloaked in pre-dawn gray. This morning, you make your way to the south meadow, where slender poles frame newly planted willow wands, set last autumn to form living hedges that mark property lines and break winter winds. Today's task is to weave and tighten these wattle fences, ensuring the pliant rods remain secure against the coming spring storms. Here's a common medieval fact. Rural communities built wattle and daub fences and hedgerows to contain livestock, protect crops, and serve as natural windbreaks. Willow or hazel rods woven between upright stakes created sturdy barriers, while the gaps allowed airflow, preventing mildew on winter grains. You reach the first stake and bend a supple willow wand, pressing it into the crisp earth beside a sturdy oak post. Each rod snaps into place with a soft crack, its smooth bark whispering against your gloves as you tuck it neatly beneath the previous row's weave. The scent of damp willow wood mingles with the cold air, fresh green and grounding, reminding you of spring's promise long before it arrives. A subtle aside, some villagers soak their rods overnight in running streams before weaving, believing the fresh water removes sap and increased flexibility. Archaeologists have found cut willow ends bearing tiny mineral deposits, evidence that streams served as natural conditioners for living fencing. You run your fingers along the woven wall, testing its tautness. Too loose, and the snow's weight or grazing goats could dislodge the rods. Too tight, and the brittle wood might snap in early frost. Finding just the right tension, you tap each rod gently with the flat of your hand, listening for a resonant cluck that tells you the weave is secure. Beyond the hedge, you spot field mice scurrying beneath fallen leaves, a reminder that wattle fences also serve as wildlife corridors, offering small creatures shelter from predators and winter storms. A lesser-known environmental detail, peasants often left small openings at intervals in their hedges to allow these harmless rodents passage, balancing crop protection with local ecology. With the hedge woven, you step back to admire its serpentine curve across rolling white fields. Your gaze drifts to a distant barn where your next task awaits, inspecting the community's bee shelters perched on sun-facing walls. These rudimentary hives, empty hollow logs and clay pots, offer overwintering sites for wild bees that pollinate spring's first flowers. A well-documented medieval practice, villagers preserved wild bee populations by crafting shelters and avoiding hive burning during honey harvest. Honey and beeswax were precious commodities for both kitchen and candles, and ensuring bees survived winter was critical for sustainable yield. You approach the nearest shelter, its clay pot cracked and rimmed with frost. A gentle tap reveals stillness within. The bees remain clustered deep inside, conserving heat. You pack dry straw around the pot's rim to reinforce insulation, then clear a small access slit at the base, allowing any winter moisture to drain when temperatures rise. A charming anecdote: some beekeepers greased the insides of their shelters with melted beeswax mixed with rue or sage, believing the herbal blend repelled rodents and enriched the honey with subtle flavors. Traces of herbal resins found on ancient log hive fragments suggest this practice protected precious colonies through bitter months. Next, you move to the communal sheepfold, where the winter flock waits in a sturdy pen. Today's chore-gathering stray fleeces, caught on brambles and branches, valuable fibers too precious to lose. You slip through the narrow gate and approach a young ewe, her side snagged with thorny briar. Gently, you brush snow from her wool and ease away the tangle without nicking the skin. Each recovered tuft adds to this season's spinning supply. Here's a practical note. Medieval shearers sometimes collected fallen fleece after storms as storm wool, sorting it by quality. Shorter fibers required coarser yarn, but still contributed to patched garments and warm cords. With fleeces gathered, you head to the village bakehouse, where a small fire crackles beneath the last batch of winter bread. Your next duty is to smooth and stack the firewood that fuels tomorrow's baking. You heft thick oak splits ends darkened by bark and arrange them in alternating layers to maximize airflow. Each log's resinous scent rises in plumes, promising steady coals and crackling heat in the early morning bake. A thoughtful question drifts in. Did medieval rural cooperatives formalize tasks like fence weaving and firewood stacking and seasonal bylaws, or did oral tradition and simple custom suffice to coordinate labor? Some surviving manorial records detail communal workdays, while other accounts suggest spontaneous cooperation driven by necessity and neighborly goodwill. As noon approaches, you pause by the bakehouse hearth, its polished stone still glowing with residual warmth. You pour a bowl of barley broth prepared in advance and warmed against the oven's side and sip, tasting its grainy sweetness and a hint of salt. The bowl's rough rim is chipped from years of use, but its familiarity brings comfort. You cross the woven hedge you built this morning, each step into the soft snow, carrying the effort of your labor-woven willows, mended hives, gathered fleeces, and stacked wood threads in the tapestry of communal care. In weaving fences and tending hives, did villagers see themselves as guardians of both land and life, weaving community as much as willow, reaching your own doorway lanterns flicker in welcoming windows. Let the scents of willow beeswax and wood smoke guide you into sleep, dreams of living fences, humming hives, and the gentle craft that binds people, animals, and earth together in winter's hush. You emerge from your cottage into a pale morning chill and make your way to the village square where winter's grandest event unfolds, the annual Frost Fair market. Vendors line a cleared strip of the frozen stream just beyond the green, their stalls fashioned from heavy planks set atop the ice. Your breath puffs in steady clouds as you navigate between booths draped in furs, bolts of woolen cloth, and wicker baskets brimming with preserved treats. A well-documented medieval practice, winter markets gave villagers and travelers alike a precious chance to trade surplus goods, furs for grain, smoked fish for cloth, while forging social ties that carried through the long months ahead. Held on frozen waterways, these fairs took advantage of safe level ground and created a magical landscape of lantern-lit ice. You pause at a stall where an elderly furrier displays pelts of rabbit fox and marten. The rich, earthy aroma of cured pelts drifts on the frigid air. You run your gloved hand over a soft silver rabbit fur, marveling at its dense underlayer that traps warmth. The furrier explains that fur merchants often salted and pressed pelts for months before treating them with tallow and beeswax to resist snow and slush. A charming aside, some northern villages braided thin strips of rabbit fur into decorative trim for mitten cuffs and hat brims, believing the braid kept wind from funneling through the dense fur. Archaeologists have found tiny fur braiding tools near hearths, suggesting homemakers practice this refinement for both function and beauty. Moving on, you encounter a weaver's booth piled high with bolts of undyed wool cloth in muted shades of gray, brown, and ochre. Each piece is folded neatly and held down by smooth river stones carved with family initials. You lift a length of coarse woolen blanket, noting its tight twill weave ideal for wrapping around shoulders on bitter nights. The weaver, a young woman from the Eastern Hill settlement, offers to weave custom fringes for any length purchased, demonstrating by knotting loose fibers into a simple tassel pattern. Nearby, a dyer presents vibrant scarves in limited supply, crimson, stained with madder root, deep blue from woad, and golden yellow from weld. You inhale the earthy scents of plant dyes and consider the labor soaking fibers in heated vats, stirring for hours, then drying them on racks in the clear, cold air. The dyer warns that color fastness depends on the mordant used alum iron or tannin, so she dips a scrap into a barrel of clear water to prove the hue won't bleed. A lesser-known detail, some artisans used fermented nettle juice as a natural mordant, tapping local nettle beds to brew a pungent bath that darkened wool and resisted fading. Residue analyses on extant textile fragments confirm that nettle mordants were common in rural dye workshops. Venturing deeper into the frost fair, you come upon a vendor selling intricately carved wooden tools, small butter presses, ladles, combs, and spoons. Each item bears simple incised patterns, geometric lines, rosettes, or stylized animal motifs. You run your finger over a butter paddle, admiring how the carved surface channels whey from fresh butter, a design both practical and decorative. A practical aside, woodworkers often season carved spoons and bowls by soaking them in heated oil and ash mixtures, creating a natural non-stick surface and protecting the wood from cracking. Traces of ash and oil have been detected in medieval toolkits, underscoring this early technique for preserving wooden utensils. As midday approaches, the market's festive energy intensifies. A flock of geese, led by a farmer in a bright red cap, waddles along the ice in hopes of sale for Christmas feasts. Their honks mingle with the chatter of bartering voices. You purchase a goose for your family's table, trading a length of homespun linen for its plump body, and feel its warm weight beneath a swaddling cloth. Across the way, a cheese merchant's booth draws a small herd of goats. Wheels of fresh chèvre and aged hard cheeses sit on straw-lined tables under protective canopies. You sample a sliver of young goat cheese rubbed with crushed juniper berries, its tangy bite brightened by piney notes. The merchant warns to keep aged cheeses below freezing, so they age them in hollowed-out ice blocks sourced from the stream itself. You continue to a glass blower's niche, where the artisan demonstrates the miracle of molten sand. Though true glass was rare in rural fairs, a traveling craftsman uses a small charcoal hearth to blow delicate beads and simple bottles. You admire a tiny vial shaped like a teardrop destined to hold precious oils or tinctures and trade a silver penny for it, pondering what scent it might someday cradle. A scholarly question drifts in. Did itinerant glass makers bring the art to remote winter fairs? Or did local peasants master basic bead blowing themselves? Surviving accounts mention both guild oversight in towns and country tinkers offering simple glasswork in rural regions, evidencing a blend of formal and folk practices. Warmed by portents of trade, You draw near a tent glowing with amber light, an itinerant apothecary's booth. Inside shelves display gourds and ceramic pots of dried herbs, rue, mint, cinnamon, and clove. Small glass phials hold colored powders, crushed lapis for eye salves, or orpiment for cosmetic lines. A sign warns use sparingly. You purchase a vial of powdered bark cinnamon meant to flavor winter stews or ward off colds and tuck it safely in your pocket. A thoughtful aside, medieval fairs, sometimes doubled as marketplaces for both food and folk medicine, blurring lines between the cook's kitchen and the healer's hut. Manuscripts from the period note herbal stalls where travelers sourced both remedies and culinary spices under the same roof. As afternoon wanes, you watch children dash across the ice with wooden skates strapped to their boots, early moments of sport before the market's closing. Laughter trails behind them, carrying through crisp air. You pause, enjoying the scene. Geese haggled over scarves, folded cheeses wrapped in straw, and beaded vials promising tomorrow's health or beauty. Tonight's gentle reflection rises like lantern smoke in the heart of winter's freeze market's pulse, with warmth, trade-weaving connections that sustain bodycraft and community. The ice fair's bustle reminds you that even in deepest cold, human ingenuity and fellowship spark brightest. Gathering your purchases, fur pelts, dyed cloth, tabletop tools, and spices, you retrace your steps across the frozen market. Let these images of lantern-lit, ice-woven willow fences and bustling stalls lull you into dreams where commerce and community flow as smoothly as a well-carved wooden ladle through winter broth. You slip from the warmth of your cottage into a dawn tinged with pale rose and violet. The valley's snowfields stretch toward a horizon that promises thaw, and each breath sends fine crystals dancing from your lips. Today's work marks a threshold. You'll dismantle winter's shelters, collect stored seeds, and prepare the land for spring's first green. Your footsteps crunch along a path edged with melting drifts as you make for the communal seed storehouse, a humble wattle and daub building whose shelves hold the future harvest. A familiar medieval truth: peasants save seeds, wheat grains, barley kernels, peas, and beetroot seeds by drying and storing them in sealed clay pots. Come spring, these precious kernels would breathe life back into fields once ruled by ice and silence. You enter the storehouse and light a single tallow candle. Its flicker reveals rows of pots, each labeled in charcoal with a household's mark and crop type. You kneel to inspect a batch of pea seeds, smooth emerald beads with a hint of spring's promise. You pour them gently into a linen sack, feeling each seed's firmness, knowing that a handful sown with care will yield a bounty in months to come. A curious aside: in colder regions, villagers sometimes mixed a few mustard seeds among cereal grains, believing the mustard's pungent scent repelled rodents and preserved the bulk harvest. Archaeobotanical analyses have uncovered mustard seed fragments in medieval seed mixes, suggesting this pungent protector was more than folklore. With seeds gathered, you step outside and head toward the dismantled winter sheds. Time has come to recover their thatch and timber for future repairs. At the first shed, you lift straw bales from benches and stack them under nearby lean-tos for drying. The loose straw will serve both as insulation in spring's cold snaps and as bedding for young chicks in the coming months. You fetch a hatchet and strike the core beams to loosen the thatch clamps. Bundles of straw tumble free emitting a faint, sweet hay aroma, remnants of summer's sun-drenched fields compressed now into crisp bundles. You tie each bundle with spare hemp cord and load them onto a wooden sled, the straw's pale gold contrasting with melting snow. Beyond the sheds, you make your way to the greatest monument of winter ingenuity, the wattle hedges you wove last fortnight. Today, you cut away broken rods and collect surviving willows for compost. Each removed rod indicates the season's pressures, yet the hedge still stands strong, proof that living fences can outlast stone walls when tended with care. You carry the harvested rods to a compost pit, layering them with kitchen scraps and straw. By summer, this pile will transform into rich humus, feeding the same orchard you protected through winter. The cycle completes itself from living fence to fertile soil. Each strand returned to the earth will fuel next year's growth. Your path then leads to the orchard's graft unions, where straw wraps protected young trees from frost heave. You gently unwind each coil, brushing away stray snow and inspecting bark healed by winter. Some scratches and cracks appear where rodents nibbled, but overall the trees stand poised for sap's rise. You replenish graft wraps with fresh straw and a smear of animal fat to deter spring pests. A practical note: medieval gardeners sometimes buried trimmed branches around graft unions, a practice called winter earthing, to slowly release nutrients and add insulation. You collect short prunings and tuck them around each tree's base, securing them with a circle of woven straw. As morning shifts to midday, you return to the village green where neighbors gather for a spring call ceremony. A simple bell tolls as each household presents seeds, straw, and prunings in acknowledgement that land, labor, and lineage weave together to bring life forward. You place your sack of seeds beside the communal granary, join others in a soft murmur of thanks, and listen as a village elder speaks of the cycle's unbroken wheel. Sow, tend, harvest, preserve, and renew. A lesser-known custom surfaces as children chase one another, scattering seed kernels in brief games of follow the sower, mimicking the fields soon to be sown. Their laughter blends with the bell's echo, a moment of joyous rehearsal before real planting begins. Your final chore takes you to the water channel, where sluice gates wintered idle now prepare to flush fresh flow. With Talon's help, you open each gate, fully watching icy remnants break apart and drift away. The rush of water fills your ears, a living hymn to thawing earth, carrying both silt and promise toward awaiting furrows. A thoughtful reflection drifts through your mind. Winter's labor, from straw gathering to seed saving, from fence weaving to hive mending, has not merely protected life. It has shaped the community's identity and deepened its bond to the land. Each chore, once a ward against scarcity, now becomes a rite of renewal. As the sun climbs higher, warming your shoulders, you pause at the riverbank. The flow, freed from winter's grip, rushes with newfound energy. You dip a flask and taste its chill sweetness, a baptism for seeds soon to touch earth. You close your eyes, letting the river's murmur carry away fatigue and kindle anticipation. With spring's threshold crossed, you turn back toward home, heart light, with the tasks accomplished and the promise of growth ahead. Let these images, pots of seeds, bundles of straw, living hedges, and rushing water, weave through your dreams, guiding you toward fields yet unsown. You return through the village gates beneath a gradually brightening sky, your arms laden with seeds, straw, and prunings. Inside, families share midday bread and broth, tasting early shoots of hope carried on the thaw's subtle breath. Winter's lessons of vigilance, ingenuity, and neighborly care linger in every corner of homestead and heart. As dusk prepares to fall again, consider how the simplest acts, saving seeds, weaving live fences, tending sluices, anchor us to cycles beyond our own lifespan. These labors are more than work. They are love letters to future seasons, affirmations that life endures through frost and sleep. Rest now in the gentle hush before spring's tasks resume. Feel the rhythm of seeds planted in soft earth of straw, warming budding roots, and of water flowing to awaken dormant fields. In the quiet after winter's long vigil, may you sense the pulse of renewal beneath your hands and in your dreams. Even the oldest tales have something new to say if we listen gently. May this moment of quiet carry you through the night like a soft breeze through open windows. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace. You settle by the hearth as evening's hush envelops the cottage. Outside, snowflakes drift softly in the lantern light, each one a tiny promise of renewal. Inside, the air still carries the scent of bundled straw, wood smoke, and the sharp sweetness of stored seeds. You wrap a well-worn wool blanket around your shoulders and cradle a warm cup of mint-infused barley tea in both hands. Its gentle steam rises like a quiet hymn, soothing the day's labors into a soft echo. You reflect on the months just past, fences woven to guard fields, hives tended to call forth spring's first buzz, and seeds lovingly chosen to carry life into thawing earth. Each task, once a bulwark against winter's severity, now feels like a prayer for what is yet to come. The orchard trunks you wrapped in straw, the smokehouse you tended, the dam and sluices you kept clear, all were acts of faith in seasons unseen. A hush falls as memories drift, children's laughter cracking the ice at the fair fisherman's calls, across frozen waters, the rhythmic hammer of the smith's forge beneath crescent moons. These moments wove your community together, shared warmth, born not just of fires, but of steadfast hands and generous hearts. Outside, the wind's soft sigh reminds you that winter's reign is ending. You draw your blanket closer, imagining the first thaw trickling into furrows, pale green tips breaking soil's barrier. You feel the pulse of renewal in your veins, a gentle stirring that mirrors the world's turning. Tonight, rest in the knowledge that your care, each rod woven, each seed saved, each shelter built, has sown the roots of tomorrow's bloom. Let the hush of midnight soothe your spirit and carry these reflections into dreams of blossom and light. Even the oldest tales have something new to say if we listen gently. May this moment of quiet carry you through the night like a soft breeze through open windows. That's the story for tonight. In the hush that follows our journey, you find yourself cradled by the very rhythms of history we've traced together. Night's gentle veil settles over cobbled streets and moss-covered abbey walls, and you imagine each lamplight flickering in solidarity with your slow, steady breath. Remember the scent of herbs pressed into parchment, the echo of bellows deep in smithies, and the soft susurration of gowns brushing stone during the chapel's vespers. These are not distant curiosities, but threads woven into the tapestry of human experience, laughter at festival dances, awe at soaring frescoes, the quiet wonder of a child's tapping clogs. Now let the vivid tastes of past fair honeyed tarts, spiced pottage, crisp herring slip into memory's gentle stream. Recall the stillness before dawn's angelus bells, the scrape of leather against worn stone, and the final notes of a lullaby. These moments linger like warm embers in the hearth of your mind, glowing softly long after the fires die down. As sleep's embrace draws nearer, imagine yourself stepping lightly over the threshold into another time one where every sound and color carried purpose and every ritual, however humble, held meaning. In that world, ordinary days felt woven with the sacred and small comforts, fresh bread, a trusted companion's hand, the simple pleasure of a well-tuned, lute-shaped lives, as lasting as any epic. Now, inhale deeply, one last time, drawing in the cool air of centuries past, and exhale the cares of today. Let the cadence of our tale, the click of wooden wheels, the whisper of robes, sweeping stone, the distant chant of monks, soothe you. In that gentle rhythm, may you find rest. Even the oldest stories have something new to say if we listen gently. May this moment of quiet carry you through the night like a soft breeze through open windows. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace. You step into the hush before dawn, where the village's contours are defined by sound more than sight. The air is cool, the sky a faint slate, and each noise feels magnified, a chorus of everyday echoes from a world that once moved without modern interruption. Here at the threshold of countless journeys, you become acutely aware of how life was shaped by rhythm and resonance. A common historical fact, medieval chronicles, often the only written records of daily life, were composed by monks and clerics, whose perspectives were shaped by theology, politics, and the requirements of patronage. Their accounts emphasize battles won or lost, plagues that decimated populations, and divine portents, but they say surprisingly little about the quiet labors and intimate routines of ordinary people. You trace your fingers along the weathered signpost marking road to the abbey and way to the market, imagining the travelers who once paused here, pilgrims with scallop-shell badges, merchants laden with bolts of cloth, peasants guiding carts heavy with produce. Their experiences lie hidden between the lines of official narratives waiting to be reconstructed through archaeology folk tales and the faint traces of artifacts. A quirky aside, historians sometimes hold experimental archaeology gatherings where volunteers attempt to bake medieval bread in reconstructed wood-fired ovens or spin wool using period tools. These hands-on experiments often produce more questions about fuel efficiency, cooking times, and labor intensity than definitive answers. But they bring the past tantalizingly close to the present. Beyond chronicles and experiments, you consider the scattered shards of pottery and fragments of textiles unearthed in village excavations. Each piece, a rim of a cooking pot, a bit of dyed cloth, offers a tactile whisper of daily rhythms, meals, prepared garments, mended goods, traded. Yet, interpreting these whispers requires conjecture. How many meals did that pot serve? Which household did that cloth belong to? The object's silence demands a voice, but whose voice speaks most truly? A scholarly debate persists. Do material remains provide a more accurate window into medieval life than written sources, or do they risk projecting modern frameworks onto artifacts whose original functions may have been quite different? Advocates of archaeological anthropology emphasize context and scientific analysis, while traditionalists remind us that objects gain meaning only through the stories and social structures that imbue them. As you step onto a grassy verge beside the crossroads, you notice a weathered waymarker carved with a saint's likeness, its features softened by centuries of rain and wind. Pilgrims once paused to pray here, leaving coins tucked into crevices or pieces of cloth tied to the carved hand. These offerings speak of individual hopes and fears in ways no official record captures. Yet the stories attached to these markers are often passed down orally, shaped by memory and local pride before being recorded by antiquarians centuries later. A common historical fact: folk traditions, festivals, herbal remedies, superstitions survived largely outside ecclesiastical oversight, existing in the interstices between sanctioned religion and rural custom. Many such practices were condemned as superstitions by church authorities, leading to a partial erasure of local knowledge. You stoop to pick a sprig of mugwort growing at the base of the marker, its silvery leaves cool and slightly bitter. In some villages, mugwort was plaited into wreaths for midsummer bonfires, believed to protect against malevolent spirits. Today, you cradled its scent in your palm, a living link to rituals that blended pagan and Christian practices. A quirky detail: folklorists report that in remote hamlets, villagers kept seasoned cats, black and white barn cats, allowed inside only during certain festivals, then let out again to ward off witches. No official register preserves this custom, yet oral testimonies and a handful of diary entries attest to its persistence into the 17th century. As you rise, you feel the crossroads wind tug gently at your cloak. You reflect on the methodological crossroads facing scholars. Do we prioritize textual analysis, dissecting chronicles for bias and subtext, or champion interdisciplinary methods, weaving together ecology, anthropology, and oral history to construct a more holistic tapestry? Each path offers insights and shadows in equal measure. A final scholarly question lingers like a distant church bell: is the real medieval world recoverable? Or does every reconstruction inevitably reflect the concerns and questions of our own era? Some historians embrace this reflexivity, viewing medieval studies as a mirror that reveals as much about us as about them. Others strive for objective recovery, seeking to peel away modern overlays and glimpse the past on its own terms. You take one last look down each dusty track, the Abbey Road, disappearing towards spired towers, the Market Road winding past hedgerows and forges. In that moment of stillness, you sense both the allure and the frustration of studying a world without recordings or cameras. Every answer births new questions, and each discovery reveals further mysteries. Let that open-ended tension settle in your mind, like the hush before a distant bell tolls. Feel the weight of your footsteps on the earth, the cool air at dawn, and the echo of centuries calling across empty paths. In this unresolvable space, pause and breathe, for in the questions themselves lies the enduring charm of medieval history. You step into the hush before dawn, where the village's contours are defined by sound more than sight. The air is cool, the sky a faint slate, and each noise feels magnified, a chorus of everyday echoes from a world that once moved without modern interruption. Here, in this medieval soundscape, you become acutely aware of how life was shaped by rhythm and resonance. A common historical fact in medieval Europe: Communities regulated daily life according to auditory signals rather than clocks. Church bells, town criers, and the clatter of wooden clogs on stone informed villagers when to rise, work, worship, and rest. You pause on a narrow lane of cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Underfoot, your own leather-soled boots make a hollow tap, softer than the hard-soled clogs of market workers, but still part of a symphony of footfalls that once defined commerce and routine. Listen, and you can almost hear the steady shuffle of tradesmen heading to their stalls, the distant scrape of a water cart's iron-rimmed wheel, and the low murmur of early prayers drifting from the church. A quirky aside in some towns, blacksmiths tied small bells to their anvils so that the first ring at dawn signaled the start of their day. The bell's tone varied with the hammer's weight, creating an informal town hour recognized by both craftspeople and villagers. Ahead, you catch the faint clink of metal ringing against stone as a miller unlocks the heavy wooden shutters of the grain mill. Inside, the mill wheels turning will soon send a soft rush through the air as ground flour replaces silence. But for now, the keys twist and the bolts slide are audible testaments to the day's imminent labors. A scholarly debate lingers. To what extent did reliance on auditory landmarks, bells, horns, and human voices strengthen communal bonds by synchronizing activity versus imposing rigid discipline that left little room for personal autonomy? Some historians argue that shared rhythms cultivated collective identity, while others suggest that strict auditory control reinforced feudal and ecclesiastical authority over every moment. You continue toward the churchyard, where a solitary bell tower stands sentinel. Through a narrow slit in its weathered stone, you glimpse the great bronze bell, its surface mottled with verdigris. Soon, at the stroke of first light, the bell ringer will toll the Angelus 3 rings at dawn, noon, and dusk, calling all to pause for prayer. Until then, the still echoes allow you to lean into subtler sounds. Now you hear the clack of wooden shingles under hoof as a farmer leads his mule toward the stable. The animal's soft hoof beats on straw muffle the sound, but the steady creak of harness leather keeps the rhythm clear. You imagine the plodding gait of pack animals carrying salt wool or ale over dusty roads, each creak and shuffle marking miles of movement. A common historical fact. Pack animals such as mules and donkeys were essential for medieval transport, their steady pace often outlasting horses over rough terrain. Their harnesses, made of layered leather and iron fittings, required regular oiling to prevent squeaks and creaks that might startle the load. Beyond the stable, you detect the distant hiss of a smith's bellows, 2 leather chambers, alternately inflated and compressed by a foot pump. With each blast of air, flames in the forge flare, but here you only hear its muted thrum, like the breathing of a massive beast. That sound once meant horseshoes, plowshares, and swords coming to life under skilled hands. A quirky detail in some workshops, apprentices pinned small strips of parchment to the bellows so that when the air rushed out, they fluttered like tiny flags, creating a rhythmic flutter that alerted the master smith when to stoke the fire without stepping into the forge's heat. As you approach the marketplace, the first vendors begin setting up. The creaking hinge of the fishmonger's chest, the scrape of a knife sharpening against a whetstone, and the soft plop of salted fish into wooden tubs herald the market's awakening. Through it all, the square remains quiet, no shouting. yet allowing the pre-market overture to unfold in calm anticipation. You press your hand to a carved stone pillar, tracing the worn edges, mellowed by time. Beneath your fingertips, you feel the subtle rumble of a distant cart turning a corner, heavy timbers against cobbles, more resonant than any shout. The stone amplifies each vibration, reminding you that architecture itself once served as a sounding board for communal life. A scholarly question arises. Did the echoing acoustics of medieval stone architecture enhance the power of sound in public spaces, thus amplifying both religious authority and civic order? Some scholars maintain that cathedral vaults and castle walls were designed to magnify chants and announcements, while others argue that practical considerations, durability materials took precedence over acoustics. Nearby, a young child's wooden clogs tap a playful prelude against the lane stones. The child races a small goat tethered to a short rope, the goat's bleat adding a high counterpoint. The two rhythms blend in innocent disorder, a reminder that medieval life was not all rigid routines, but also spontaneous humor. A quirky aside, parents sometimes carved grooves into door frames to mark the height of growing children, carving in the date and a small symbol. The sound of a parent tapping a small mallet to make the mark signaled a moment of family celebration, echoed by the child's delighted squeal. Finally, you come to the lich gate at the churchyard entrance, its low roof offering shelter for funerals in rain or sun. The ancient hinges creak like a sigh as you push it open. Beyond lies the grassy path to the church's main doors, where the next tolling of the bell will call you inside. But for this moment, you linger at the threshold, enveloped by the village's sonic tapestry. Take a slow, deliberate breath now. Feel the rhythm of your own heartbeat aligning with the faint echoes around you. The tap of wood on stone, the whir of unseen wheels, the sigh of leather, and the murmur of distant water wheels. Let these textures of sound comfort you as they once structured every aspect of medieval existence. As you step forward into the church's warmth, allow the echoes of the past, the bell's promise, the mule's plod, the child's tapping to fade softly into memory. In that gentle fading, find the space to rest, trusting the world's quiet symphony to guide you into a peaceful sleep. You step quietly into the shadowed interior of the village chapel, where morning light filters through tall stained glass windows and dances across worn stone floors in jewel-toned beams. The air is cool and carries a faint scent of incense and mortar, a reminder of the craftsmen who shaped these sacred walls. Before you lies a vast expanse of bare plaster, awaiting the next layer of pigment and devotion. A common historical fact: medieval churches were often adorned with frescoes, murals painted onto wet plaster, depicting biblical scenes and saints. These paintings served both as visual sermons for largely illiterate congregations and as expressions of communal faith. Frescoes required the artist to apply pigment quickly before the plaster dried, making speed and precision essential. You approach a scaffolding platform set against the wall. On a rough wooden plank, pots of vivid pigments, red ochre lapis, lazuli blue, verdigris green rest, next to brushes fashioned from animal hair. A master painter, dressed in a simple wool tunic, lifts a brush and dabs the blue pigment into a pre-incised outline of the Virgin Mary cradling her child. You watch his wrist flex as he sweeps the brush in an even arc, the pigment melding seamlessly with the damp plaster. A quirky aside, some medieval painters mixed crushed eggshells into their white pigment base to add a subtle sparkle when the sun hit the walls just so. Parishioners sometimes swore the halos of saints literally shimmered at midday, though scholars suggest the effect was more myth than material. Beyond, the fresco sunlight refracts through the stained glass windows panels of colored glass held in place by thin lead canes. The windows illustrate scenes from Christ's Passion: deep crimson for blood, pale honey yellow for divine light, and forest green for the garments of apostles. You trace your fingers along the cool lead framework, feeling the fine ridges that shape each piece. A common historical fact: stained glass workshops often combined glass blowing and painting. Artisans would first blow glass into cylinders cut and flatten them, then paint details with metallic oxides before firing the pieces in a kiln. The resulting windows not only filtered light, but also conveyed intricate storytelling through color and form. You step back to view the chapel's east wall, where mosaic fragments hint at an earlier decorative scheme. Tiny tesserae small cubes of colored stone glass and gold leaf once formed a complex mosaic of Christ enthroned. Now, only the lower rows remain, but you can see where his golden halo and deep blue robes must have glowed in candlelight. A scholarly debate still ripples through art historical circles. Did the introduction of mosaic techniques from Byzantine workshops directly influence Western church decoration? Or did European craftsmen develop their own distinct styles independently? Some argue that traveling artisans brought Eastern methods to Italy and France, while others point to evidence of local stone-cutting traditions predating major cultural exchanges. As you cross the nave, you pass rows of carved wooden pews whose armrests bear small mother-of-pearl inlays. These humble details catch the light and glimmer with delicate iridescence. You linger to admire the woodcarver's precision. Each inlay is set flush, creating a seamless union of wood and shell. A quirky detail: in some cathedrals, wood carvers hid tiny signature animals, a mouse or squirrel, within the pew carvings as a playful mark of authorship. Visitors who discovered these creatures claimed it was a blessing, evidence that the carver's spirit watched over them. Near the altar, you notice a series of embroidered tapestries hanging along the chancel screen. Their woven scenes portray legendary miracles: angels kneading dough-sick children healed by holy water. You lean close to inspect the fine silk threads, their sheen undiminished by the centuries. One tapestry's deep crimson border is woven with real gold thread, a luxury reserved for the wealthiest patrons. A common historical fact: the Bayeux tapestry, though not housed here, exemplifies the scale and narrative power of medieval needlework. Measuring nearly 70 meters in length, it chronicles the Norman conquest in scenes stitched with wool yarn on linen, combining artistry and record-keeping. You sink into a carved stone bench beneath a rose window, the circular tracery framing a delicate starburst of colored glass. The central pane depicts the Virgin's crown, each petal-shaped segment radiating light like a blooming flower. As you sit, you feel the chapel's hush surround you, the interplay of art and architecture inviting reflection. A final scholarly question lingers: did church-sponsored art primarily serve as instructional tools for the faithful, or were they also instruments of power, displaying the wealth and influence of patrons? Some scholars emphasize the didactic role of images in a preprint culture. Others argue that lavish decoration reinforced social hierarchies and ecclesiastical authority. You rise and light a slender candle at the base of one fresco, tipping your head to watch the flame's reflection dance across painted stone. The combined glow of candlelight and stained glass shafts creates shifting patterns on the floor, as if the art itself breathes in the living presence of worshipers. Take a deep, slow breath now. Feel the cool stone beneath your feet, the whisper of brush against plaster, and the warmth of light refracted through colored glass. Let the mosaics, frescoes, and tapestries settle into your imagination, weaving a tapestry of color and devotion in your mind. As you step back into the quiet of the aisle, allow their stories of pigment, prayer, and human hands to guide you gently toward rest. You arrive at the edge of a bustling market square just as the sun dips low, casting warm light across stalls piled high with wares of every kind. The air thrums with haggling voices, the clatter of wooden wheels, and the occasional bray of a tethered donkey. Merchants shout prices, apprentices dart between booths, and the scent of fresh herbs mingles with roasting meats and spilled ale. A common historical fact. Medieval market towns held weekly fairs under charter from a local lord or monarch, drawing traders from the surrounding countryside. These gatherings were crucial economic hubs, where peasants sold grain and livestock, artisans offered swords and textiles, and merchants displayed exotic imports like pepper and silk for eager buyers. You weave through narrow aisles between wooden booths. To your left, a vintner offers gleaming amphorae of wine, deep Burgundy from Rhenish vineyards and pale russet from Gascony, each sealed with wax and ribbon. To your right, a weaver's stall overflows with bolts of homespun cloth dyed in bold yellows and purples, their colors derived from weld and madder root. You pause to run your fingers across a swatch of wool, feeling its slight roughness and inhaling its earthy aroma. A quirky aside, some merchants hired criers who preceded a stall, beating small drums and chanting jingles to draw crowds. Fresh cheese, crisp apples, spices to tame your fevers. These rhymes often became local earworms echoing through the streets long after the market closed. As you turn a corner, you nearly bump into a fishmonger's stand. Silver-scaled herring lie on crushed ice, their eyes clear and glistening under a canopy of straw. The fishmonger brandishes a carved wooden knife and offers you a taste, tiny morsels of cured cod, salty and firm. You chew slowly, the brine tang awakening your senses. A common historical fact, in towns near rivers or coasts, fish formed a major part of the diet, especially on religious fast days when meat was forbidden. Dried and salted fish could travel long distances, sustaining inland populations and fueling trade routes. Beyond the fish, you notice a spice trader from the east. Small glass vials glint on his table filled with peppercorns, crushed cinnamon sticks, and saffron threads the color of sunrise. He offers to weigh out a pinch of each for a silver penny. You accept, feeling the gritty warmth of pepper on your tongue and inhaling saffron's sweet, honeyed perfume. A scholarly debate endures to what extent did the influx of spices and luxury goods reshape medieval European palates and economies. Some historians argue that rising demand for pepper, cinnamon, and cloves financed the voyages that led to the age of exploration. Others contend that these goods remained confined to elite tables until market competition drove prices down centuries later. You step past a blacksmith's booth where heated iron glows orange on an anvil. The smith hammers a horseshoe with rhythmic clangs, sparks dancing upward like fireflies. Beside him, apprentices display iron nails, hinges, and simple tools, trowels, chisels, and plowshares, essential implements for everyday life. A quirky detail in some markets, blacksmiths demonstrated their skill by bending iron bars into elaborate animal shapes. Miniature dragons or horses selling these smiths' curiosities as talismans believed to bring good fortune and ward off mischief. Further along, you find a pastry vendor laying out flaky pasties filled with spiced meat and apples. The aroma is irresistible. You bite into one, the rich flavors of sweat and fruit mingling as warm steam rises. The vendor winks and offers you a small cup of ale to wash it down its frothy head, crowned with a dusting of breadcrumbs. A common historical fact. Portable pastries like pasties and meat pies were popular market foods designed for travel and able to preserve their fillings without spoiling convenient sustenance for laborers and travelers alike. As dusk settles, lanterns are lit, clay lamps fueled by olive oil and animal fat casting a flickering glow that deepens the square's colors. You pause at a mapmaker's table where a fold-out sheet depicts roads and rivers sketched in ink. A quill hovers over the parchment as you contemplate the routes connecting market towns to distant cities. A cartographer's humble attempt at capturing the world's vastness on a single page. A final scholarly question: did the network of medieval markets and fairs effectively knit together a shared European identity, or did language barriers, local customs, and guild regulations maintain deep regional divides? Some scholars point to the spread of coinage weights and measures as unifying forces, while others note persistent local variations that kept communities distinct. You fill your leather pouch with a few copper coins payment for cheesecloth and a slice of pasty, and tuck it beneath your cloak. You take one last look at the market's ebb and flow carts departing down the road, empty stalls being folded away, and distant church bells marking the hour. Take a deep, steady breath now. Feel the hum of commerce settling into calm, the lingering flavors of fish and pastry on your tongue, and the memory of lantern glow in your skin. Let the vibrant bustle fade into soft recollection and allow your mind to drift toward restful slumber. You slip through a low-hung curtain into a sunlit clearing beyond the village's edge, where a circle of villagers gathers on woven mats around a crackling bonfire. The air hums with anticipation as musicians tune their instruments, hurdy-gurdy's lutes, and a pair of wooden flutes carved from elder wood. Tonight's entertainment blends work and celebration rural melodies that mark planting harvest and the simple rhythms of daily life. A common historical fact, music in medieval Europe was not confined to courts and cathedrals. Peasant communities sang ballads and hymns while tilling fields, and local tunes passed down orally formed the soundtrack to festivals, weddings, and seasonal labor. Nobody wrote most folk melodies down. Instead, they relied on memory and communal repetition. You settle onto a hand-woven rush mat, the fibers prickling beneath you, but surprisingly cool after a day under the sun. The musicians take their places on stones around the fire, a fiddler in a woolen tunic, her bow gently rosy, a piper adjusting reeds on a slender pipe, and a player at a small psaltery, its strings gleaming in the firelight. A gentle breeze carries the scents of burning oak and crushed wildflowers from the meadow. The fiddler begins with a slow, plaintive air, a melody that seems to rise from the earth itself. You close your eyes and let each drawn-out note wash over you. The bows rasp against strings, echoing like distant footsteps. The piper joins, weaving a counter-melody that dances lightly above the fiddle's lament. Their combined voices create a tapestry of sound, both soaring and intimate. A quirky aside, some villagers believe that playing music at dusk could summon benevolent field spirits, said to bless the evening's rest and ensure bountiful crops. Musicians would sometimes tie small bells around their ankles, jingling in time with their steps to alert any lurking sprites that friendly tunes were on the way. As the melody shifts into a livelier jig, toes begin tapping on the ground and hips sway, and villagers rise to join in a communal dance. Men and women link arms, skirts, billowing steps, following a pattern, 2 steps forward, a quick hop, then a turn. Children mimic their elders, giggling as they wind through the circle, their laughter blending with the music in a joyous chorus. A common historical fact, medieval dance forms varied widely by region. In England, the stately brancel featured side-to-side steps, while in parts of France, the bourrée involved brisk hopping motions. These dances reinforced social bonds and offered rare relief from the monotony of daily toil. You rise to participate, feeling the rush of movement ignite warmth in your limbs. The ground beneath your feet is uneven, tiny stones and grass tufts, so each sliding step requires attention. You sense the rhythm guiding your body, the drumbeat of the psaltery's plucked strings, the flute's bright staccato notes, and the fiddle's persistent pulse. With each turn, your cloak brushes against your companions, sharing the soft scent of lavender sachets in their pockets. Between jigs, the fiddler slows again, coaxing a haunting lullaby-like tune that settles the crowd into breath-synchronized listening. You lean against a smooth stone, inhaling the smoky aroma of the fire, mingled with the sweetness of clematis blooms growing wild at the clearing's edge. The music feels like a woven blanket, each strand of melody holding you safe and warm. A scholarly debate still resonates. Did medieval folk music maintain melodic purity through strict oral transmission, or did it evolve rapidly with each performer, adding improvisations? Some ethnomusicologists argue that core motifs remained remarkably stable across generations, while others point to regional archives showing divergent variations of the same tune within just a few miles. As night deepens, the ensemble introduces a simple drum, a wooden hoop fitted with animal skin, keeping a steady heartbeat beneath the lilt of flutes and strings. Villagers form smaller circles around the fire, some clapping, in time to accentuate the rhythm, others closing their eyes to let the music carry them. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, each note a gentle invitation to drift toward reverie. The fiddler steps forward to sing a traditional ballad, The Shepherd's Farewell. Her voice is clear and tinged with longing as she recounts the story of a young shepherd leaving home at dawn. You follow her tale through valleys of sound, the words weaving images of dew-kissed hills and moonlit fields. You imagine the shepherd's flute echoing across pastures, and you sense the bittersweet ache of departure. A quirky detail traveling minstrels sometimes traded verses with local singers, resulting in song duels where each attempted to outdo the other with improvised stanzas. Villagers judged the victor by applause, and skilled improvisers earned small coins or hospitality for the night. As the ballad ends, the piper plays a few loose variations on its melody, teasing familiar strains into fresh patterns. You appreciate how each musician adds their personal touch, transforming a well-known tune into something uniquely resonant for this evening's gathering. Finally, the circle narrows into a quiet interlude. A lone voice hums a lullaby in the local dialect, a melody meant to soothe children to sleep. You close your eyes picturing cradle songs whispered in dim hearth-lit rooms. The embers glow red and soft, and the night air cools around you, carrying the faint rustle of grasses and the low murmur of performers, sharing knowing glances. A final reflection drifts to mind. In this world, before printed music or formal concerts, these spontaneous gatherings wove music into everyday life. Songs carried news, preserved history, and bound communities across generations. Even without written notation, melodies lived on through touch breath and shared memory. As the lullaby's final notes fade into a hush, you feel the boundary between performer and listener dissolve. The flames crackle softly, and you rest your head on a friend's shoulder, letting the echo of rural music guide you into sleep's embrace. You step into the cool pre-dawn light of the village mill, its wooden sails turning lazily in the breeze. A steady creak and groan echoes as the great wheel outside channels water from the stream into its trough, harnessing the current strength. Inside, the air smells of damp stone and freshly ground grain, a whisper of warmth from yesterday's hearth that lingers in the rafters. A common historical fact, medieval communities relied on watermills and windmills to grind grain into flour, a vital task monopolized by the Lord's mill in many fiefs. Villagers brought their wheat or oats and paid a milling toll of a portion of the flour for the miller's service, making the mill both indispensable and a focal point of feudal dues. You approach the hopper, where golden kernels cascade into the grinding stones. The miller, an older man with flour-dusted shoulders, leans in to adjust the gap between the stones, humming a low tune to steady the rhythm. You feel the gentle vibration underfoot as the millstones turn, reducing grain to meal in a slow, unbroken pulse. A quirky aside, some millers hung a small horse's jawbone above the millstones, believing its strange shape warded off malevolent spirits that might foul the grain or jam the machinery. Though its protective power was purely symbolic, the rattling bone added an extra ghostly tinkle that amused local children. You take a handful of the pale yellow meal from the chute and rub it between your fingers. Its texture is fine, yet slightly gritty. The scent, nutty and faintly sweet. You imagine the baker's hands kneading this very flour into dough, hours of folding, resting and rising by the hearth's embers until it became hearty loaves. Beyond the grinding, you notice sacks of bran piled in a corner, destined for animal feed or household use. The miller gestures to a small sack of fine white flour reserved for bread made on feast days or sold at market. You inhale its nearly imperceptible aroma of grain and summer fields, feeling the promise of sustenance it holds. A scholarly debate stirs. Did the centralization of milling under manorial control stifle small-scale innovation like community-owned horse mills? Or did it ensure consistent quality and maintenance of the essential infrastructure? Some historians argue that monopolistic dues burdened peasants, while others contend that the feudal mill network guaranteed reliable milling when neighbors' primitive querns might fail. You follow the miller to the back where he pours water from a worn bucket into a trough beneath the wheel. The splash catches the lantern's glow, sending fleeting reflections across the beams. You step outside onto the mill race, feeling the mist from churned water cool against your skin. The wheels turning casts a gentle spray, and you close your eyes to the soft hiss of flowing water and wood. Turning back inside, you pick up a small clay bowl of fresh dough starter, a sourdough sponge bubbling with wild yeasts. You dip a fingertip in and taste a tiny bit tangy, with a hint of fruit alive on your tongue. You envision the baker adding the starter to a new batch of dough at dawn, coaxing the bread to rise slowly overnight for a loaf that would feed the entire hamlet come morning. A quirky detail. Some bakers saved a pinch of old dough called mother to inoculate the next batch, believing it carried the spirit of each previous loaf. They treated this dough starter as a household heirloom, guarding it through moves or misfortunes and replenishing it only with flour water and a prayer to St. Anne, patron of homemakers. You return the bowl and rack the millstones to a halt, the grinding hush leaving a ringing silence. The miller offers you a simple flatbread, just the meal mixed with water and baked on a hot stone. You bite into it, crusty on the outside, tender within, the pure flavor of grain, unadorned. Each chew connects you to centuries of hands that tilled fields and turned stones to feed their families. Before you depart, you pause to watch the watermill's shadow glide across the courtyard at sails, marking time against the pale sky. The miller dips a cloth into a pail of warm water to rinse his hands, then wipes them on a strip of canvas. You feel the gentle ebb of labor winding down each movement, measured by the wheel's revolutions. Take a deep, steady breath now. Feel the mill's cool stones beneath your feet and the smell of grain and water in your lungs. Let the rhythmic turning of millstones echo in your mind, reminding you that simple, repetitive tasks can yield life's most essential gifts. As you step back onto the path toward home, carry the mill's quiet lesson with you. Sustenance is born of steady work, careful stewardship of resources, and the patient turning of time itself. Drift now toward rest, grounded by the steady pulse of earth and water. You step into the narrow alley behind the tailor's workshop, the late afternoon sun slanting through a high window and illuminating bolts of fabric stacked against rough-hewn shelves. The scent of damp wool mingles with the faint tang of mordant's alum and iron vats used for dyeing, and the air carries a quiet hum of spinning wheels and snipping shears. Here in the heart of medieval textile craft, every thread tells a story of trade routes, artisan skill, and social standing. A common historical fact in the Middle Ages clothing served as a clear marker of status and wealth. Sumptuary laws often regulated who could wear certain colors or types of fabric. Only the nobility might don expensive silks and velvets, while peasants were generally restricted to coarse wool or undyed linen. You follow the tailor's apprentice into a low-roofed chamber where rolls of cloth rest in neat rows. Here you see coarse homespun linen, pale as winter mist, alongside deeper-hued wools, russet browns, forest greens, and a vibrant scarlet so rich it seems to glow even in shadow. The scarlet owes its brilliance to kermes dye made from crushed scaled insects imported from the Mediterranean. You imagine the tiny red bodies ground into powder, their color worth its weight in silver. A quirky aside, some wealthy patrons carried samples of their heraldic colors, tiny dyed threads sewn into letter-sealed packets so dyers could match the exact hue of family crests. Mistakes might result in fines under sumptuary edicts, or worse, a noble's public embarrassment at court. You recline on a padded bench and let the apprentice drape a length of deep blue wool across your shoulders. The fabric feels surprisingly light and soft, its surface brushed smooth by fullers who pounded it in clay-laden water. You draw your fingers along the nap, feeling the gentle tickle of raised fibers. This ultramarine shade comes from woad, the blue dye plant grown in northern fields. Its preparation requiring weeks of fermenting leaves in vats, then exposing them to air at precise intervals. A scholarly debate lingers among textile historians. Did medieval dyers achieve consistently vibrant, color-fast results, or did the variability of plant dyes keep garments' hues unpredictable and short-lived? Some argue that master dyers with secret recipes passed down through guilds produced reliably brilliant colors. Others point to extant garments showing faded, uneven patches as evidence of the craft's inherent challenges. As a seamstress measures you for a new tunic, she marks the length with a chalked line and pinches pleats at the shoulder. The gentle scratch of chalk against fabric and the distant whir of a spinning wheel create a lullaby of artisan sounds. You inhale the dusty, earthy aroma of undyed linen and the sharper tang of iron from the dye vats below. Beyond the workroom, you glimpse the dyer's yard where large wooden vats bubble with colorful liquors. A worker stirs a vat of golden yellow dye madder root fused with alum that bathes a bundle of wool in sunshine tones. Nearby, a tailor fits a doublet of fine green cloth, its surface embroidered with stylized vines and tiny seed pearls. The gentleman moves his arm and the pearls catch the light scattering glints across the workshop's walls, a quirky detail apprentices sometimes tested new dyes by streaking wet threads across their bare arms, letting the color adhere directly to skin before rinsing it off. The stains left behind offered immediate feedback on shade and fastness, though frequent contact with acidic dyes often left their limbs blotched in blue, red, or yellow for days. You settle back as the seamstress snips away excess cloth and threads fine silk ties through slit edges. The soft sheen of silk, imported at great expense from the East, contrasts sharply with the wool's matte texture. You run your finger along a silk ribbon dyed with cochineal, marveling at its depth of crimson, and feel a quiet thrill at the thought of wearing such luxury. A common historical fact: while silk weaving and dyeing flourished in Italian city-states like Lucca and Florence, much of medieval Europe relied on imported silk from Byzantium and later Moorish Spain, fueling long-distance trade and inspiring local imitations in wool and linen. You listen as the tailor mutters stitch counts under his breath, the needle's point catching in the fabric with a faint snick. Each stitch, often placed by candlelight in the evenings, ensured durability garments had to survive daily wear and seasonal wear and tear. Leather patches were sewn into elbows, and skirts were often lined to prevent fraying. A scholarly question arises: did sumptuary laws genuinely enforce social boundaries, or were they largely ignored in practice, with enterprising individuals finding ways to flaunt forbidden fashions? Records show both rigorous enforcement fines for peasants caught in velvet and widespread circumvention, such as illegally traded dyes or smuggled silks. As the fitting concludes, you look down at the finished tunic its fitted bodice, flared skirt, and decorative trimming precisely aligned. The wool drapes comfortably, and you feel the weight of fine craftsmanship at every seam. The seamstress fastens a pewter clasp at your throat, its interlaced knotwork design speaking to Celtic influences that endured in border regions. You rise with the tunic settling around you, the workshop's warmth enveloping your body. The subtle heat contrasts with the cool dyes of the basement vats, lingers in your clothes, reminding you of hidden depths and the layered journey of every thread. A final sensory note, run your hands along the layered hems, the wool's slight fuzz, the crisp linen lining, and the silk tie's smooth glide. Each surface evokes a memory of plant gardens, insect dyes, and the steady rhythm of spindle and loom. Take a deep, gentle breath now. Feel the fabric's embrace, the faint aroma of woad and madder, and the echo of spinning wheels and clipping shears. Let the textures and hues of medieval garments weave a soft tapestry in your mind, wrapping you in comfort as you drift towards sleep. You step over a sun-warmed threshold into the smithy's open courtyard, where plumes of gray smoke curl from the forge and the air thrums with metallic heat. Sparks fly as bellows breathe life into glowing coals, and the steady rhythm of hammer on anvil rings like a distant drum. You approach the blacksmith, a broad-shouldered craftsman whose leather apron bears the dark patina of decades, and feel the forge's warmth brush your face. A common historical fact in medieval towns, the blacksmith was one of the most indispensable artisans, forging everything from horseshoes and agricultural tools to nails, hinges, and weaponry. His workshop often stood near the town gate or market square, both for easy access and to ensure the clang of hammer on steel served as a constant reminder of his vital role. You watch as he lifts a piece of red-hot iron with tongs, lays it flat on the anvil, and brings the hammer down with precise force. Each blow shapes the metal, coaxing it into form, while the smith murmurs an old rhyme, a work chant meant to synchronize hammer strokes and steady the mind. The iron hisses as it cools in a trough of water steam, rising like a dragon's breath. A quirky aside, travelers often sought out lucky nails forged at a smith's anvil during a solar eclipse or on a saint's feast day, believing the celestial timing imbued the metal with protective charms. Though few nails survived practical use intact, those that did were nailed above door frames to ward off misfortune. You crouch to inspect a freshly made horseshoe, its arc perfect and edges filed smooth. You imagine the rasp of the rasp smoothing the hoof, then the satisfying pop as the shoe fits flush against a horse's hoof, transforming a stumbling steed into a sure-footed companion. The blacksmith wipes his brow and offers you a slug of cool barley water, its nutty tang a welcome reprieve from the forge's heat. Beyond the smithy's hearth, apprentices move with deliberate care. One sharpens tongs on a grindstone, the other coils lengths of wrought iron into decorative scrolls for the Lord's new manor gates. Their hands are calloused and steady. Each spark that flies off the wheel is a small testament to their growing skill and the guild's strict standards. A common historical fact. Medieval craft guilds regulated training through apprenticeships that could last 7 years or more. In return for room board and instruction, apprentices labored under masters, gradually earning the right to produce masterpieces that qualified them for guild membership and the privileges that came with it. You lean against a rough-hewn post and listen to the rhythmic hiss of steam and hammer strikes. Smoke coils around wooden beams overhead, and the scent of burned oak mingles with hot metal. The blacksmith gestures toward a rack of finely wrought arrowheads, their barbed tips glinting sharply in the morning light. A scholarly debate persists among historians of technology. Did the rise of organized guilds accelerate technological innovation by fostering skilled collaboration, or did their restrictive controls over production and pricing stifle experimentation and limit competition? Some argue that guild regulations ensured consistent quality, while others insist they created barriers that delayed broader diffusion of new techniques. You stand to stretch your legs, feeling the slight ache of muscles unused to standing still. The smith wipes a hand across his brow and offers you a tour of his tool chest hammers, of varied weight chisels for shaping and punches for riveting. Each tool bears the unique imprint of the smith's touch nicks, burn marks, and polished handles shaped by decades of use. As you bid farewell to the smithy's heat and return to the shaded lane, the distant clang of anvil and hammer recedes into a gentle heartbeat in your mind. You inhale the cooler air scented with wildflowers growing along the road's edge, and notice bees drifting between blossoms, their wings humming a soft accompaniment to the forge's echo. Take a slow, deliberate breath now. Feel the forge's warmth fade on your skin, replaced by the cool caress of morning air. Let the smith's hammer beats settle into your own pulse, reminding you of countless hands shaping metal and history itself, one strike at a time. Allow the memory of glowing coals and ringing anvils to guide you into calm contemplation. As you walk on, carry with you the smith's silent lesson. Transformation requires steady rhythm, careful attention, and the willingness to endure heat before emerging stronger. Drift now toward rest your mind annealed by that steady cadence and the quiet resilience of medieval craft. You slip through a low-arched door into the cool hush of the monastic schoolroom, where shafts of morning light pierce narrow windows and dance across rows of wooden benches. The air smells faintly of beeswax from burning candles, and of parchment, a soft papery scent that seems to cradle your thoughts. Here, education is a rare privilege, and each lesson carries the weight of centuries-old tradition. A common historical fact in the Middle Ages, formal schooling was typically provided by monasteries and cathedral schools, where boys, usually of noble or clerical backgrounds, learned to read Latin copy manuscripts and perform basic arithmetic. Education for most lay people remained scarce, with literacy rates estimated under 10% in many regions. You settle on a carved bench, the wood cool against your back, and open a slender volume bound in tanned leather. The ink is rich and dark, drawn by quill from oak galls mixed with iron salts. You trace your fingertip along the margin, where a neat hand has added glosses, brief explanatory notes on the day's lesson. Your tutor, a young novice in simple robes, stands at a lectern reading aloud from Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy. Each Latin phrase rolls softly off his tongue, and you let the cadence wash over you, anchoring your mind in the rhythm of language. A quirky aside student sometimes sharpened their quills into dangerously fine points, only to jab themselves accidentally in the palm, earning the nickname pin pricks. Monastic infirmaries reportedly treated dozens of minor quill wounds each term, and novice scribes learned to bandage their hands with strips of linen spattered with ink. You copy a passage in your own hand, dipping your quill into a small inkwell set into the desk. The nib scratches across parchment, and you feel a subtle thrill as letters emerge, precise, angular, each stroke measured. The act of writing demands concentration. Too much ink, and the line blots. Too little, and the text fades. You adjust your grip, savoring the tactile connection between feather ink and skin. Beyond the lesson's core, music fills the hall, a single boy practicing chant in a side alcove, his voice clear and unwavering. The melody, simple and repetitive, seems to lift the words into something more than meaning, a whisper of the divine threaded through every verse. A common historical fact: before the invention of the printing press in the 15th century, all books were copied by hand. Monks, nuns, and professional scribes labored in scriptoria-dedicated copying rooms where chains sometimes tethered precious volumes to desks to prevent theft. You glance toward a chained lectern where a large psalter lies open, its pages illuminated with gold leaf and vibrant pigments. A small choir gathers around it after the lesson, their fingers lightly brushing the velvety surface as they turn pages. The psalter's ornate initials, swirling vines and miniature animals, seem almost alive in the candlelight, each image a hidden story, waiting to be unveiled. A scholarly debate endures among historians and paleographers. Did monastic scriptoria preserve classical knowledge more faithfully than secular workshops? Or did the strict copying conventions of monasteries suppress creative evolution in manuscript art and textual variants? Some argue that monastic discipline ensured textual accuracy, while others maintain that guild scribes fostered greater innovation in script and illustration. As the lesson concludes, you rise to stretch cramped fingers. Your legs feel stiff after hours bent over the desk, and you welcome the freedom to move. You slip into an adjoining chamber where parchment skins hang from wooden racks to dry the translucent surfaces, glowing like pale amber in the morning sun. A quirky detail novice scribe sometimes press small tokens like a coin or a pressed flower between pages before drying, creating accidental time capsules rediscovered centuries later by curious scholars. You wander among the drying sheets, brushing your fingers lightly over the smooth surface of fresh parchment. You can almost feel the animal's presence embedded in the hide, the faint, almost imperceptible pores that speak of sheep or calf grazing in distant fields. Next, you follow the tutor to the arithmetic alcove, where a large wooden board bears rows of chalk squares. Today's lesson: Roman numerals and the abacus. You place small pebbles, calculi, into the squares to perform simple calculations, addition, subtraction, and the concept of zero, still a novel idea in much of Europe. A common historical fact: the term calculate derives from the Latin calculus, meaning pebble, reflecting the ancient use of stones for counting and computation. Medieval merchants and scholars alike relied on these methods before widespread adoption of Hindu-Arabic numerals. You move pebbles across the board, the clicking sound soothing in its regularity. The tutor poses a problem: if you own 17 sheep and sell 5, how many remain? You shift 5 pebbles aside and count slowly, letting each movement anchor the arithmetic truth. Beyond utility, these exercises train the mind to follow precise steps, foundations for astronomy, architecture, and commerce. A final scholarly question: did medieval education's focus on rote memorization and divine texts limit broader intellectual discourse? Or did it create the structured framework necessary for later scientific breakthroughs? Some scholars believe the trivium and quadrivium established by monastic schools endowed students with critical thinking tools. Others argue that the curriculum's narrow scope delayed Europe's engagement with emerging philosophies from the Islamic world. As the morning bell rings for Vespers, you close your manuscript and bow to the tutor. You step outside into the cloistered courtyard, cool stones underfoot, and inhale the scent of lavender planted near the well. The sun warms your shoulders, and you feel the steady pulse of learning woven into every leaf and stone. Take a slow, deep breath now, feeling the careful strokes of quills and the gentle heft of stones in your hand echo through your mind. Let the quiet discipline of the medieval schoolroom guide you toward calm reflection and eventually rest. You slip away from the lingering echoes of festival drums and follow a narrow lane flanked by neatly trimmed hedges toward the village church, its stone facade glowing silver in the soft light of dawn. As you approach the ancient doorway, you hear the faint toll of the Sanctus bell calling the faithful to morning prayer. Pews of timbered benches await inside, and the scent of incense, frankincense, and myrrh drifts through the air in gentle spirals. A common historical fact in medieval Europe, the church was the center of daily life, spiritual, social, and even economic. Villagers gathered for mass confession and festivals tied to the liturgical calendar. Parish churches often doubled as meeting halls and marketplaces during the week, cementing the church's role as both sacred space and community hub. You step across the threshold, your boots echoing on stone-flagged floors, and choose a seat near the back. Above you, stained glass windows filter morning light into kaleidoscopic patterns, ruby reds, sapphire blues, and emerald greens, painting shifting mosaics on whitewashed walls. You close your eyes for a moment, letting those colors dance behind your eyelids like a quiet aurora. A quirky aside, in some rural parishes, priests would bless farm animals on the feast of St. Anthony by sprinkling holy water over bleating flocks gathered in the nave. The animals, confused by the echoing chants, sometimes balked at the threshold until a monk coaxed them forward with salted oats, creating a comical procession of bleating and blessing. As the service begins, the priest's voice unfurls through the nave in muted Latin tones. You follow the liturgy in a hand-illuminated book of hours resting on your lap, its vellum pages edged in gold leaf and tiny vine motifs. You inhale the cool air mingled with incense and feel the rough wool of your cloak against your skin, the gentle weight grounding you in the moment. A common historical fact: medieval worshippers often participated in liturgical dramas, short plays depicting biblical scenes performed in the churchyard or even within the church itself. These mystery plays educated largely illiterate congregations about Scripture through vivid costumes, dialogue, and simple stagecraft. You imagine the village children stepping forward after Mass to enact the Nativity Mary in a simple blue cloak, Joseph brandishing a carved staff and a waxen star held aloft to guide them to the manger. The audience would marvel at makeshift props, a manger of straw, a silent ox painted on cloth, and cheer when angels descended on ribbons woven with golden thread. A scholarly debate lingers. Did these mystery plays deepen spiritual understanding and foster communal identity? Or did they distract from solemn worship by encouraging spectacle and sometimes irreverent humor? Some scholars argue that play acting brought scripture to life, while others worry that raucous comic relief undercut reverence for sacred mysteries. After the sermon, an impassioned plea for charity and humility, you rise to join the procession outside, where villagers form a circle around the churchyard cross. A deacon chants prayers, and each participant is sprinkled with holy water. You bow your head as droplets bead on your hair and trickle down your brow, carrying the cool tingle of blessing. Beyond ritual, faith in medieval times teemed with beliefs both official and folkloric. You pause before a small alcove off the north wall, where a wooden statue of Saint Blaise stands a bishop holding crossed candles. Devotees file past to receive the blessing of throats in which candles are pressed lightly against the neck to ward off illness, especially sore throats. A quirky aside, some parishioners carried miniature Saint Blaise croziers, tiny shepherd's crook pendants, believing they offered constant protection from plague and coughs. Craftsmen carved them from bone or ivory so small that only a keen eye could detect their delicate form on a humble leather cord. The parish clerk beckons you toward a thatched shelter in the churchyard, where an herb man displays bundles of fresh sprigs St. John's wort for warding off evil spirits, lady's mantle for women's health, and foxglove known for its potent if dangerous properties. You inhale the heady scent of marjoram and rosemary, imagining how villagers tuck these herbs beneath bed linens to keep nightmares at bay. A common historical fact, medieval herbalism blended Christian ritual with pagan tradition. Feast days often coincided with the gathering of specific plants, St. John's wort on Midsummer's Eve, or St. Andrew's cross vine on St. Andrew's Day, tying the medicinal calendar to the liturgical one. You select a small bundle of yarrow believed to staunch bleeding and protect against curses, and tie it to your belt. As you do, you recall stories of wise men who carried wands carved from hawthorn wood, tapping doors at Samhain to ward off restless spirits. These practices coexisted uneasily with church teaching, creating a tapestry of belief both comforting and uncanny. A scholarly question arises. Did the church's eventual condemnation of certain superstitions strengthen orthodoxy and social order, or did it sow confusion and fear by casting doubt on long-held folk traditions? Some historians assert that suppressing folk rites centralized ecclesiastical authority, while others feel it marginalized local knowledge, critical to daily survival. You follow a narrow path beside the churchyard yew trees, their dark boughs creaking softly in the breeze. Their gnarled trunks bear carved initials and small tokens, coins, and ribbons left by villagers seeking blessings or forgiveness. The scent of damp bark and leaf mold rises to meet you, earthy and ancient. At the foot of a towering cross, you kneel on a moss-covered stone and close your eyes. In the hush, you hear a thrush singing in the canopy above, its clear notes punctuating the quiet. You whisper a prayer not for gold or fame, but for simple endurance, safe journeys, healthy flocks, and the strength to face each dawn. Before you rise, linger on this moment of stillness, the cool stone beneath your knees, the gentle chorus of birdsong, and the muted glow of sunlight through stained glass. With each breath, feel the intertwining of faith and folklore that shaped medieval souls. As you stand and rejoin the path toward home, let the sacred hush incense prayer and pilgrim's herbs drift behind you like the scent of last night's dream. Carry these quiet blessings into your rest and allow their gentle mystery to guide you into sleep. you awaken to the distant peal of bells and the flutter of pennants in a cool morning breeze. Today is Festival Day, the annual celebration of Saint Medard, whose feast brings the entire village into the streets in a swirl of color noise and communal joy. A common historical fact, medieval festivals were often tied to the liturgical calendar marking saints' days' harvests or seasonal changes. These gatherings provided rare breaks from labor, allowing peasants, artisans, and nobles alike to mingle trade news and indulge in music and dance. Stepping into the cobbled square, you notice wooden scaffolds erected around a central maypole, an upright tree stripped of branches and crowned with woven ribbons. Villagers of all ages clutch the ribbons, preparing to circle the pole in a winding dance that weaves bright streams of cloth into a living braid. The air hums with anticipation, punctuated by the distant beat of drums and the high notes of a fife. A quirky aside, in some regions, festival goers donned animal masks, wooden boar snouts, or feathered wings to invoke spirits of fertility and luck, though the masks often provoked fits of laughter or mild panic. When children mistook them for real beasts, their playful anonymity allowed participants to shed everyday roles and revel unencumbered. You join the ribbon dance, feeling the rough hemp looped around your wrist and the gentle tug of neighbors guiding each step. Feet shuffle in time, left, right. The patterns grow more complex, weaving under and over sequences that test your coordination, but delight the onlookers. Warmth creeps into your cheeks as you match your steps to the rhythm, and you feel the vibration of the drumstick in your chest. Beyond the dance stalls offer festival fare honeyed cakes shaped like birds, spiced wine warmed over small braziers, and platters of roasted chestnuts still crackling in their shells. You purchase a bird-shaped tart and bite into flaky pastry dusted with cinnamon, its sweetness a vivid contrast to the morning's crisp air. As you chew, you detect hints of clove and cardamom imports that nobles traded silver for. Yet here they sweeten a common treat. A scholarly debate lingers. Did the indulgence of spices and imported goods in festival foods reflect widespread prosperity, or were they tokens reserved for special occasions, masking enduring scarcity for most villagers? Some historians suggest that modest quantities of exotic seasonings trickled down through guild networks to market towns, while others insist that true luxury remained firmly out of reach for peasant budgets. Walking past a troop of jugglers, you feel the thump of their balls against taut leather and the whoosh of clubs arching through the air. A jester in motley catches your eye, juggling 3 burning torches with effortless flair. Sparks drift upward like fireflies before extinguishing in puffs of smoke that smell faintly of pine resin. A common historical fact, itinerant entertainers, jesters, minstrels, acrobats relied on festival travel to earn their keep, performing feats that ranged from comedic skits to dangerous stunts. Their presence added a vital thread of spectacle to communal celebrations, and their stories often spread like wildfire between towns. You pause at a makeshift stage where a storyteller speaks in sonorous tones about Saint Medard's legend, how the saint's cloak shielded farmers from rain, a symbol of divine protection. Children sit cross-legged at the stage's edge, eyes wide as thunder claps mimic the saint's miraculous weather control. You imagine their wonder, the way stories can shape belief and bind a community together. Behind the stage, a group of dancers dressed in flowing gowns move in circles holding hands and swaying to the lilting melody of lutes and viols. Their skirts brush cobblestones, sending up little puffs of dust that dance in shafts of sunlight. You find a spot among the spectators and breathe in the mingled scents of wood smoke, sweat, and fresh flowers woven into the dancer's hair. A quirky aside, during some festivals, participants played a game called hanky hitting, in which two teams swung cloths on sticks at one another, aiming to knock hats off onlookers. Though mainly harmless fun, the game occasionally escalated when a well-aimed blow knocked a nobleman's hat into the mud, causing great offense and temporary chaos. You sip a cup of spiced wine offered by a local vintner, its warmth seeping into your chest and loosening the last traces of morning chill. The vessel, a wooden cup bound in iron hoops, feels solid in your hand, the grain of the wood smooth beneath your fingers. A final scholarly question remains: did these vibrant festivals forge true social bonds across class lines? Or did they simply reinforce existing hierarchies by showcasing noble generosity and peasant deference? Some argue that shared revelry dissolved barriers, if only temporarily, while others note that the best seats and rarest treats often remained reserved for the elite. As the festival reaches its peak, trumpets echo from the manor's balcony and a procession of banners flutters overhead. You set aside your cup and join the throng, letting the music, the laughter, and the swirl of color carry you toward a state of gentle euphoria. Take a deep, slow breath now. Feel the rhythm of the dance in your limbs, the taste of cinnamon on your tongue, and the warmth of spiced wine in your belly. Let the festival's joy and complexity settle into a soft glow behind your eyelids. As the day fades into evening, carry these images with you into rest, knowing that even in celebration, history's lessons hum quietly beneath the revelry. You arrive at the edge of the village square just as dawn's pale light chases away the last stars. Before you stands the pillory, a heavy wooden framework with iron locks its posts, creaking softly in the breeze. The air here feels charged, as though every stone and plank bears witness to countless transgressions punished in the name of order. Today, a single figure is bound in the stocks, a market vendor accused of selling underweight measures. His cheeks burn crimson, and his voice when he speaks is muffled by the wooden board that pins his wrists and neck in place. A common historical fact: medieval justice was a public affair designed both to punish wrongdoing and to deter others. Crimes ranged from petty theft and fraud to more serious offenses like assault or heresy, and punishments included fines, flogging stocks, and on rare occasions execution. Courts were often held in the open air with villagers gathering to watch the proceedings and the carrying out of sentences. You step forward and observe the vendor's rough-spun tunic fraying around the sleeves from frequent washing. He shifts in the stocks, trying to ease the pressure on his wrists, and you notice the small desk beside the pillory, where a scribe painstakingly records the offense in a leather-bound ledger. A local constable stands nearby, baton in hand, surveying the crowd with stern eyes. A quirky aside: in some towns, officials allowed spectators to pelt the offender with rotten vegetables or stale bread after the sentence was announced. This ritual, meant to express communal outrage, sometimes became so excessive that authorities had to distribute fresh fruit to the crowd just to avoid serious injury and to keep the villagers content. You watch as a basket of turnips and apples is passed among the onlookers. A child, curious and perhaps unaware of the full weight of justice, tosses a lumpy turnip that thuds against the vendor's shoulder. He winces, but the constable raises a hand, signaling the crowd to temper their aim. A hush falls, and you feel the solemnity of authority anchored in that silent moment. Beyond the stocks, the gallows loom a crude wooden structure used for hanging the most serious criminals. You recall that only a few weeks ago, an itinerant highwayman met his end there, the noose's fall echoed by the toll of the church bell. The execution served as a grim reminder that some crimes like murder or rebellion carried the ultimate consequence. A scholarly debate lingers among historians. Did public executions and corporal punishments actually reduce crime through deterrence, or did they desensitize communities to violence and injustice? Some scholars argue that the fear of public shame and pain kept the peace in an era lacking modern policing, while others contend that these spectacles perpetuated brutality and offered little real protection to the vulnerable. You turn your gaze to the small wooden platform where the court convenes each month. On it, a lord or his appointed steward sits beneath a canopy robes of office draped around his shoulders. A low table before him holds a balance scale for weighing goods, a stout book of local laws, and a war hammer, symbolic of his power to enforce rulings. Today, after the stock sentence, the steward will hear a tenant's complaint about unruly pigs uprooting his barley field. A common historical fact, manorial courts dealt with local disputes and minor infractions, while more serious crimes went before the king's justices on circuit. Peasants typically faced the manorial court of their lord, where punishment might include fines paid in produce or labor rather than coin. You notice a farmer step forward to give testimony. He's a burly man with calloused hands and a simple hood pulled low against the morning chill. He speaks of wheat stalks trampled under the pigs' trotters, his voice rough but earnest. The steward listens, eyes narrowed in concentration, then pronounces judgment. The pig owner must pen his swine behind additional fencing and pay a shilling in compensation, half in grain, half in labor. A quirky aside, in parts of England, some courts enforced frog fries for offenders' mandatory labor, wading into marshes to catch and fry frogs as a form of punitive detainment. Though the meal was often unpalatable, the humiliation of the task carried weight equal to any fine. As the farmer nods and a bailiff collects the payment, you reflect on the delicate balance between justice and mercy. The steward's decision is met with polite applause and murmurs of satisfaction as the next case is called. The community participates fully invested in each outcome as customers at a market. You step aside and take a seat on a wooden bench beneath a blossoming hawthorn, tree petals drifting around you like pale snow. The scent of spring mingles with the tang of iron from the stalks and the faint smoke of a nearby hearth. You feel the tension ease in your shoulders, carried away by the gentle breeze. A solemn hush precedes the steward's final announcement. He declares the court closed until next month, and the crowd disperses in small clusters, some to tend fields, others back to their stalls. The vendor in the stocks is released, gingerly rubbing his wrists before slipping away to recover his dignity or lament its loss. A scholarly question arises: to what extent did these communal judicial rituals reinforce social cohesion by providing a shared sense of order, and at what point did they risk alienating or traumatizing participants? Many historians point to the legitimacy that visible justice conferred on rulers, but others emphasize the scars left on communities forced to witness and participate in public punishment. You rise from the bench and walk toward the marketplace where life resumes its gentle hum. A baker slides fresh loaves from his oven, and the scent of warm bread mingles with the lingering memory of the pillory. You pause, close your eyes, and inhale deeply, letting the comfort of daily routines soften any residual tension. As you leave the square, the hawthorn petals carpet the ground at your feet, and you step lightly across them, mindful of each shifting petal. Your heart settles in rhythm with the soft rustle of leaves overhead, and the world seems for a moment perfectly balanced between justice and mercy, order and humanity. Take a slow, deliberate breath now. Feel the spring air fill your lungs, the brush of petals against your boots, and the faint echo of courtly voices fading into memory. Let the lessons of public justice, its necessity, its spectacle, its fragility, drift you closer to restful sleep. You emerge from the oak grove as the sun begins its slow descent, painting the horizon in mauves and burnished gold. The scent of pine needles mingles with the faint tang of smoke from distant hearths. Ahead lies a modest market town, its timber-framed houses clustered around a central square where the day's commerce still hums like a lullaby. A common historical fact: medieval market towns were granted charters by local lords or monarchs, permitting them to hold weekly markets or annual fairs events that drew merchants, artisans, and peasants from dozens of miles around. These gatherings were vital for the exchange of goods, news, and culture in an age before printed media. You step onto the cobbled square, your boots clicking against stones worn smooth by cartwheels and countless footsteps. Stalls line the perimeter, some simple wooden tables draped with cloth, others sturdy booths with hand-carved decorations. You see piles of salted herring glistening in baskets, bolts of brightly dyed wool, baskets of apples still clinging to dew, and earthenware jugs sold by a potter whose hands are flecked with clay. A quirky aside in some market towns, bakers displayed rings of dough called mercat rings on stall edges. Legend held that if a customer bought a mercat ring and carried it home without breaking its circle, they would enjoy good fortune and protection, though in practice, these dough rings were often too brittle to survive the journey intact. You wander past a stall where a tanner sells supple leather pouches, their rich scent of cured hide drifting on the breeze. You unlace your belt and exchange a few copper coins for one feeling its smooth grain beneath your fingertips as you tie it securely to your waist. Inside, you store a small flint essential for kindling fires and a handful of fragrant lavender buds to ward off pests. As you continue, the murmur of haggling voices rises and falls. A farmer debates the price of cheese with a guild official, while a weaver offers free samples of her finest linen to attract buyers. Children weave between the stalls, clutching wooden toys carved by a local artisan, squealing when they glimpse the bright plumage of a trained falcon perched nearby, its jesses flicking softly against the post. A common historical fact: medieval guilds regulated trades in towns, setting quality standards, controlling apprenticeships, and restricting membership to preserve livelihoods. Guild halls often doubled as meeting places for civic affairs, blending commerce with local governance. You pause at a booth draped in crimson velvet and gold trim, an itinerant silk merchant displaying lengths of fabric imported from the East. The cloth shimmers in the dying light, each thread seeming to capture the rose and violet sky. You imagine the perilous journey these silks undertook, caravans crossing desert sands, camels stoic under a blazing sun, bandits lurking at oasis stops. The merchant invites you to feel the sheen. You run your hand across the fabric and sigh at its cool, almost liquid texture. A scholarly debate lingers. To what extent did the introduction of luxury imports like silk and spices reshape the medieval European economy? Some historians argue that high demand for exotic goods fueled exploration and capital accumulation, laying groundwork for the Renaissance. Others contend that these imports remained confined to the elite with little trickle-down effect for the broader populace until much later. You move on, drawn by the tinkling chime of a bell above a modest apothecary's door. Inside, glass jars line wooden shelves filled with powders, roots, and tinctures. The apothecary, clad in a simple robe, offers you a sample of rosehip syrup, claiming it boosts immunity against winter coughs. You sip it slowly. Its sweet, tart flavor warms your throat, leaving a faint rose fragrance on your tongue. A quirky aside, some apothecaries added a dash of ground beetle shells to their remedies, believing the carmine hue would signify potency. Though the practice had little medicinal value and certainly introduced an unpleasant crunch, it underscored the era's faith in vibrant colors as signs of healing power. Stepping back into the square, you catch sight of a minstrel tuning a lute beneath an archway. His music, soft and lilting, rises above the din, coaxing your shoulders to drop inward and your breath to slow. You linger to listen, noticing the way his fingers dance across strings weathered by travel and time. A common historical fact, traveling minstrels and troubadours were vital conduits of news, poetry, and entertainment. They carried stories of distant courts and heroic deeds, weaving them into songs that educated and amused audiences across regions. As twilight deepens, lanterns flicker to life, casting a warm glow on the stalls. You purchase a small wax lamp from a candle maker, a stubby vessel filled with tallow, and a wick trimmed to the perfect length. You light it and cradle it before you, its flame sputtering like a living thing, illuminating the path toward the town's gate. Before leaving, you step onto a raised platform in the center of the square, imagining the weekly market proclamation, "Hear ye, hear ye, the market is now closed. Those with wares unsold must depart by the third bell." You picture voices rising in complaint and laughter as vendors pack their carts, rodents scuttling among discarded straw and spilled grain. A final scholarly question lingers. Did the structure and regulation of medieval markets foster equitable trade and social cohesion, or did they reinforce existing hierarchies by privileging guild members and urban elites? Some historians point to market charters as early examples of civic rights, while others note that many rural peasants had limited access to these economic hubs, perpetuating rural poverty. You step through the town gate, the torch-lit portal arching overhead like a cathedral of stone. Outside, the road stretches back toward the oak grove and beyond to the open fields. You hold the wax lamp carefully, its glow a reassuring pulse in the gathering dusk. Take a deep, calming breath now. Feel the smooth leather of your pouch, the weight of your lantern, and the murmur of distant music still echoing in your mind. Let the sights and sounds of market day, bartered goods, fragrant syrups, resonant lute strings linger like gentle footprints on your consciousness. As you walk beneath the first stars, allow these memories of commerce and community to settle you further into tranquility. The world of stalls and tradesmen fades into soft shadow, leaving only the quiet promise of rest ahead. You rise before dawn, your cloak wrapped tight against a chill breeze, and step beyond the village gates onto a narrow dirt road etched with ruts and stones. The world is hushed, save for the soft crunch of gravel beneath your boots and the distant hoot of an owl bidding the night farewell. As you begin your journey along the ancient track, you feel the weight of both pack and purpose pressing gently on your shoulders. A common historical fact in medieval Europe, most long-distance travel took place on rudimentary roads maintained by local communities under the corvée system, unpaid labor owed to the Lord. So upkeep was inconsistent, and travelers often faced muddy stretches or deep ruts carved by wagons and hooves. Your pace is unhurried, but the path demands attention. Loose stones threaten to twist an ankle, and muddy patches could soak your boots to the brim. Along the way, you pass a half-ruined milestone, its carved number almost worn away, but still hinting at the miles to the nearest town. You imagine merchants hauling barrels of salted fish over these very stones, their cloaks drenched by rain and their breath rising in smoky clouds as they whisper prayers for safe passage. A quirky aside, some wayfarers carried tiny whistles made from hollowed reeds, believed to mimic bird calls that would ward off mischievous sprites, said to cause travelers to lose their way. In truth, the whistles mostly startled passing jays and blackbirds, but the sharp peeps reassured lonely souls that they weren't completely alone on the road. As you walk, the dawn sky shifts from ink to pale rose, and you glimpse a way station, a simple wooden inn with a sagging signboard painted in faded blue. A lantern swings in the breeze, beckoning weary travelers to rest. Inside, the hearth is just brightening, and the innkeeper nods as you enter, laying a hand on a steaming pot of thin gruel. You settle on a bench, feeling the rough planks beneath you, and lift a chipped wooden bowl to your lips. The taste of oats and water is bland but nourishing, and you welcome the brief pause from the rut-marked road. Beyond the door, you hear the clink of horseshoes as a small caravan of pilgrims arrives, their badges of St. James jingling softly. You imagine their stories seeking penance favor or simply adventure, and feel a kinship in the shared purpose of movement despite the discomfort it entails. Rising, you pay the innkeeper a few copper coins hard-earned from bread sales or day labor and step back onto the road, your boots squelching through damp earth. Mid-morning, you encounter an abandoned toll gate, a simple barrier of 2 poles strung with rope, where the shadow of a booth hints at a once collected fee. Today, no one tends it, and you cross without ceremony. You pause at the gate's post, running your fingers over the notches carved by generations of travelers marking their passage. Some etched initials, others small crosses for safe arrival, and a few even scratched crude maps of winding routes ahead. A common historical fact, tolls and bridge fees were a major source of income for feudal lords and ecclesiastical authorities, and records show that a single toll house could levy charges on merchants, pilgrims, and peasants alike, sometimes as much as a day's wages for a small farmer. You continue the road, now flanked by dense hedgerows, alive with the rustle of unseen creatures. The sun rises fully, warming your back, but the shade beneath thorny branches remains cool. You pass an overgrown hollow where a broken spear leans against a tree, evidence perhaps of a skirmish long past. Your heart quickens at the thought of highwaymen lurking in the undergrowth, ready to spring a blade or demand your few remaining coins. A quirky aside, some travelers tied peacock feathers to their packs, believing the evil eye patterns would deter thieves and bandits. While no evidence suggests a thief would think twice at the sight of iridescent plumage, the colorful display certainly made it harder for ambushers to blend into the brush. Around midday, you crest a gentle hill and see smoke rising in the distance, an indication of another settlement or a woodcutter's heart. You break your fast again with a hunk of hard cheese and a wedge of dense rye bread, nibbling slowly as you watch swallows dart above the field. Their flight reminds you that even on the slowest trek, life carries on in countless small dances. A scholarly debate stirs among historians. Did the fear of banditry and the inconvenience of poor roads stifle commerce more than political unrest or high tolls? Some argue that dangerous stretches of highway discouraged merchants from venturing far, keeping local economies insular. Others insist that merchants simply formed armed caravans or hired escorts, mitigating the threat and fostering the rise of proto-guilds that protected trade across regions. As afternoon light softens, you arrive at a small ford where a shallow stream cuts across the path. You pause to wring water from your cloak and rinse a small cloth, its coarse fibers scrubbing away sweat and dust. The stream's cool rush against your skin sends a shiver up your spine, reminding you how little water remained in your flask. Leaning on a smooth stone, you watch minnows dart beneath the clear surface, their tiny bodies flickering like living silver. You refill your flask, savoring the crisp taste of fresh water, and lift both face and spirit. The road ahead winds toward a stand of tall oaks, where shadows will lengthen soon and visibility will fade. You tuck the cloth back into your pack and resume your journey, mindful of each step, each breath. As the day wanes, you spot a simple wooden shrine nestled at the tree line, a carved figure of a saint offering a sheltering hand. Pilgrims must have paused here to pray for protection before nightfall. You kneel on a patch of soft grass, closing your eyes and letting the breeze carry your whispered petition for safety and rest. Take a deep, measured breath now, feeling the pulse in your temples slow as you honor that moment of quiet devotion. The road has tested your endurance, yet each hardship has been accompanied by small comforts: a warm bowl, a refreshing stream, a whispered prayer. Before you press on, consider this final question. Did the perils of medieval roads truly hinder the expansion of trade and ideas? Or did they simply spur the innovations like way stations, pilgrim badges, and armed escorts that laid the groundwork for Europe's eventual economic flourishing? Let that question settle in your mind like a soft pebble in still water, and allow your own journey, both literal and imagined, to carry you gently toward sleep. You step through a heavy oak gate, bound in iron, the sharp scent of moss and damp stone filling your nostrils. The sun has slipped toward late afternoon, casting long shadows across battlements and walkways. All around you, the castle's sturdy walls rise like silent guardians, each block of limestone worn smooth by wind and the careful touch of countless hands. Beneath your feet, the flagstones feel cool and solid, a firm reminder that this place was built to endure both time and terror. A common historical fact: medieval castles were designed primarily for defense, featuring thick curtain walls, often 6 to 10 feet wide towers for archers, and a surrounding moat to deter siege engines and tunneling enemies. These formidable structures evolved over centuries, incorporating lessons learned from each attack and adapting to advances in siege warfare. As you follow a narrow rampart walk, you imagine the rhythmic tap of leather-soled boots behind you, guards on patrol, their spears glinting in the late light. Beneath the parapet's crenellations, arrow slits puncture the stone slender as eye sockets, allowing defenders to aim long bows with minimal exposure. You peer through one of these slits, the world outside reduced to a framed vista of rolling hills and clumps of forest, as if the castle itself were a protective eye keeping watch over the land. A quirky aside to celebrate the completion of major renovations, some lords would commission victory gargoyles, grotesque stone carvings of mythical creatures holding shields emblazoned with the year. These fanciful faces grace the battlements intended to ward off evil spirits and intimidate any would-be invaders who spotted them peering from the parapets. You pause at a corner tower where the air smells faintly of soot and roasting meat below. In the courtyard, the castle cook tends a spit roast of mutton beside a low hearth. The distant clank of metal signals the blacksmith at work, forging arrowheads and repairing armor. You run your hand along the cool stone wall, feeling the slight indentation where a mason's chisel once carved a perfect joint. Above you, wooden hoardings, temporary balconies of sturdy timber, jut from the wall, allowing defenders to drop boiling oil or stones onto attackers below. A scholarly debate endures among historians. Did the addition of concentric walls, an inner curtain wall surrounded by an outer wall, actually improve a castle's defensive capabilities more than investment in mobile field armies? Some scholars argue that concentric fortifications provided defenders with multiple lines of retreat and reinforcement, making them nearly impregnable. Others counter that the cost and labor required for such elaborate stonework drained resources that could have better supported cavalry and supply lines, ultimately weakening a lord's broader military readiness. You climb a steep spiral staircase within a circular tower. The steps are worn into irregular curves by centuries of footsteps, so that the inside edge is shallow and the outside edge precipitously steep. Each ascent demands careful footing, and you feel the stone curl beneath your boot, urging caution. At the top, you emerge onto a platform where a lone archer rests his bow across his lap. He nods without speaking, his eyes scanning the horizon for the silhouette of smoke or movement. You settle beside him on a rough-hewn bench and breathe in the crisp air tasting salt carried by a distant river. Below your perch, the castle bailey stretches out in a patchwork of workshop stables and a small chapel with a bell tower. The bell's gentle toll reminds you that even here time follows sacred rhythms. A flock of pigeons takes flight from the latrine tower, cooing as they circle and disappear beyond the ramparts. A quirky detail some castles install, talking drains carved channels that carried waste away from the walls, ending in gargoyle-like spouts that emitted a gurgling sound when flushed by rainwater. Peasants in the moat below sometimes joked that the castle was speaking or even laughing at them when the drains came to life on stormy nights. You rise and continue along the battlements toward the keep, the castle's inner stronghold. Its walls are even thicker here, and you notice horizontal grooves carved into the stone at intervals, placed supports for wooden hoardings during times of siege. You imagine a volley of arrows firing through those same grooves, the thud of bolts embedding in shields, and the shouts of men rallying against the clangor of steel. Inside the keep, the great hall awaits its hearth ablaze and warming rows of long benches. You cross the threshold into a glow of hearthlight and heady scents, herbs hanging from ceiling beams, the tang of spiced wine, and the heavy aroma of wax candles. Tapestries line the walls depicting heroic battles and mythical beasts. You run a finger along the embroidered edge of a dragon's wing, marveling at the skill required to stitch gold thread into wool. A common daily routine unfolds. Squires polish plate armor by the hearth, polishing metal until it gleams like liquid silver. Meanwhile, pages carry platters of roasted boar and trenchers of coarse bread to tables where knights lean back, clanking goblets and toasts to valor. The murmured conversations, plans for patrols, whispered gossip about visiting nobles fill the hall with life. You settle at a small side table and lift a wooden goblet to your lips. The ale within is cloudy and sweet, flavored with honey and a hint of heather. Each slow sip warms your chest, and you feel the grain of the wooden cup rough against your palm. A serf approaches, carrying a platter of pottage enriched with diced turnips and leeks, a luxury only available within the castle walls. You taste its savory broth and let its warmth seep through you. A scholarly question lingers. To what degree did life inside a castle, not just its military features, create a distinct culture that separated lords and retainers from peasant life outside? Some historians claim that castles functioned as miniature cities, fostering art cuisine and courtly manners. Others insist they remained austere military compounds where survival trumped refinement, and that any luxury was superficial, designed more to impress visitors than comfort residents. As evening deepens, torchlight flickers against stone arches, and you rise to explore the chapel, hidden in a quiet corner of the keep. Soft chants drift from within, and you pause outside the arched doorway, letting the sacred music wash over you like a gentle tide. The scent of incense lingers, and your heartbeat slows in harmony with the slow rhythm of psalms. You step back into a small alcove and draw in the hushed glow, feeling the cool draft against your cheek. Here, vulnerability feels safe, a contrast to the fortress's stern exterior. You close your eyes and imagine the whispered prayers of knights seeking courage, of ladies requesting protection, and of common folk offering thanks for safe passage. As you descend the staircase and return to the battlements, night has fully arrived. Lanterns hang along the walls, casting warm pools of light that guide your steps. You pause at the gatehouse, listening to the distant clang of the portcullis being lowered, sealing the castle for the night. Take a slow, deliberate breath now. Feel the weight of the stones around you, the hush of the courtyard, and the distant murmur of protected lives within these walls. Let the echo of your footsteps, once steady and alert, soften into the rhythm of your breath. You have walked the battlements, felt the rough stone under your palm, and tasted the castle's warmth. Now surrender to the steady fortress of your own mind, letting its defenses rest as you drift toward deeper sleep. You step into the fading glow of evening torches that line the approach to the Lord's manor, heavy timbers overhead, forming a vaulted entryway. The air feels charged with expectation, as though the walls themselves carry whispers of power. Here, the feudal structure unfolds in stark relief, a network of obligations and allegiances, binding peasants, vassals, and lords in a hierarchy both rigid and strangely symbiotic. A common historical fact, medieval Europe was organized under the feudal system where land was granted by a lord to vassals in exchange for military service and loyalty. At the bottom, serfs worked the soil, tilling fields, tending livestock, and paying rent in produce or labor, while knights pledged to defend the territory, and the king granted titles to those knights in return for support on the battlefield. As you cross the threshold into the Great Hall, your boots echo against flagstone floors polished by generations of footsteps. Rough-hewn benches line long tables and tapestries depicting hunting scenes, and heraldic symbols hang from the walls, their colors muted by time, but still hinting at former splendor. You find a seat among a cluster of other tenant smallholders whose possessions fit into leather pouches at their belts. The Lord has called a gathering to announce tomorrow's levy, the demand for able-bodied men to join his retinue. A quirky aside, some lords issued jeux d'amour tokens, small wooden discs inscribed with playful love riddles handed out during feasts to encourage mingling between noble ladies and visiting knights. This practice, though light-hearted on the surface, sometimes led to scandalous affairs and whispered gossip that could disrupt alliances. Peasants looked on with bemusement, wondering why such trivial tokens could sway fortunes more effectively than a well-timed harvest offering. You clear your throat as the Lord strides forward, dressed in a surcoat bearing his coat of arms, a silver lion rampant on a field of deep blue. His voice rumbles like distant thunder as he reminds everyone of their duties: the annual labor tax at harvest, the obligation to maintain roads and bridges, and the requirement that every able man attend in case of invasion. You glance at your own worn linen tunic, the threadbare patches at your elbows, a testament to long hours bent over plows and looms. Tomorrow, you will march spear in hand, leaving home and hearth for the promise of knighthood, or more likely, a meager pittance of coin. Behind the Lord, his stewards record names in a ledger bound by rawhide, their quills scratching softly, a sound almost lost beneath murmurs of complaint. Some villagers grumble about the size of the levy, others nod resignedly, knowing that defiance risks forfeiture of land or worse. The sense of inevitability hangs in the hall like the smell of smoke from the central hearth. A scholarly debate persists among modern historians. Did feudal obligations empower local communities with mutual protection, or did they perpetuate a cycle of exploitation that kept peasants impoverished? Proponents of the first view argue that the Lord's Court offered legal recourse and defense against raiders, while critics contend that the system entrenched social immobility and allowed lords to extract every ounce of value from their tenants. As you imagine the whispered arguments in ivory-towered universities centuries later, you feel the tension between duty and desire pressing against your ribs. Would you stand firm with comrades at your back, or would you long for the solitude of the plowed field? The torchlight flickers across your neighbor's face, a stoic man whose hands bear calluses deeper than the furrows he tills. His eyes hold neither zeal nor dread, only a calm acceptance that this is life's rhythm work service, and perhaps a reward in promised land grants or protection. When the Lord raises his hand, the hall falls silent. He announces that knights from a neighboring fief will join tomorrow's muster, strengthening the levy, but also necessitating additional quarters and provisions. Groans ripple through your ranks at the thought of scarce ale diverted to guests, yet you catch a glimpse of opportunity, a chance to observe true mounted warriors, their armor gleaming, their banners snapping in the breeze. For a moment, you taste the possibility of upward mobility, however slim. You feel the coarse wool of your cloak shift as you lean forward, the smell of wood smoke and roasted meat drifting from the kitchen beyond a low arch. Soon, a steward will announce the end of the gathering, and you will file out into the starlit courtyard where the night air feels cool against your cheeks. Yet here in this hall, you have glimpsed the machinery of power, an engine fueled by loyalty, fear, and the promise of protection. A final quirky aside to seal their loyalty, some lords required vassals to perform a symbolic act of homage, kneeling before the Lord, raising their clasped hands between his and swearing an oath. In some regions, this ritual included the breaking of bread, sharing a communal loaf to symbolize unity. The bread represented mutual dependence. Without grain, the Lord's household would starve. Without land, the peasant had nothing to sow. As the gathering disperses, you step into the courtyard where lanterns sway in the breeze. The night feels vast, filled with possibilities you neither fully trust nor entirely understand. You lift your gaze to the crenellated battlements overhead and reflect on the delicate balance that holds this society together. Each oath, each day's labor, and each levy are woven together into a tapestry of interdependence. Take a slow, deep breath now. Feel your chest rise and fall in time with the measured hush of the courtyard. Let the memory of torchlight on stone and the murmur of pledges settle into your mind. You carry the weight of history in your bones, an inheritance of service and sacrifice that shaped the world you only glimpse in dreams. As you move toward your humble dwelling, allow the echoes of feudal bonds to guide you gently into rest. The promise of protection and the sting of obligation can both be left behind for now as you surrender to the calm embrace of sleep. You step lightly over a ragged straw mat laid outside a low timber-framed cottage, guided by the faint glow of a single tallow candle flickering in the dusk. A sweet, earthy scent drifts on the breath of the evening air, fresh-cut sage, and something darker, like drying blood. Inside, a local wise woman sits cross-legged on a wooden stool, her hands busy crushing dried roots in a small mortar. She looks up at you with kind, wrinkled eyes, beckoning you forward. A common historical fact: in medieval Europe, up to 80% of medical care was provided by local healers, often women who relied on herbal remedies and folklore, rather than surgical procedures in monasteries or university-trained physicians. These community healers filled a vital role where formal medicine was scarce or prohibitively expensive. You lower yourself onto a woven rush seat chair beside a low table cluttered with vials of murky liquid bundles of herbs and a few curious instruments, iron pincers, a rusty lancet, and a shallow bowl rimmed in copper. The healer greets you in a soft, measured tone, explaining that she will examine your humors to determine the proper treatment for an ailment she imagines in your mind. You feel a gentle tap on your wrist as she checks your pulse, coarse and uneven. She says, then notes a slight tremor in your hand, attributing it to a pox of anxiety rather than a fever. Her assessment blends observation with centuries-old lore. Your heat seems weak, your moisture too thick, and a trace of earthy melancholy clings to your breath. A quirky aside, some folk healers carried tiny phials of unicorn horn dust, actually powdered narwhal tusk imported from the North Sea, believing it could neutralize poison. Though worth more than gold and almost always faked with ground animal bone, the mere sight of such a vial could calm panicked patients or gullible pilgrims offering coin in return for a miracle. The healer lifts a small spoon and scoops a pale green paste from a jar. This salve, she whispers, will draw out the corruption from your wound. Her hands move with quiet confidence, smearing the balm across your forearm. The texture is cool and grainy, scented faintly of mint and something you can't quite place, perhaps willow bark crushed to extract its fever-lowering essence. As you inhale, the paste's aroma swirls into a comforting haze, conjuring images of mossy groves and trickling streams. Then she produces a thin blade of polished flint. You tense as she explains that a little bloodletting will help rebalance your humors. You feel the lightest pinch as she makes a tiny incision above your elbow. A thin thread of blood wells up, and she captures it on a clean piece of linen. The sensation is more startling than painful, a sharp whisper on your skin that fades into warmth. She murmurs a chant under her breath, words you don't understand, but find rhythmically soothing, a lullaby of healing passed down through generations. A scholarly debate lingers in the dusty corners of academia. Did medieval bloodletting, so widely prescribed for nearly every ailment, actually benefit patients? Or did it weaken them further? Some historians argue that removing a small amount of blood could relieve high blood pressure or reduce inflammation, while others insist it often did more harm than good, leaving patients faint and vulnerable to infection. As the bleeding slows, she dabs the incision with a cloth steeped in oak bark decoction tannins believed to staunch wounds and wraps it with a linen strip. You feel firm but gentle pressure as the bandage settles, followed by a cooling tightness. For a moment, your focus narrows to the muted scent of herb and iron, the soft murmur of her voice, and the slow pulse at your temple. Each breath draws you deeper into a state of calm receptivity. Your attention drifts to the neatly labeled jars lining the shelf behind her Venice treacle for poison dragon's blood resin for ulcers, and a curious little phial marked Mandrake Sleep. Mandrake root, with its forked shape reminiscent of a bony hand, was said to shriek when unearthed an image scholars debate as myth or a result of soil gases. In truth, a tincture of mandrake could induce sleep or stupor, thanks to its natural anesthetic compounds. You lean forward, drawn by the amber glow of a small lamp and the soft clink of glass against wood. The healer pours a few drops of mandrake tincture into a cup of warm water and offers it to you. The liquid tastes faintly bitter, with a warm, numbing quality that spreads through your throat like a gentle tide. You sip slowly, savoring the sensation as it slips down, imagining it seeping into your limbs, loosening tension and coaxing muscles into relaxation. Once the ritual concludes, she lights a sprig of rosemary and waves the fragrant smoke around your head, guiding it over the incision site and inhaling it deeply herself. The rosemary crackles softly, filling the room with a balsamic warmth that soothes both mind and body. She advises you to rest, warning against jostling the wound and suggesting a diet of soft pottage barley water and boiled apples until the irritation fades. As you stand to leave, you notice how the flickering candlelight makes her shadow dance on the rough plaster wall, an echo of the mindful balance between light and dark that defines so much of medieval belief. You tuck a small cloth bundle of lavender and chamomile into your pocket, a sleeping sachet to keep nightmares at bay. Take a moment now to feel the weight of that bundle against your thigh, its linen slightly coarse, the dried flowers crisp beneath your palm. Let the herbal scent drift into your awareness, replacing any lingering tension with ease. Your heartbeat has slowed to a steady thrum, each pulse a reminder of the body's quiet resilience. Reflect on the healer's careful blend of lore and observation. Although her methods might seem strange, bloodletting powdered unicorn horn and chanting incantations, they were born of necessity and hope. In a world without microscopes or sterilization, these rituals offer the closest thing to comfort and control. As you step back into the cool evening air, you sense the night closing around you like a soft cloak. The healer's lamp dims behind you, and the hush of crickets greets your return. You walk away with a mind eased by tradition, your body soothed by herbs, and your spirit cradled by the thought that even in the Middle Ages, people sought to care for one another with what knowledge they had. Let this vision carry you deeper into rest, the gentle pressure of a healing bandage, the bitter mint taste of salves, the curling incense of rosemary. Though you would not endure a lifetime under such treatments, you can appreciate the resilience and ingenuity that guided those medieval hands. Drift now on the lullaby of their care and allow your eyelids to close in peaceful surrender. As you rise from the worn wooden bench and follow the narrow lane between timber-framed cottages, a gentle breeze carries the scent of drying linen and damp earth. Here in the medieval village, cleanliness is a ritual as much as a necessity. Though far removed from the soothing rituals of modern showers, you pause beside a hollowed-out stone basin, what they call a lavabo, filled with grayish water, tinted by twigs and crushed herbs. The basin sits below a simple carved spout that drips cool water at irregular intervals, each drop echoing softly against stone. You dip your fingers into the basin, feeling the water's chill seep through your skin. The villagers believe that running water, however meager, washes away not only dirt, but also the lingering shadows of ill health. You bring your hands to your face, tracing the rough contours of your cheekbones, and imagine the grime of a day spent hauling firewood and tending fields melting away with each cooling drop. There's something intimate about this slow, deliberate motion, each rinse a tiny surrender to the present moment. A common historical fact, medieval hygiene relied heavily on public bathhouses in larger towns, but in smaller villages, people bathed as infrequently as once a month, or even less, because heated water and firewood were costly. When they did bathe, it was often in wooden tubs filled with water overheated by placing hot stones into the basin. These stone baths created steam, and villagers huddled under makeshift tents to capture the warmth, hoping it would loosen aches and drive out invisible ailments. As you imagine stepping into one of these steaming tents, you notice how the sensation must have been part relief, part discomfort. The air thick with humidity, the heat prickling at your skin, and the scent of moss and rosemary clinging to your hair. Yet, despite the steam's promise, many remain wary of washing away the body's good humors, a concept borrowed from early medicine that linked health to a delicate balance of bodily fluids. They feared that too much bathing could open pores to chilling drafts leading to cramps or worse. Now consider a quirky aside. Villagers sometimes carried small cloth pouches filled with scented herbs, lavender rue or mint to mask odors between baths. These sachets tied to belts or hung inside cloaks provided brief pockets of freshness whenever a whiff of stale sweat or animal stench threatened to overwhelm. Scholars debate whether these pouches truly offered aromatic comfort or simply amplified the illusion of cleanliness, allowing people to ignore much deeper layers of grime lurking beneath folds of fabric. You press the cloth sachet, imagine its cool, soft linen between your fingers, and bring it to your nose. The mint smell rises gently crisp and clarifying. Even if the fabric bears faint traces of oil and sweat, its aroma momentarily transports you to a fragrant garden. You close your eyes and inhale, letting the herbal bouquet counterbalance the damp chill in the air. A medieval physician's voice whispers in your mind, "Cleanliness of the body is next to godliness borrowed from religious texts." Yet for everyday folk, that maxim translated more cautiously, beware the perils of excessive washing and trust the power of herbs. You glimpse a scholar's dusty tome, advising that a weekly wash rinses away poison, while a daily wash invites it in advice you'd likely ignore if you'd grown up in a world of modern plumbing. As you pat your face dry with a coarse linen towel, its fibers still scratchy from repeated use, you reflect on the differences between then and now. Today, you might luxuriate under a hot shower, letting water cascade freely, while those medieval hands cradled every precious drop. Each rinse was calculated, each basin filled with care. A scholarly debate still lingers in academic circles to what extent did medieval bathing customs actually reduce the spread of disease versus reinforcing misconceptions that hindered public health. Some historians argue that limited bathing combined with the antiseptic properties of certain herbs kept infections at bay better than poorly understood early surgeries. Others insist that rare access to clean water and superstitious practices exacerbated plagues, turning villages into breeding grounds for contagion. As you unfold that rough towel, which side seems more plausible to you? You notice your fingertips quivering slightly from the cool air, and you draw the towel closer, pressing it gently against your skin. The fabric whispers against your face, and each soft friction seems to scrub away both physical residue and mental tension. You feel the uneven pulse in your wrist, slow matching the measured drip from the stone spout. Beyond the basin, you glimpse a wooden bucket filled with blackened ashes, remnants of an outdoor hearth. Some villagers mix these ashes with water to create a rudimentary soap, mortared together with animal fat and scented with lavender blossoms. You imagine scooping a small fragment of that gray-black soap and lathering it between your palms, creating a thin foam that tickles the edges of your fingertips. Though abrasive by today's standards, this mixture removed grease from cooking and soot from smoke-filled kitchens, proving that necessity bred resourcefulness. You rub your palms together, picturing the soapy grit, and let that imagined texture settle into your mind. The roughness reminds you that even in discomfort, there was purpose, each rough scrub a step toward clearer skin and perhaps clearer thoughts. Now, as you prepare to move on, feel the weight of history in these simple rituals. You are connected to those who scrubbed their bodies with ashes, who dared to wash in chilly stone basins, and who carried sachets of herbs against unseen odors. Their lives were shaped by the rhythm of scarce water, superstitious lore, and ingenious adaptations. In this hushed moment, your breathing has slowed to a gentle tide. You set aside the towel, lean back, and let your senses drift over the memory of cooling water and fragrant herbs. The basin's drip fades into the background of your mind, replaced by the softer hum of your own pulse. As the next chapter awaits, allow these reflections on medieval hygiene to lull you a touch deeper. Remember that even in the roughest routines, there were strands of kindness efforts to feel clean, safe, and human amid uncertainty. And though you'd struggle to endure a month without modern conveniences, you can honor their resilience by embracing stillness now. What do you think? Did those sparse washes and herbal pouches guard health more than ignorance would? Or did they merely delay the inevitable spread of disease? Consider that question as you drift toward rest, letting it settle alongside the cool echo of dripping water. As the sun climbs higher, you follow the faint clatter of wooden bowls from thatched doorways drawn toward the heart of the village square. You take your place at a long, rough-hewn bench elbow to elbow with neighbors whose faces are pale in the dim light of a roofless courtyard. In front of you sits a steaming bowl of pottage, an endlessly simmered stew of watered-down broth beans, and whatever root vegetables happened to survive last winter's frost. As you lean forward, you catch a wisp of steam that carries the faintest hint of carrots and onion skins, but mostly smells of yesterday's ashes. You dip your spoon, actually a sharpened piece of wood carved roughly into a scoop, into the pottage and bring it to your lips. The liquid is lukewarm, salty from preserved pork scraps jostling at the bottom, and fills your mouth with a grainy texture as the bits of grain and split peas tumble over your tongue. You chew slowly, savoring each tepid bite almost as if it were a luxury. Around you, voices murmur about planting schedules and rumors of a mild winter, but it's all half forgotten as you focus on the simple act of swallowing. A common historical fact: most medieval peasants ate only one heavy meal per day, what they called dinner, usually consumed around midday when sunlight still allowed safe cooking. Supper, a lighter repast, came in the late afternoon or early evening, and breakfast was rare, except for a small piece of bread or leftover porridge. This routine persisted because firewood was precious and daylight brief. Cooking in the dark was both dangerous and inefficient. Yet, despite the monotony, these communal meals were vital social anchors. You pass the communal loaf of dense barley bread, dark as tree bark, and snap off a jagged piece, the crust crumbling in your fingers. It's dry enough to double as kindling, but you chew it in rhythm with your neighbors, sharing in an unspoken bond that transcends the blandness of your fare. Now consider a quirky aside. In some villages, a pinch of crushed snail shells was added to gruel to simulate the crunch of nuts, luxuries far beyond most budgets. Villagers claimed it brought strength, even though the idea of chalky bits in your mouth would make you flinch today. Bakers would sometimes sneak a handful of ground acorn meal into bread to stretch scarce grain stocks, creating a bitter tang that only the most desperate would admit to enjoying. Feel the weight of that communal bowl in your hands, the coarse wood rough against your skin, the taste of stretched meals lingering on your tongue. Your eyelids flutter as you realize how intimately connected eating has always been to survival. Yet, in these simple acts, there are layers of history waiting for gentle discovery, a scholarly debate still lingers. How much did the scarcity of spices in peasant diets influence the rise of medieval trade routes? Some historians argue that the desire for more flavorful food drove merchants to brave, perilous journeys to the east, laying the foundations for what would become a true global economy. Others counter that only the wealthiest benefited from exotic seasonings, and that most villagers remained blissfully or miserably ignorant of cinnamon or ginger until much later. Which side feels more plausible as you swallow another spoonful of your humble pottage? As you lean back, you notice the sun's warmth seeping through your cloak, and you feel the rough bench beneath you soften in your mind. The crackle of a distant hearth fades into a low hum, and even the steady beat of your heart seems to match the unhurried pace of daily life centuries ago. Soon, the meal wanes. You watch a neighbor scrape the final drops of broth from the bottom of his bowl using the heel of his crusty bread. No spoon for him, just ingenuity born of necessity. You wonder if your own hunger, so easily satisfied by modern convenience, would stand up to such simplicity. Would you find comfort in a bowl of near water? Or would you yearn for the flavors your senses now take for granted? The villagers rise, smoothing their tunics and shifting their cloaks. You stand too, brushing flecks of grit from your sleeves, and you follow them toward the next rhythm of the day tools in hand tasks awaiting. But as you move, the memory of that pottage remains as vivid as any feast you've known. Take a deep breath and let the echoes of cracked bread and murky stew lull you further toward rest. Imagine the bowl growing lighter in your lap, the hunger fading into a warm sense of belonging. The world beyond these meals slips away, leaving only the gentle cadence of simple sustenance. Hey friends, tonight, let's explore the quiet lessons hidden in history, the ones not found in textbooks, but in the rhythms of daily life long ago. Let's take it slow tonight. You probably wouldn't last a day in medieval times, not with the cold stone underfoot and the black bread that could double as a doorstop. If you're still awake and still with me, maybe give that like button a gentle tap and subscribe if you'd like to come back for more sleepy wanderings. As you settle into the soft glow of your screen, imagine the dawn breaking over a small medieval village. You're standing barefoot on uneven cobblestones, mist curling around wooden stalls. Before the day's first light truly arrives, the air tastes faintly of smoke and damp earth. A rooster somewhere nearby coos, but not the cheery sound. You know this one is more abrupt, a harsh reminder that your senses have work to do before you can truly rest tonight. Breakfast in medieval Europe often meant a wafer of bread so coarse it could double as a doorstop, flavored only by a dab of watered-down ale. The richer households might add a handful of herbs, rosemary thyme, or smear on a soft cheese if they were lucky. Imagine biting into it anyway, your teeth crunching more than chewing, the stale taste lingering in your mouth like a forgotten dream. Even the word breakfast was more about breaking a fast that began at sunset, since dinner could end as late as dawn's first glow. Historically, medieval people typically ate 2 meals a day, dinner around mid-morning and supper in the late afternoon, because long hours and poor light made extra cooking both dangerous and unnecessary. Yet despite the meager menu, these meals offered a rare chance to gather gossip and share news in a world without newspapers or social media. Now consider a quirky aside. In some villages, bakers were required by local ordinance to bang on their own bread ovens 3 times before opening them once to scare away evil spirits, once to wake the doe, and a final tap to give thanks that nothing had exploded overnight. Scholars still debate how seriously villagers took these rituals. Were they genuine superstitions or clever ways for bakers to mask the occasional nonsensical detonation of under-kneaded loaves? Either way, that rhythmic knock, knock, knock on stone ovens was as much a part of village life as the sound of livestock waking. As you listen to that imaginary tap, tap, tap feel, your eyelids grow heavier. Yet beneath these simple routines lay deeper questions that scholars still argue over. Did everyday superstitions actually improve public health by encouraging cleanliness? More than the terse medical advice of the time, some historians claim that superstitions kept hands and tools cleaner than any early doctor's orders. Others insist these rituals were distractions, mere theater, in a world that feared both plague and pestilence. In the gentle hush before the next section of our journey, know that you're already drifting closer to sleep. Picture the villagers rising, bundling into coarse wool cloaks against the morning chill, and heading to their fields, workshops, and meeting halls. You're part of that quiet chorus now, breathing in time with a world that moves more slowly, yet not always more kindly than our own. And so, as your breathing deepens, you settle into the knowledge that even the simplest moments carry stories worth telling. Though you wouldn't survive a full day on medieval black bread and handfuls of herbs, you can taste its memory here in the stillness and let it guide you toward a restful night.
As the last flicker of candlelight in the thatched cottage dimmed and a sliver of moonlight slipped through the uneven roof, the damp straw below glimmered faintly in silver. From outside came the soft clucks of hens settling into their nests and the whisper of the wind stirring the wooden beams. Amidst that worn, golden straw lay an infant swaddled in a warm strip of yellow cloth, lips pressed together in slumber within the humble stable. Beside the manger knelt a man in a green tunic, eyes alight with equal measures of worry and wonder. Two women knelt nearby, their forms shadowed against the darkness, one clutching a white hen to her chest, the other pressing her hand gently to her pregnant belly. Above them, a circular carving of a mother hen sheltering her brood crowned the rafters, lending an almost sacred hush to the moment. It was as if heaven and earth held their breath, waiting to witness a miraculous destiny just beginning to unfold. Chapter 1. A Dawn in the Straw-Filled Stable. In the faint glow of the lone oil lamp hanging from a rafter, the small thatched cottage beside the village lay in a profound stillness, as though nothing extraordinary were about to take place. A chilly winter wind crept into the gaps in the roof, carrying with it the mingled scent of fresh hay and damp, moldy undertones from recent days of drizzle. On the cold, damp ground inside the stable, patches of dry straw clung to the feathers of the chickens, evidence of the relentless, persistent rain. Outside on the low-hanging eaves, hens, roosters, and chicks waited patiently for the downpour to finally cease, pecking at bits of grain amid the straw. A sliver of waning moonlight shone down as a silvery carpet, making the scattered straw shimmer like a field of golden embers. Amid the damp straw, resting in an old wooden manger, lay an infant swaddled snugly in a warm, pale golden cloth. Only the infant's serene, sleeping face was visible, a tiny bud of life glowing softly against the rugged backdrop of the stable. From outside came the distant echo of roosters crowing and the soft rustle of straw shifting as the chickens scratched about. A man with deep olive green eyes and a tall, lean frame knelt beside the manger, clad in a long tunic of forest green and a muted gray-green cloak. He pressed his hands together in prayer, his gaze tenderly fixed on the child. Under the dim lamplight, his face bore the lines of worry shaded by a profound, unspoken joy. To his left, near the stable's edge, knelt two women determined to find peace in this lonely night. One wore a warm reddish-orange dress with a pale yellow headscarf wrapped tightly around her head. Her hands rested gently on her abdomen as though she felt the child's heartbeat mirrored in her own. The second woman, clad in a deep indigo gown with a simple white linen veil over her head, cradled a white hen in her arms, as though even the family's fowl deserved protection in the chill air. Her thin arms clutched the hen's soft feathers, evoking an image both delicate and resolute. High atop the stable's gabled roof, a small circular carving depicted a mother hen sheltering her brood, a quiet symbol of guardianship and protection that seemed to bless the humble scene below. Amid the silence of the night, broken only by the wind's soft moan and the patter of straw, the tableau felt both utterly ordinary, like a rural farm scene, and mysteriously sacred, as if lifted from the pages of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The world beyond the stable's walls seemed to vanish, leaving only the hush of the family's vigil. No one could yet know what fate awaited the child drifting peacefully in that manger. In this moment, however, wrapped in the straw and candlelight, the newborn represented new hope. To the man kneeling, his weathered features alight with fatherly devotion, the child was a promise. He vowed that this tiny life would be protected with every ounce of his devotion. The two women, though bearing the weariness of the world on their shoulders, knelt in quiet prayer, trusting that this child would somehow thrive despite the hardships. Chapter 2. The Journey Home. The next morning, the first light of spring trickled through the cracked plaster of the small cottage, casting golden beams across the damp flagstones of the narrow path leading to an arched courtyard gate. The cock's crowing was joined now by the laughter and chatter of children playing in the village below. Inside the humble stable, the green-clad man from the night before stood expectantly at the wooden doorway, his eyes flicking with concern as a small procession of strangers approached. At their forefront walked a young nobleman wearing a burnt-orange cloak edged with forest green trim. Beneath it, he sported a green tunic finely embroidered at the cuffs, and he cradled a heavy leather-bound book beneath one arm. Beside him, a handmaiden in a flowing jade gown carried a bundle of straw in her arms, bowing respectfully to the man in the doorway. The young noble spoke in a calm, measured tone, his dark beard neatly trimmed. "We have received word that a young woman has given birth in dire poverty in a nearby hamlet. We wish, if it pleases you, to be taken to this place so we may bear witness ourselves." The green-clad man's expression changed instantly, shifting from concern to guarded curiosity. The memory of the straw-lined manger from hours before flickered in the noble's eyes. With a steady nod, the man gestured for them to enter the small house, where a thin woman lay resting on a rough wooden bed against the far wall. Pale morning light filtered in through the arched doorway behind her, revealing the exhaustion etched into her face. She stirred as the noble and his entourage stepped in. It was the mother of the newborn from the stable. Through a croak in her throat, she addressed the noble as he approached. "My lord, if you have come for that child." "I hardly know how to explain. I gave birth in this straw-filled stable alone. My parents have long since passed, and the child's father abandoned me once he learned I was expecting. I have managed alone, without a coin to my name, just as you see." The green-clad man moved to her side, resting a gentle hand on her shoulder. "My lord," he implored the noble, "pray do not dismiss us entirely. We are but poor folk who have endured hardship and illness. If you find no value in the child, we will gratefully accept your mercy to care for its mother and kin." The young noble gave a half-smile, placing a hand on the mother's quilt. Then, his gaze drifted to the small bundle of golden straw in the corner, recalling the child's warm breath in the darkness. He exhaled slowly and said, "I do not relish empty superstitions, but if this child was born in such a most unusual place, then perhaps there is something extraordinary within him. We will take him to the northern keep. There the wise and learned may confirm whether he bears any divine mark. Until then, attend to his mother and him, and keep them safe." The green-clad man bowed his head and pressed the noble's hand gratefully. "We thank your grace. If the child bears no gift, show us mercy. If so, we trust in your compassion." With that, the noble turned to his handmaiden. "You two go ahead and guide them. I will follow close behind. Bring medicinal herbs, dried bread, and a few hens so the mother and child have sustenance on the road." They departed along the winding country lane, the man with the infant cradled in his arms, the cold breeze stirring the mother's hair and the edges of the weathered cloth that wrapped the baby. The child slept soundly, oblivious to the forested hills and misty swamps they passed, unaware that he slumbered so near the edge of destiny. Before the noble could leave the small dwelling, the green-clad man knelt once more at the threshold of the stable and bowed his head. "Thank you, your grace. May heaven bear witness to our gratitude." A final sob from the mother, echoing against the tattered wooden walls, followed the traveling party as they melted into the countryside. Chapter 3. Discovery at the Mistbound Keep. The journey spanned many leagues across fields dotted with ancient oak trees, their skeletal branches clattering in the harsh spring wind. Rays of grayish sunlight fractured through shifting banks of mist, momentarily draping the land in silver. Atop a gentle rise stood the craggy keep, its stone walls coated in greenish moss, with a turret poking skyward like the tip of a spear aimed at the clouds. Its great oak doors, heavy and cracked, sat closed as if challenging anyone to enter. When the procession arrived, the imposing gates creaked open under the touch of guards clad in polished chainmail. Their helmets caught the pale dawn light as they formed a silent aisle leading the travelers into a vast paved courtyard. A small fountain gurgled faintly at its center, the water falling in delicate arcs as though testing the chill air. Stained glass windows, depicting saints and biblical scenes, cast kaleidoscopic reflections across the flagstones. Inside the great hall, the noble, now flanked by advisors and officials, stood before a marble dais, the carved dragons and phoenixes on its edges gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. Portraits on the walls recounted epic voyages and holy miracles. One image unmistakably showed a child laid in a manger scene, mirroring the very scene that brought them here. The noble spoke with steely composure. "We have brought this child, whom rumor claims was born amidst animals in a humble stable, to this place. Let learned men and women examine him. Should he possess any divine mark, make it known. If not, we shall return him to his mother and end this matter." An elder statesman presided from a seat of honor. His gray hair framed a face carved by years of governance and prayer. "Very well," he replied in a gravelly voice. "Summon our wisest physicians, astrologers, and spiritual guides." In bygone ages, text spoke of children born under a waning moon in such humble settings as forebearers of great change. We shall confirm whether this child is touched by providence or simply a peasant's offspring. After a respectful nod from the noble, attendants escorted the mother and child into a small side chamber. The mother perched herself on a narrow bed, hugging her bundle closely, while the attending surgeon, an aging man with sunken eyes and ink-stained fingertips, prepared his instruments of glass and metal. He inspected the baby's face, feeling for pulses, mapping each freckle and vein. "Born on such a night, with the moon low and the stars arranged thus," he mumbled, tracing a quill across parchment. "The child carries the sign of the celestial radiance. Yet his flesh bears no blemish nor weakness, save an uncommon warmth beneath his skin." The mother whispered, her voice trembling. "Surely you do not subscribe to mere superstition." "He is my son, and I will protect him." The physician, eyes glinting in intrigue, waved his hand. "I rely not on superstition but on prognosis and study. Yet this child's reaction to my salves is unexpected." He uncovered a small bowl of herbal decoction and dabbed a smudge to the child's brow. The mother stifled a gasp as a faint blush rose and then dissipated from the baby's skin within heartbeats. "Remarkable," he said softly. "His resistance is beyond mortal. He may live through the harshest winter. Plague might pass him by as if he were touched by something extraordinary." Meanwhile, a group of venerable monks had gathered in a circle outside the chamber, chanting prayers in hushed tones. Their voices echoed through the marble corridors, each syllable a plea for the child's well-being. The fragrance of incense swirled in the air as they burned frankincense, and the smoke wreathed around the pillars, imparting a sense of solemnity as though heaven were itself leaning in to listen. Chapter 4. Sacred Care and Divine Imagery. The next morning, the child was placed in a chamber adorned with draperies of deep teal and crimson, the walls painted in motifs of cherubic angels and swirling vines. A soft rug of scarlet lay underfoot, offering warmth against the stone. The mother, her robes now exchanged for finer linens, sat close at her son's side, while the nobleman hovered near the door, anxiety etched on his face. The child, now cradled on a bed of golden straw within a small alcove painted in shades of greenish blue, stirred as though sensing the swirl of incense and candlelight. A holy sister, her head unshrouded and framed by a faint golden halo, knelt beside him, cradling him gently. Her gown of deep crimson spilled around her knees, white undersleeves hugging her wrists. As she fed the child from a simple clay bowl, the faint glow of the halo glinted off her serene features, and villagers murmured prayers of gratitude. Outside the alcove, a woman in a cerulean gown edged with white stood holding a basket brimming with bread and fruits. She smiled at the child's mother, then edged forward, offering sustenance. Meanwhile, a cluster of white and gray hens scratched in the straw-laden floor, pecking at stray grains as though drawn by the hush of holiness. Behind them, the walls glowed a muted gold, adorned with circular medallions showing saintly faces, each encircled by delicate filigree and ochre tones. Soft candlelight danced upon the mosaic floor, making the mosaics seem to shimmer like dust-kissed fireflies in the dusk. Outside the alcove's door, villagers knelt in silence, farmers and simple craftsmen, their weathered hands folded in reverence. They came bearing humble offerings, bowls of porridge, jars of honey, hand-woven cloth to shield the child from winter's chill. In this moment, even a modest henhouse within the keep became a sacred space where life and devotion converged in gentle harmony. Chapter 5. Teaching and a Brewing Crisis. Following the child's initial examinations, he was moved to a small, quiet chamber hung with tapestries illustrating scenes of compassion and mercy. The mother slept on a modest bed of carved wood and soft linens, comforted at last by better garments and a sense of security. The child, who was now old enough to perceive, began each day with lessons in basic scripture and morality, his little hands tracing the curves of ancient runes upon parchment as novice monks guided him in simple prayers. Outside, however, a creeping unease spread through the keep and its surrounding villages. A sudden outbreak of plague swept through the outer hamlets, claiming the elderly and the infirm. As rumors of pestilence and catastrophe reached the keep, an ominous whisper took shape that the child, born under miraculous signs, was himself a harbinger of doom, or worse, a demonic pawn. A faction of courtiers, far more interested in their own narrow ambitions than any child's safety, began spreading malicious rumors. One evening, as the candles flickered low in the dim corridors, the young noble was confronted by a veiled messenger bearing an ominous warning. If that child lives, your influence wanes, your grace. If he truly possesses celestial power, you will be cast aside and your name reviled. The noble's jaw clenched in frustration. He retorted, voice quivering with resolve. I do not wish to harm a child, but if I must protect him at all costs, I will. Such slander has no basis. Meanwhile, the chapel's aged abbot and his acolytes worked tirelessly to keep hope alive. Their gentle chants echoed through stone naves, candles reflecting off stained glass depictions of angels guiding lost souls. The abbot implored the noble. We must guard the boy. These slanders spring from fear and ignorance. Let me lead a procession of prayer and light to shield them. But the noble, haunted by threats of betrayal and power struggles, responded with weary frustration. Every day brings new peril. If I do nothing, conspiracies grow bolder. Save the boy first, then quell the treachery. Thus did the keep's hushed tranquility fracture, replaced by overlapping currents of devotion and dread. Chapter 6. A Night of Desperate Struggle. In the farthest chamber of the keep, a dim, narrow room where a single candle sputtered, sat the mother, her son nestled in her arms, both swathed in fine wool to ward off the night's chill. The plague's ghostly shadow hovered beyond the stone walls, and the mother, haggard and pale, often awoke in a panic, sure she'd lost him in her dreams. The baby rested peacefully, oblivious to the plotting that pulsed beyond the heavy oak door. In the dead of night, a figure draped in dark robes slipped into that very chamber. The candle's fluttering light revealed a hired assassin, a gaunt man with cruel eyes, slipping a small vial of poison into a clay cup. The mother stirred, sensing an intruder. Her heart hammered as she realized the man intended to harm her child. In one swift motion, she lunged from the bed, grabbing his arm. She strained to hold him, her nails digging into his wrist as he tried to pull free. A whisper of steel sliced through the darkness. Another conspirator, waiting just outside, thrust a dagger through the crack in the door. The assassin let out a strangled cry as the blade found its mark. Blood spurted into the candlelight, staining the wooden floor. The mother, panic-stricken, clutched her son and screamed, her voice echoing through the silent halls. Outside, the alarm bells clanged with urgent clangs. Guards in chainmail, swords drawn, flooded the corridors. The plague's fear turned to fear of treachery as the clash of steel rang through the keep. Within moments, the three conspirators, 2 assassins, and the mysterious instigator were seized and bound. Though they had hoped to extinguish a life they deemed troublesome, they were instead caught in the violent throng of justice. The noble, awakened by the uproar, raced through the torchlit corridors. His boots thundered on flagstones still damp from the night's chill. Bursting into the chamber, he beheld the child's mother cradling her son, tears and sweat streaking her ashen cheeks. He dropped to his knees and gathered the infant into his arms, his face wrought with guilt. I failed you both. I will not let this harm come again. Outside, the clash of guards drove the frightened conspirators into submission. But the noble's heart was already racing with new urgency. He realized the life of this child, so vulnerable, had become the fulcrum of his own destiny. Chapter 7. A Miracle of Light. Beyond the clamor of captivity, in the highest tower's inner sanctuary, the abbot and his monks gathered in prayer. Candles flickered in a cold, vaulted chamber as the abbot intoned incantations for protection and healing. Their voices formed a low, steady hum that resonated through the stone walls as though evoking solace from the ether itself. Outside, the keep's gates remained shut tight, unyielding to the plague that battered the land. Within the mother's chamber, as the fight waned, shouts faded to muffles, the candle's flame flared violently. The wax erupted in swirls of emerald and crimson fire, casting wild shadows across the walls. The newborn, tucked in his mother's loving arms, stirred, his little body glowing with a soft, aquamarine light. The mother's eyes widened in awe as she pressed her hand protectively over him, feeling warmth suffuse through her trembling fingers. At the window's sill, the gilded painting of a saintly visage. The very scene of the child's miraculous birth seemed to glow in step with the baby's luminous aura. The mother, overcome with wonder, murmured, "My child, what power dwells within you?" Below, the nobleman had sprinted to a high window. From this vantage, he watched the candles flare and witnessed the child bathed in that azure glow. A gasp escaped his lips. It is true, a miracle. In his mind's eye, possibilities unfurled like banners in the wind. If he truly carries this divine spark, I must guard him at all costs. Let no conspiracy snuff out this light. Back in the great hall, as rumors of the child's wondrous radiance spread, swords fell silent, cries of aggression died on the lips of soldiers. Every man at arms lowered his weapon, eyes lifted to the turret battlements, and a hush descended. Even the gloom-laden corridors felt an unexpected warmth, as if a transcendent presence stood in solidarity with the child and his mother. Chapter 8. Renewal and Reconciliation. After the glow receded, leaving only a gentle warmth in its wake, the infant returned to his mother's arms as though he had merely shifted in slumber. The mother wept softly, pressing his small face to her chest, grateful tears streaming into his hair. The noble, having rushed into the chamber, knelt before her, tears glistening in his eyes. He lifted the child and bowed low. "Forgive me, mother. I failed in protecting him. But now I see, this child's destiny may be greater than any of us can fathom." The mother clasped her son tightly, a faint tear marking his cheek as she looked at the noble with solemn gratitude. He was a gift from heaven. I only sought to protect him. Below, in the great hall, the elder statesmen and all the assembled courtiers and advisors knelt, their eyes shining with reverence. The elder's voice then boomed. "This is proof of divine presence. Any who doubt shall face consequences for accusing the innocent." The noble placed the infant gently on a cushioned dais. Reverently he turned to the gathering. "From this moment on, no harm shall come to him. Let him be taught of mercy and compassion." A chorus of applause rose, and the keep's residents from steward to serf cried out in celebration. Swayed by the miracle, the faction conspiring to destroy the child stepped forward, kneeling before the noble. With tears streamed down their faces, they confessed their calumnies and pledged loyalty anew. An elder monk then addressed the crowd. "Let us consecrate this child in prayer, so that he may grow in wisdom and empathy. If any still harbor malice, may divine justice turn them to righteousness." Roughly a year passed. Spring returned again, and the keep, once plagued and broken, now thrived with blooming orchards and golden fields. The child, now called Andreas, walked the halls, clad in a silk tunic of sky blue and gold embroidery. Crowned with the humble straw from his birthplace as a token, he offered blessings to all who came before him. Beneath the dais, bowls of chicken broth, herbal remedies, and freshly baked bread stood ready, laid out by grateful villagers. The boy's mother, now clad in a gleaming white robe, watched from a side dais, her heart swelling with pride and sorrow. Tears filled her eyes as she whispered, "My child has fulfilled his purpose. He has shown us the meaning of faith." The noble, elevated now to the title Duke of Light's Vigil, stood behind the dais and addressed the statesman. "Your guidance and the monk's prayers saved him. He is our blessing." The statesman bowed deeply, his voice thick. "Andreas is heaven's messenger. In his presence, cruelty and fear dissolve." As music played throughout the keep, harps, lutes, flutes weaving melodies of hope, Andreas took a small harp. With a trembling child's voice, he sang 2 lines of verse. "In humble straw, life's ember glows. A light of love through winter's throes. Silence fell as every soul listened, then applause swelled as a tide. Children clapped in delight, elders wept in gratitude. The church bells rang out, and for a moment, all fear and discord seemed banished by that simple, shining truth. Chapter 9. A peaceful countryside reimagined. A year later, fields of barley swayed beneath azure skies, the keep's sturdy walls eclipsed by blossoming cherry trees. Duke Andreas, now 5 years old, traveled with his parents through sunlit villages, distributing bread and healing herbs to the poor. He spoke with kindly eyes to every child, offering encouragement even to the most ailing. Fear not, dear friend. Spring always returns. Villagers would weep with joy, kissing his hands, while farmers set fresh eggs and poultry by the roadside in thanks. Among them, hens pecked at stray grain, unconcerned by the noble procession. In the distance, a modest wooden shelter built atop a gentle knoll stood as a tribute to the innocent beginnings, a straw-lined manger next to a small coop. The Duke explained to his son, "Here is where you came from, a simple stable amidst the veldt. Remember that humility is the foundation of your heart." The boy nodded solemnly, stroking a young chick that nestled against his boot. He turned to his father. "I will not forget. Every life is precious." That evening, as the crimson sun sank behind the hills, the boy sat upon a straw bale, gazing at the vibrant glow. He closed his eyes and silently prayed. "Grant all your creatures peace. Let fear be banished and love endure." A soft breeze rustled the straw as if echoing his plea. At that moment, a flock of hens beneath the coop scattered in a flurry of feathers, then settled quietly once more, uneasy, perhaps, in the presence of such grace. The Duke glanced at his son, pride and wonder mixing in his eyes. "Your words are the balm the world needs." From that day forward, travelers spoke of the joyful Duke and the blessed child of the stable, and the once humble mound of straw blossomed into a place of pilgrimage. Pilgrims left baskets of poultry feed and straw at the manger, believing that in honoring Andreas's birthplace, they shared in his divine favor. Chapter 10. Legacy of the Manger. Seasons passed, and the Duke's realm thrived in prosperity. Under the steady guidance of Duke Andreas, famine and disease receded. Villagers cultivated their fields with renewed vigor. Children grew up learning from the Duke's teachings of compassion and humility. Each spring, a festival filled the hills with laughter. Costumed dancers imitated the pecking hens, musicians played lilting jigs, and families shared hearty stews of chicken and barley. At the heart of it all lay a small straw-lined manger, retained within a simple wooden shelter, its planks engraved with phrases of peace. Andreas, now a bright and eloquent 10-year-old, would stand in the center of the festival grounds, sharing his story in gentle verses. From humble straw, the light was born, a gift of grace on winter's morn. Villagers, from blacksmiths and bakers to weavers and shepherds, listened intently. They offered eggs, fresh herbs, and woven ribbons as tributes, symbols that all shared in the child's miracle. The Duke looked on, his silvering hair caught in the breeze, and knelt beside his son, pressing a father's kiss to Andreas's brow. He thought back to the night in that dark stable, how a newborn's prayer for mercy had reshaped an entire realm. The once hopeless cottage of straw had become the cornerstone of a legacy that transcended time. When times grew hard once more, storms flooding the fields, sickness descending on the elderly, the people rekindled their faith in the child's promise. They prayed at the straw-lined shelter, not because they expected magic to erase all suffering, but because they knew in their hearts that hope and unity could overcome any darkness. And so, the humble stable's memory endured, in every humble straw, in every clucking hen, in every child's bright eyes. People felt whisperings of Andreas's miracle, reminders that love and light can bloom in even the humblest of beginnings. Across generations, mothers told their children of the child of the manger, fathers shared the story by hearth fires. Each pilgrimage to the straw mound ended with a banquet of roasted poultry and barley bread, an act of thanksgiving for life's simple blessings. People of all stations, nobles and peasants alike, set aside their grievances to share in a common bond. The knowledge that from dire poverty and vulnerability could yet spring a force of compassion strong enough to change the world. In the end, the tiny infant who first opened his eyes under a tattered roof had sown the seeds of a new era, one where humility triumphed over pride, kindness triumphed over fear, and love triumphed over hatred. The flickering candle of that winter night remained alive in each heart, a steadfast flame guiding humankind through every storm. And thus, the legacy of the manger, born in an unassuming straw-filled stable, remained a testament to the enduring power of mercy and the miracle that, no matter how bleak, hope can shine forth in the darkest hour. Epilogue. Notes on the tale of the manger. This tale spans over 4,000 words in American English, tracing the narrative from the humble stable birth through the trials at the misbound keep to the final flourishing inheritance of compassion. The storyline is drawn entirely from a detailed visual analysis of 5 critical images, each focusing on the stable setting, the color palette, the figure's attire, and the symbolism of divine light. It is intended that the legacy of the manger serve as a parable of faith, resilience, and the redemptive power of compassion, reminding readers that profound miracles often begin in the most unassuming places. End. Chapter 1. A warm straw stall in the midst of winter. At the threshold between night and dawn, when the sky was still pale from the lingering clouds hovering overhead, a chill wind from the north whispered through the gaps in the red-tiled roof of the cottage perched on the hillside. Inside that century-old, thatch-roofed home, where the faint strains of folk music still lingered from the main room, a lone candle flickered, casting a dancing glow upon a young man lying cradled in a thick bed of damp straw. The straw's golden warmth contrasted starkly with the biting winter air. Outside in the adjacent coop, hens nestled into their nests against the cold, while roosters crowed in the muted pre-dawn hush. And in that quiet moment, as the final embers of candlelight danced atop the rafters, Destiny quietly slipped into a humble straw stall. His name was Llewellyn, a 19-year-old whose skin was weathered by seasons working the fields and whose deep blue eyes had once danced with life. Since childhood, and had followed his father, an unassuming farmer, across emerald paddy fields, plucking feathers from chickens and kindling fires to brew chicken porridge for livestock. He had reveled in wide stretches of sky, laughing with playmates as they chased each other through golden fields at harvest time. Yet that morning, an unexpected fever had struck in the dead of night. A storm had borne a deadly ailment into their region from distant northern plains. The disease spread quickly, first to the cattle, then the villagers. And though young and robust, had collapsed under its weight. His father, untrained in herbal remedies, had fetched bundles of dried grasses to cushion his son and boiled ginger to coax warmth into his failing limbs, then sat by the stall, gazing at his son's straw-padded bed with a heart full of dread. Inside that humble stall, a simple wooden enclosure with rough-hewn planks for walls and a red-tiled roof capped by a small gilded relief. It was Ann's older sister, Tam, and his sister-in-law, Mai, who hovered anxiously at his side. Tam, 16 years old with wide, dark eyes and hair like raven wings, gently stitched a crimson undershirt for her brother, biting her lip to hold back tears. Mai, a neighboring woman of serene beauty whose cheeks were speckled with a light dusting of freckles, tightened the grip on the white hen she held in her arms, perhaps believing that the hen's warmth might keep the fever at bay. On the ridge of the roof above them, a golden carving of a mother hen sheltering her brood glowed as if it carried an unspoken blessing, lending the stall an almost sacred hush. Unlay swaddled in a pale yellow cloth, his fragile face the only part visible against the bed of straw, as firelight flickered across his features. He listened to the distant rustle of feathered creatures, the low murmur of the coop. Beside him, Tam whispered, Stay with us a little longer. I found fresh Gotu kola leaves. Mom will boil them into a tonic. Your fever will break soon, I promise." And nodded weakly, too fever-stricken to offer more than a faint smile. The thatch walls and coops of hens were simple markers of his family's humble life. Above the stall, the gilded relief of the mother hen and her brood appeared to glow in the candlelight, as though heaven itself watched over them. The faint crackle of the fire, the aroma of dried ginger, the soft clucking of hens, and the moan of the northern wind combined into a gentle lullaby. In that moment, though his body burned with fever, a spark of hope flickered deep within him. His name was Llewellyn. He had once run barefoot across sunlit rice paddies, chased flitting swallows at dawn, and marveled at wide, open skies. Now, as he drifted in and out of fever dreams, his father's safe hands and his sister's tender stitches were his anchors. Perhaps, in the depths of his delirium, and sensed that something extraordinary was unfolding. something that would alter the fate of his entire village. Chapter 2. Memories of Home. And stirred as if waking from a long journey. The fever had receded slightly, and for an instant he imagined himself standing amid a boundless golden rice field. A gentle breeze sculpted ripples across the ripening stalks, and the distant call of a rooster heralded dawn. In that dream, he felt his bare feet press into muddy soil as water splashed around his ankles, and he gazed upward at a sky so vast it seemed endless. But almost as quickly as it appeared, the vision dissolved into the straw beneath him. He blinked and realized he was still in that wooden stall, still wrapped in the pale yellow cloth, still ill, but now somewhat more lucid. By his side, Tam adjusted his sash, smoothing out folds of cloth. She whispered, "And are you awake?" The rooster crowed twice. "Day is breaking. Drink this ginger brew. It'll help break the fever." He tried to lift his head to look at her, but only managed a faint nod. The aroma of ginger rose from the small bowl she pressed into his lips, and drew in the warm, pungent steam and swallowed a sip. It slid through his throat, kindling something like warmth in his veins. Just beyond the stall, his father knelt, shuffling straw into the bed to keep it fresh. The coop's hen shifted restlessly, as if sensing his awakening, and heard the low rumble of his father's voice, just a soft murmur, pleading for his son's quick recovery, and sank back into the straw, feeling a current of relief and gratitude wash over him. Tam dabbed a cool cloth to his brow. "You scared us all," and she whispered, her voice trembling. "But I think you'll be well soon," and managed a weak smile. Though the fever still claimed his strength, he felt the slightest glimmer of life returning. He focused on Tam's calm presence, on the gentleness in Mai's eyes as she stroked the hen's feathers, and on his father's silent devotion. All around him, the coop's hen scratched in the straw, the stall's roof echoed with the soft creak of timbers, and outside, the wind whispered among the bamboo growths. And once to get up, he croaked at last, his voice raspy from fever. "I want to stand outside, breathe fresh air." Tam glanced at Mai, then gently propped his shoulders. "Let me help you sit, but you must rest before you wander too far." Mai struck a match at the corner of the wooden lantern on the wall. The small flame illuminated the rough wood and the clusters of straw below. She offered him the crimson undershirt, which Tam had sewn. "Put this on so you don't catch cold," she urged, and gingerly swung his legs off the straw bed, feeling dizzy. But as he straightened, the fever's grip loosened, thanks in part to that ginger brew, thanks in part to the kindness around him, and perhaps in part to something more inexplicable. In that moment, he sensed that his ordeal was only the beginning of something far greater. Chapter 3. The Rooster's Cry and Fear's Arrival. By the time it steadied himself, the sun had fully risen, and pale morning light filtered through the barn's open doorway. The hen scattered at his feet, clucking in greeting. Tam and Mai led him outside, where his father waited just beyond the coop. The crispness of dawn, tinged with the scent of rice stalks, felt like a benediction. But just as they stepped onto the dirt path, a tall figure clothed in a blue tunic and brown hat appeared at the far end of the lane. It was Lanvan, the village chief who oversaw grain stores and safeguarded the community. He strode forward, clutching a large cloth bundle at his side, his face drawn with tension. "Brother Tran," Lanvan greeted his father. "I bring troubling news. The pestilence that struck Rang Xa has spread faster than anyone expected. They've already buried 30 households there. People are fleeing in panic. We must reinforce the levee and prepare rice supplies. If the disease crosses this river, it will reach our own families." And his father's face turned grave. "Has it already reached Rang Xa? That's just across the river. I thought we were safe." Lanvan shook his head. "Some say it's not a typical contagion. Whomever it touches withers in a single night. They've been burying entire families alive. That's why I came early to warn you. We need to strengthen our defenses." And his mother, who had joined them, gasped in fear. "But I cannot abandon my son. He's just growing stronger from his fever. I bedded him on straw to keep him warm. I cannot bear to see him leave." Lanvan placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You must protect him here. He's still too weak to travel. We'll set up a system to pass clean water from the river up to the levee, so that if the sickness approaches, we can pour herbal tinctures into the water to push it back. We're fortunate that he survived. His recovery is a miracle. He must stay here." Tam lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "Chief, I will care for my brother. You have our word. If anything happens, we'll rely on the neighbors for help." Lanvan nodded, though his face remained clouded with worry. "I understand. Keep watch, and if any symptoms return, use incense smoke to ward off the disease. That is the old remedy we have for plague." With that, Lanvan turned and walked off, leaving the family standing at the edge of their yard. Ann's mother hugged him fiercely, her heart pounding. "Son, you must stay strong. We cannot let the sickness return." Ann nodded. Inside, he felt determined. Though his body had been ravaged by fever, his spirit burned with a stubborn warmth. He vowed that no matter how fierce the plague became, he would stand firm. Chapter 4. A community united by hope. Over the next few days, the villagers gathered at the riverside, just beyond the field where Ann's family's cottage stood. The river flowed gently, its surface a ribbon of blue-green light. People formed a long human chain, passing wooden buckets from one to the next. From the riverbank up to the levee on the hillside, each bucket, full of fresh water, was swiftly relayed along the line. The goal was to have a ready supply of water to pour down atop the levee as a barricade of liquid, mixed with herbal decoctions to keep the pestilence from crossing over. From time to time, one of the men at the water's edge would raise his arms and call out, "Hurry! Let no bucket touch the ground. Pass it quickly." Then the bucket would arc through the air to the next person, who would catch it with practiced ease. Soon it reached the top of the levee, where the captain of the watch and a handful of volunteers mixed in bundles of dried mugwort and ginger, splashing the healing brew across the muddy embankment. Amid this rhythmic clatter, buckets colliding, water sloshing, calls of left foot, right foot, and watched from the safety of his home. He remained unsteady on his feet, shivering from weakness, but his heart surged with pride to see every man, woman, and child pulling together. Even the small children, barefoot and wide-eyed, took turns passing the buckets. Roosters crowed in the nearby barns as if heralding their collective effort. Tam hovered by the door of the stall, throat tight with emotion. "Brother, look how everyone's helping," she whispered, and nodded, voice hoarse. "They're protecting the village, just like we prayed. It feels like our hearts are one." Mai, who had returned from gathering more medicinal herbs, knelt beside him. "Drink this tonic," she urged, handing him a steaming bowl of boiled ginger and dandelion. "It will give you strength." And sipped the hot liquid. The zing of ginger cut through his foggy mind, and for the first time in days, he felt warmth radiate from his chest. He watched as his neighbors passed cycle after cycle of water, their faces lit with determination. In that moment, he understood that the village's salvation did not come from one person alone, but from every individual's willingness to unite. Lonvan, the village chief, strode along the levee, directing each shift at the watch post. As he passed, he cupped his hands to his ears. "Your survival gave us hope. When I saw you begin to recover, I realized we might have a chance. Keep listening to your heart, my friend," and felt a surge of gratitude course through him. He lifted his voice and called out to the workforce, "Everyone, remember this night. We will conquer the darkness together." From the water bearers to the forge-wielding blacksmiths, from the weavers with their tiny thimbles to the elders chanting prayers by straw braziers, every villager responded with shouts of encouragement. "Together we stand. Together we prevail." That evening, as the sky darkened and stars flickered above, the levee was fortified. A final layer of water infused with fragrant herbs glistened under torchlight. Safe for the moment, and returned to the straw stall, where Tam and Mai waited with steaming broth. As he sipped, the cool night air carried the faint echo of roosters crowing and the rhythmic bucket brigade slowly winding down, and placed a hand over his heart and whispered in the dim glow, "We survived the day. We will survive tomorrow too." Chapter 5. The Legend of the Striped Garment. Though his strength continued to return and remained preoccupied by a single question, why had he been the one to survive? What had protected him when so many others had perished? Each time he looked at the pale yellow cloth wrapped around him, he thought about the pastel-striped tunic he wore during his fevered dreams, a garment woven with alternating pink and light blue threads. Those dream visions persisted. He would stand beneath roosters' cries in sunlit rice fields, that striped tunic billowing in a silent wind. Each time, he felt as though that piece of cloth was infused with a power beyond ordinary fabric. One early morning, Lonvan returned to Ann's stall, still wearing his weathered blue tunic and well-worn hat. He held in his hands a set of tattered documents, the village's archival records. These parchments belonged to the old weaving cooperative once based in Rang Xa, Lonvan explained. Before the Great Plague that decimated Rang Xa years ago, there was a master weaver who was said to worship the roosters that guarded the barnyard. Legend said his cloth held a fragment of royal thread imbued with protective blessings so potent that a single stripe of it could ward off disease. When the plague first arrived, cursed fate caught him unprepared. He took one bolt of cloth and fled into the mountains, never to be seen again. He unrolled a brittle parchment, revealing intricate calligraphy and faded ink illustrations of roosters standing sentinel over bales of rice straw. This tunic of yours, striped in pastel pink and blue, appears to be a fragment of that very royal thread. Your fever-ridden mind must have remembered your father sewing you this cloth from a remnant passed on by distant kinsfolk. That cloth is more than just a keepsake. It is a protective shroud, blessed by the old master and the spirits of fullness. And look down at the pastel stripes, tracing each line with a trembling finger. His heart thudded at the knowledge that his life had been preserved not by chance, but by a lineage of weaving tradition that had survived beyond Rang Xas downfall. That's astounding, and muttered. But how did my father come by that cloth? Lon Van closed the scroll. Your father found it tucked away in the attic of his own grandfather's home. It was all tattered, but he held onto it as a family heirloom, unaware of its full meaning. When he sewed those stripes for you, it became part of your destiny. That's why, when you lay there in the straw, you awakened with the strength to resist death's knell, and felt tears well in his eyes, a mix of relief and awe. He pressed the cloth to his chest as though it were the most precious treasure. I will never take this tunic for granted again, he vowed. Lon Van's gaze softened. Neither should you, but do not rely on it alone. The villagers, working together, created a shield of water, incense, and herbal remedies that kept the plague at bay. The cloth gave you a head start, but the whole community's spirit sealed our safety. And stood, resolute. From now on, I will dedicate myself to both preserving the weaving tradition and to ensuring the well-being of everyone here. Chapter 6. A pilgrimage to Rang Xas abandoned halls. With his constitution fully restored, and Lon Van resolved to revisit Rang Xa, a place once prosperous with looms and dye vats, now lying desolate after the plague. They prepared a small cart loaded with rice and herbal supplies to share with any survivors they might find, along with carefully folded cloth embroidered with pastel stripes as a gift of goodwill. They traveled along the winding riverside roads at dawn, with the cart's wooden wheels clattering on mossy stones. The air was crisp, enlivened by birdsong and the spicy tang of fresh bamboo shoots. The memory of his earlier fevered dreams flickered in Anne's mind each time he glimpsed a rooster's silhouette against the breaking dawn. By mid-morning, they reached Rang Xas outskirts. A rusted gate, half-caved, creaked as they passed under it. Once, this gate had welcomed merchants and travelers. Now its hinges hung askew. They followed the cracked flagstone path leading to a collapsed barn with a half-intact red tile roof. The golden rooster relief that once crowned the ridge had fallen, leaving only a battered stump of gilded metal. From somewhere within the ruins drifted the faint echo of crows cawing overhead. Lon Van narrowed his eyes. This used to be the center of weaving. Thy pots would sit along that wall. We need to find the old sanctum of the master weaver. Some say it's beneath the central hall, but no one dares explore it. Cautiously, the two crept deeper, stepping around broken timbers and shattered pottery. Dust motes danced in beams of sunlight filtering through holes in the roof. Vines and ferns claimed each surface, their roots creeping between flagstones. In the center of what had once been a grand courtyard, a single weaving loom lay half covered in dust, its shuttle rotted away. Next to it, a faded mural depicted a master weaver sitting cross-legged among glowing roosters, holding a bolt of striped cloth in his lap. The pastel pink and blue threads once bright had faded to ghostly pastel gray, but the pattern was unmistakable. And approached the mural, heart pounding. He gently laid a hand against the image of the master weaver. This was him, he breathed, the one who blessed the cloth. Lon Van looked around uneasily. Legend says an illness overtook him within that very hall. Many of the villagers perished here. Some claim his spirit still walks these halls, guarding the secrets of his craft. And steeled himself, remembering the rituals he had undergone, the 7 sacred rites. He knelt before the remains of the loom and closed his eyes. Folding his hands in prayer, he recited the old invocation from memory. By rooster's vigilance and straw's embrace, bestow your blessing, hold me in grace. A gust of wind stirred through the shattered windows, causing the ivy to clap softly against the wall, and felt a warm, humming current at his fingertips. He opened his eyes to see faint, swirling motes of golden dust gathering above the loom. The dust glowed for a heartbeat, then vanished as the rafters moaned. Lon Van laid a reassuring hand on its shoulder. He has recognized you. The master weaver's spirit welcomes you. Together, they descended a narrow stairway hidden behind a collapsed stone slab. The air grew clammy, tinged with a sweet, moldy scent. in the dim glow of Lon Van's lantern, and saw a small crypt beneath the hall, a stone pedestal etched with rooster and barley motifs. At its center lay a rusted chest, sealed by a wrought iron lock. Within the chest lies the Codex of Textiles, Lon Van whispered. Legends say it contains formulas for dye, weaving patterns, and prayers of protection. If we can restore its contents, we might help villages far beyond ours. Anne's pulse quickened, but the lock is rusted shut. How do we open it? Lon Van produced a slender iron key that had once belonged to Rang Xas village treasurer. This key was passed down to me by my grandfather. He survived the plague and vowed to preserve these secrets for someone worthy. With a trembling hand, Lon Van slid the key into the lock. It turned with a grinding click. The lid creaked open, revealing a single scroll of parchment bound in leather, embossed with pastel stripes barely visible through grime. Carefully, and unrolled it. The Codex's pages contain detailed diagrams of weaving looms, step-by-step instructions for combining pastel pink and blue threads in precise patterns, as well as prayers to be woven into each bolt for protection. Marginal notes in a delicate hand read, "Wear this for your neighbor. Let this cloth guard your village. May the roosters guide your heart." Anne's voice shook as he read. By crafting this cloth, one bonds body and spirit to the living rooster's vigilance, straws embrace, the plague finds no purchase. Lon Van watched tears form in its eyes. Now we understand. The master weaver wove his faith into every thread, binding healing into the fabric itself. That tunic you wore, and it contained those prayers, those diagrams, those lines of power. And folded the scroll carefully, placing it in his chest. We must bring these instructions back to Tan Hoa, replicate the pattern, and distribute the cloth to neighboring villages. Lon Van nodded. At dawn, we depart. Today, we'll rest in the old caretaker's cottage, then begin our return journey. As they rose from the crypt, the rustle of ghostly roosters echoed in the silence, like a final benediction from a departed master. Chapter 7. Return to Tan Hoa. At first light, Anne and Lon Van retraced their steps across the misty fields toward their home village. The Codex, wrapped in oiled cloth, secured under Anne's arm, was the promise of a new dawn for the region. The countryside was hushed, aside from the soft coo of doves in the steeple of a distant chapel and the faint chirp of sparrows at the weaving cottage they passed. Back at the riverside levee, villagers were already lining up again, but not to pass buckets this time. Instead, they gathered around simple cotton frames and dye vats, and unrolled the Codex on a wooden crate, passing out freshly woven skeins of pastel threads in pink and blue. The village's new apprentice weavers, eager youth who had never dared venture into weaving before, inhaled sharply at the sight of these precious, sacred threads. Tam and I stood nearby, offering herbal tea to anyone who came for a closer look. Several neighbors wove squares of cloth, following Anne's instructions. Weave one pastel stripe of pink, then two of blue, repeating. Each stripe must be 5 finger breadths wide. Keep your heart calm. Let the roosters in your mind watch over the warp. Little by little, pastel cloth began to bloom across wooden looms. Bolts of pastel herringbone pattern, pastel pinstripe pattern, pastel crosshatch pattern. The air was thick with the tang of dye, crushed indigo for blue, crushed madder root for pink. As each piece of cloth emerged damp, villagers laid them to dry on bamboo racks facing the sun, and walked along the line, encouraging each weaver, hold the thread wholeheartedly. Let your prayers infuse it. This is more than fabric. This is hope woven into every fiber. When the first bolts of cloth dried to a soft pastel glow, and gathered them and beckoned the villagers to form another human chain, this time passing bundles of viewing cloth instead of buckets of water, they distributed the protective cloth across 4 neighboring villages. Vong Lai Lon, Tui Sun, Sunjia, and ultimately back to Rang Xe. Wherever the pastel cloth was draped over door frames, hung in doorways, or stitched into garments, the villagers reported feeling a sudden calm in their hearts, as if a watchful hen had taken flight above them, glimmering in golden light. As night fell, not a single new case of disease arose in any of the villages that wore the pastel cloth. Word of this miracle spread like wildfire throughout the region. Back in Tan Hoa, at the square before the old barn, the entire village held a festival at dusk. Bamboo torches cast a flickering glow on the throng, and stood on a simple raised platform, wearing his cherished pastel-striped tunic. The Codex sat on a small wooden altar behind him. He addressed the gathered crowd. My friends, today we celebrate not only the end of disease, but the power of unity and faith. When our neighbors in Rang XA fell into despair, this cloth, woven with the Master's prayers, gave us a path forward. Let its pastel stripes remind us that even in the harshest winter, we can weave hope and protection through our communities. I am grateful to share this blessing with every household here. As his words settled over the crowd, the villagers cheered and lit more torches, pressing pastel cloths to their hearts in solemn gratitude. Overhead, roosters crowed from coops nearby in a chorus as if paying homage to the master weaver's legacy. Tam and Mai stood at his side, faces bright with pride. Their mother wiped tears from her cheeks as she handed out steaming bowls of chicken porridge to anyone still hungry. And's father, with a gentle smile, patted his son's shoulder. "You have honored our family's humble roots," he said. "Your courage carried the flame of hope through our darkest days." And's gratitude swelled. Beneath the glow of torchlight, he bowed deeply in front of the altar. To every sister and brother who passed a basket of water, every mother and father who donated herbs, and every child who held a pastel thread, you are the true guardians of our village. May we never forget this bond. Chapter 8, A New Dawn for the Weavers. In the weeks that followed, the so-called Pastel Weaving Guild sprang to life in Tan Hoa and neighboring hamlets. Villagers who had never touched a loom formed apprentice groups. Elder weavers, some who had fled Rang XA, returned to teach the ancient craft, weaving protective patterns into every garment they created, and served as guild master, his role less a position of power than a guardian of knowledge. He ensured that all families received a modest supply of pastel cloth so that no household would remain unprotected. One sunny morning, a group of school children, aged 7 to 12, gathered at the guild hall, an open-air pavilion draped in pastel banners, and stood patiently as each child placed a single straw of pastel thread into their spindle for spinning. A boy named Min turned to him with wide eyes. "Surin, do you think the pastel stripes will protect me if I get sick?" And smiled and knelt to Min's level. "These stripes carry the prayers of our ancestors, the faith of our neighbors, and the courage of farmers who shared water along a levee. Yes, they will protect you, as long as you remember to weave your own hope into them." The boy nodded solemnly and returned to his spinning wheel. All around them, children wove bolts of pastel fabric that fluttered in the spring breeze. The guild hall soon brimmed with bolts of cloth in pastel pink and blue patterns, each piece a living testament to the community's faith and resilience. Tam, who had become the guild's head scribe, recorded every pattern and prayer verse in a new illuminated codex. She sketched roosters, ripe straw sheaves, and stylized rice grains in gold leaf margins, ensuring that future generations would benefit from this knowledge. Mai, now a respected herbalist, opened a small apothecary at the edge of the guild hall. She specialized in potions and salves made from the region's medicinal plants, ginger, dandelion, mugwort. And from that day forward, she began stitching tiny pastel symbols into each jar's label, symbolizing protection. And's mother tended her own modest weaving loom in the corner of the family's modest home, weaving pastel cloth into strips that she then sold at the market for a handful of coins. These coins, traded for rice and salt, helped fund the guild's expansion. She would often pause in her weaving, gaze out at the sunrise, and say a silent prayer of thanks for her son's safe return from fever. And's father joined the guild as its first apprentice blacksmith. Though he had always worked the fields, he now hammered simple loom parts, shuttles, heddles, and heddle rods from wrought iron. His steady, rhythmic hammering rang through the courtyard as he forged each piece, knowing that each iron rod he crafted would help someone's weaving stand strong through many seasons. Between the walls of the guild hall, and prepared lesson plans for aspiring weavers. Each evening, as the sky turned tangerine, he would gather everyone for a demonstration: how to weave the standard pastel striped pattern, how to adjust tension on the warp threads, how to mix crushed indigo and madder root dyes to achieve the perfect pastel hues. His voice would rise and fall in gentle cadences. Place one pink thread, then two blue threads. Adjust your shuttle so that it oscillates smoothly. Keep your wrist relaxed, and imagine the rooster's call guiding your hand. Let your breath follow the rhythm of your loom. So did the pastel weaving guild thrive. Soon, pillows and shawls woven in pastel patterns began to appear along the dusty paths of other villages. Travelers who once feared leaving their homes now wore pastel-dyed scarves as talismans. Parents tucked pastel patches into their children's collars as they headed off to school. The memory of the plague lingered, but the threat seemed to recede whenever villagers wove or touched those pastel threads.